The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Confidentially. When I was a kid spending the summer in the country, my grandfather used to tell me about the country stores when he was a boy. He said he'd sit on a sack of flour and swing his bare legs while his mother argued with the storekeeper. Seems there wasn't a thing she'd take his word for, from a dill pickle to a barrel of crackers. And good old Grandpop said it was sure something to listen to those arguments. Well, things have certainly changed. Today, there's no ground for an argument. When you go into a grocery store, you find packaged foods with brand names you recognize as your guarantee of quality. For instance, when you see the word Jell-O on a package, you know that here is a fine product, the real thing. Because that very name, Jell-O, is a trademark. It's the property of General Foods. If you hear any other gelatin dessert called Jell-O, that's incorrect, for there is no other Jell-O. And remember, Jell-O brings you that extra rich flavor, as tempting and refreshing as the real ripe fruit. So always ask your grocer for Jell-O. And, by the way, this week, the National Association of Retail Grocers are holding their annual convention. And we want to send them congratulations and best wishes from Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert. Confidentially played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being Father's Day, we bring you a man who is daddy to a polar bear, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, you're right. I do take rather a paternal attitude toward Carmichael. You know, that animal is like a child of mine. He's so affectionate.
You're really very fond of him, aren't you, Jack?
I certainly am. Believe me, we're going to have a lot of fun this summer on our trip to Alaska.
Oh, are you taking Carmichael to Alaska?
Yes, he has relatives in Skagway. 2 uncles and a sister-in-law, I believe. Huh? By the way, Don, what are you going to do on your vacation?
Well, I haven't planned very much, Jack, but let me tell you something. When you see me next season, you're due for a big surprise.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I'm going on a diet this summer and take off 10 pounds.
My.
You'll never know me.
Don, you could take 10 pounds off your lower lip and nobody would know. Now, when you go on a diet, you ought to try and take off about 50 or 60 pounds. Why, you'd even feel better.
Jack, this may surprise you, but I'm not as fat as you think. What appears to be fat is really muscle.
Oh.
My stomach, for instance, is as solid as the Rock of Gibraltar.
Oh, it is. Well, Don, I saw you playing golf the other day in nothing but a pair of shorts, and Gibraltar was out of bounds. What a physique.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Bill?
I wouldn't talk about Don's figure if I were you. I've seen you around your swimming pool, and you're no Adonis in a bathing suit.
Oh, I'm not, eh?
Your chest caves in, your stomach sticks out, and your legs look like they were tired of it all.
Well, Phil, you don't even have to get undressed to lose a beauty contest. You know, your nose looks like a pack mule with those bags hanging down each side. And by the way, have you got your other bags packed for Waukegan? You know, we're leaving tonight right after the broadcast.
I'm all set, Jackson.
Gee, I can hardly wait to see all my old friends and pals. Yeah, I'm excited as a kid all week thinking about it.
I can imagine. Where are we going to live when we get there, Jack?
Well, you fellas are going to stay at the Hotel Waukegan. You stopped there last summer, didn't you, Phil?
Yeah.
Oh, you'll love it, Don. It's a swell hotel, very modern.
Go on, they got a house detective there with a bow and arrow.
Is that so?
And if you're not downstairs by 7 a.m., they send a maid up to see if you're dead.
Well, that's because Waukegan is a wide-awake town. Everybody gets up early.
Are you going to live at the hotel, Jack?
Well, I'm not sure, Don. I'll probably stay with relatives. I don't know whether to live at Aunt Clara's or Aunt Molly's or Cousin Sudie's. They're all so anxious to entertain me.
Well, which one is the closest to town?
Aunt Molly, she lives right over the elite Turkish baths. As a matter of fact, she's a rubber there. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Oh, say, Jack, I just got a wire from Mom, and she won't be able to meet us in Waukegan.
Well, I'm just sick about that. What does your mother say?
She says that, Dear Mary, we'll be unable to take the train to Waukegan, and your grandfather, who is off the beam again, cut paper dolls out of the tickets.
No. Well, maybe you can go to Plainfield afterwards and visit your mother and father. By the way, Mary, this is Father's Day. Did you send your dad anything?
I sure did. I sent Papa some cufflinks and studs for his dress shirt.
Dress shirt? Well, your father never wore a full dress suit in his life.
He does now. He got a job with an escort service.
Oh. Fine.
Now, when he takes Mama to the movies, he charges her 60 cents an hour.
Well, it's worth it to go out with her. Anyway, Mary, I'm glad you remembered your father. That was a sweet thought.
Not only that, I sent him the cutest card with it, and I made up the words myself.
You did? What was it?
Oh, Daddy dear, I send you cufflinks with good cheer. And when you hawk them, which you'll do, if you can't get 5, go ahead, take 2.
Well, that's a lovely sentiment. He'll probably take advantage of it.
Say, Jack, I sent a present to my father down in Tennessee that he'll be crazy about. I sent him a vacation outfit.
A vacation outfit?
Yeah, a hammock, a jug, and a fly swatter.
Well, he's all set for the summer. What does your father do in the winter, Phil?
Same thing, only we give him a blanket.
Well, that's the life, I suppose. Take it easy and don't worry about anything. You know, it's kind of nice that Dad gets a break once a year. I sent my father a pair of leggings.
Oh, is he still with Western Union?
No. He wears them when he goes horseback riding.
Say, Jack, you know what I sent my father for a present?
Yes, Don, I know how many flavors it has, so don't get cute.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hiya, Kenny. Say, Kenny, you all set to leave for Waukegan? You know, we're going right after the broadcast.
Oh, sure. I got my suitcase downstairs on the sidewalk.
On the sidewalk? Well, for heaven's sake, bring it in. Somebody's liable to steal it.
Well, don't worry. Nobody will touch my suitcase.
How do you know?
I printed J. Edgar Hoover on it.
Well, that's very clever, Kenny. How'd you ever happen to figure that?
Oh, Kid Baker has a flash once in a while.
You have it there. Now, Kenny, when we get to Waukegan, I want you to be on your best behavior and make a good impression. You know, I don't want you whistling at the girls like you do here.
Can I wink at them?
No. You can't whistle and you can't wink, so watch yourself. And now, folks...
Can I wiggle my ears?
No. You won't show off at all. I want everybody in Waukegan to say, now there's a nice boy. And now, folks...
I'd rather have them run me out of town.
Kenny. I don't want to hear another word about it. And now, folks, we will have a song by our fresh young tenor who's going to get his canoe paddled if he doesn't watch out. Now, go ahead. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I just dropped in to wish you a very pleasant trip to Waukegan and to tell you that I'll miss you while you're gone.
Well, thanks very much. Well, what are you standing there for?
Ain't you going to kiss me goodbye?
No, I'm not. Get out of here. He's the most affectionate lunatic I ever met. Sing, Kenny.
Darling, why should you cling to some faded thing that used to be? If you can forget, don't worry about me. This is the one moment that I thought I never could live through. But now somehow that it's here, my dear, that foolish fear has gone away. And saying goodbye seems sweet. It's plain that fate didn't want us on a while. Don't worry about me, I'll get along. Forget about me, be happy, my love. Let's say that our little show is over, and so the story ends. Why not call it a day the sensible way and still be friends? Look out for yourself, should be the rule. Give your heart and your love to whomever you love. Don't be a fool. Darling, why should you cling to some faded thing that you can forget? Don't worry about me.
That was Don't Worry About Me, sung by Kenny Baker. And, Kenny, before I forget, I saw your picture, the Mikado, last night, and I thought you were swell in it. You look great in Technicolor.
Oh, I thought I was too darn pretty.
Well, that oughtn't to worry you. Good looks never hurt anybody. At least it's never hurt me.
Can I say something, Jack?
No. Anyway, the Mikado was a swell picture, Kenny, and you were grand in it.
The Mikado. Say, that's a Western, ain't it?
That was our musical director, folks. Phil, for your information, the Mikado is one of the most famous operettas ever written.
No kidding.
You're a fine musician, Phil. For you to pick up a baton and lead an orchestra is perjury.
Why, Jack Benny, you didn't know what the Mikado was yourself until you saw the picture.
I didn't know what the Mikado was? Why, Mary Livingston, before we went into the theater, I told you it was an Oriental story.
You told me Charlie Chan was in it, too.
All right, so I made one little mistake. But Phil has no excuse. He's supposed to have studied music.
That studying don't mean nothing. Why, some of our greatest musical geniuses never studied music.
Name one.
Abe Lyman.
Oh, fine. Lyman is worse than you are. He directs his boys with a rawhide whip. You know, funny thing about you and Lyman, Phil, you both started out as drummers, and now you both have your own orchestras.
Proving what?
Proving hooray for the red, white, and blue. It could only happen here. That's what.
Oh, Jack, why do you criticize other musicians? You took violin lessons for 12 years, and all you can play is Love and Bloom.
All I can play is Love and Bloom. What's the matter with Thanks for the Memory? What's the matter with Deep Purple?
Nothing until you start sawing on them.
Listen, Mary, your opinion doesn't matter very much. If you want to know something, I've been complimented by Heifetz.
Heifetz? Why, Heifetz doesn't even know you're alive.
He does, too, because he tried to shoot me once. It was at the Penn Theater in Wilkes-Barre. So don't be so smart. You know, I don't like to pat myself on the back all the time, but there's one instrument I've really mastered. Well, I can make a violin talk.
You certainly can, Jack.
Thanks, John.
Why, many's the time I've heard your violin say, I'm proud to snuggle under the chin of a man who works for Jell-O.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Because Jell-O is economical, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
You mean my violin even knows the flavor?
Yes, sir.
Well, isn't that amazing?
This stuff is strictly for the kids.
It was pretty subtle, Baker, so go and sit down. And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from my talking violin to our last play of the season, tonight, the Benny Run Do Not Walk to the Nearest Exit players will present for your amusement, approval, and edification that stirring melodrama of the gay 90s, Lavender and Old Louse. Now, I will play Lavender, and our maestro will be the rest of the title. Now, in this play, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, boss. This is Rochester.
All right, what do you want?
Well, I just finished pressing your clothes for the trip, and I don't think you ought to take your white flannels with you.
Why not?
Well, you know that trouble I have with the toast every morning.
Yes?
Well, the same thing happened to your flannels, only I had
Rochester, did you burn a hole in my new white flannels?
It ain't my fault, boss. It's that cheap material.
Cheap material? What are you talking about? I paid $45 for those pants.
$45?
Yes.
Is this you, boss?
Yes, it's me. And don't act so surprised. By the way, is Carmichael all ready?
I think you're making a mistake taking that polar bear to Waukegan.
Well, I'm not going to leave him in the house by himself for 2 weeks. He'll get lonely.
Why don't you rug him?
Rug him, Rochester. I'm getting tired of these constant threats against Carmichael. Now put him in that big packing box and take him to the station.
I can't put him in that box, boss.
Why not?
I'm talking from there now.
You're in the packing case? Well, for heaven's sake, where's Carmichael?
He's sitting on the lid.
Oh, my goodness.
If I had a long pin, I'd dethrone him.
Oh, stop playing with that animal and finish packing. And by the way, Rochester, I'm taking my violin with me, so don't forget it.
Doggone, I looked high and low for that fiddle, and I can't find it nowhere.
Oh, well, I suppose it never occurred to you to look in my violin case.
I did, boss.
Well?
There ain't nothing there but 4 strings and a fat termite.
Now, don't give me that. The violin is around someplace. Now, get everything together. My trunks, bags, Carmichael, violin, and hurry down to the station.
Okay. Can I take a taxi?
What's the matter? Have the buses stopped running? Now, hang up and get going.
Okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Doggone, if I could get $3 a head, I'd quit this job.
What? What did you say?
Didn't I hang up?
No, you didn't.
Well, here goes. So long, boss.
The guy is always complaining. Never saw such a guy. Now he wants to ride in taxicab. Oh, well. Getting back to our play, the opening scene...
Say, Jack, I don't think we're going to be able to do our play tonight. Look what time it is.
Oh, yes, the train leaves in about 40 minutes, and we've got to get downtown.
Where do we leave from?
The new Union Station. Phil, have you got your car here?
Yeah, I'll have my guitar player run us down.
Oh, you mean Happy Bolivar? Oh, that's swell. Come on, Mary, we'll be late.
Well, wait a minute. I got to kiss the orchestra goodbye.
Put down that piano player and come on. So long, boys. See you at the station.
So long, Jack. So long. Hit it, man.
Now, stick close to me, everybody. I don't want anyone missing the train. I'll call the roll. Don Wilson?
Here.
Mary Livingston?
Oh, Jack, stop acting like a scoutmaster.
Well, I'm trying to be systematic.
Hey, Kenny, get a load of that blonde. Wow, what a doll.
Ain't she something? Hiya, babe.
Hello, Kenny.
Why, Kenny, do you know her?
Yeah, that's my Aunt Rosie.
Well, she ain't my aunt. Wait a minute, Rosie.
Bill, come back here. You'll miss the train. Oh, Don, take a look around, see if you can find Andy and Rochester.
Okay, Jack.
Gee, I don't know where they are.
All aboard. Train leaving on track 3 for Santa Monica, Santa Clara, Santa Anita, Santa Barbara, and Santa present to your dad is Father's Day.
Well, he's a topical announcer, I'll say that. Hey, Kenny, where's your suitcase?
Somebody stole it.
Somebody stole it. Well, that's awful. What are you going to wear on the train tonight? You haven't got pajamas or anything.
I'll lend him a pair of my pajamas, Jack.
Just give him the uppers, Don. He can use it for a nightgown.
And tie a bell around his neck. He might get lost.
Yeah.
Oh, this is too complicated. I'll sleep raw.
Sleep any way you want to. I don't care. Say, Mary, I'm going over and buy the tickets. I haven't got them yet.
Okay, Jack. I'm going to get some magazines. Meet me here.
All right. Well, let's see. Where's the ticket window? Oh, here it is. Pardon me. I'd like to buy 7 tickets to Waukegan.
Waukegan. That's in Asia Minor, isn't it?
No, it's in Illinois. I want 7 round-trip tickets to Waukegan, Illinois.
Why don't you buy one way? You might like it there.
I know I like it there. It's my hometown. But I got to come back here. I'm in pictures.
So was I. Look at me now.
Well, that's your tough luck. Now, hurry up. I got to make a train.
Okay, here you are.
And, oh, yes, I want berths. I want 4 uppers and 3 lowers.
Well, you know, the lowers are higher than the uppers.
I know. I did that in vaudeville 20 years ago. So don't start that routine. Just give me the berth.
Here you are.
Thanks. Gee, what a guy.
Have a nice trip, Deadpan.
Deadpan, he wants me to laugh yet.
All aboard. Train leaving on track 16 for Louisville and Bowling Green, Nashville, Knoxville, Vicksburg 2, and all points south on the choo-choo-choo.
That guy has more fun than the Ritz brothers. Now, let's see. Where's the magazine stand? Oh, there's Mary now. Hey, Mary.
Yeah?
Did you get your magazine?
Uh-huh. I got Look, Tick, Click, and Cluck.
Oh, Cluck. That's that new one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got Kenny Baker's picture on the cover.
Well, that ought to sell 1 million copies. Come on back there with me, Mary. I want to get a book.
Okay.
I want to get something light. A good mystery or something.
Why don't you get Ferdinand the Bull?
Ferdinand the Bull isn't a mystery.
He is to the other bulls.
I'll pick out my own book. Now, here we are.
How do you do, sir?
Now, how do you do? I'd like to get a book, please. A real good mystery story.
Yes, sir. Have you read Phil Harris and his gang or Murder at the Wilshire Bowl?
No, but I get what you mean.
Say, Jack, here's a swell book, and it's a special.
A special? What is it?
The rains came and an umbrella for $2.50.
Oh, that's by Louis Bromfield. He's a little too deep for me. Say, Buddy, what's your best seller here?
Well, our most popular book is Twin Infiltrated Ungefittted by Chesterton, Jr.
Funny, I never heard of that.
Why, it's very popular. He also wrote Twin Infiltrated and The Life of Amos and
Oh, never mind. Come on, Mary.
Wait a minute. Why don't you take this one, Jack?
What's that?
Ralph Ram did it by George P. Slump-Bum.
Don't you start that stuff. Hey, Buddy, just give me a Saturday Evening Post.
There you are.
Come on, Mary, let's go.
Goodbye. Any kind for it. Oh, see.
I meet the most unusual people. I wish Rochester would get here. He's making me very nervous. There's Don Wilson. Oh, Don.
That's the information booth.
I mean next to it.
Pardon me, mister.
No, now what?
Can you tell me what time the airplane leaves here for San Francisco?
Airplane? I'm afraid you're going to have a little trouble, buddy. Airplanes don't leave from a railroad station.
Oh, you're one of those wise guys that knows everything.
I'm not a wise guy, but I know you can't take an airplane from a railroad station.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Board, airplane leaving on track 8. Bakersfield, Salinas, Oakland, and San Francisco. Board!
What?
You see, you big smarty.
Oh, go pin your hair up. Fresh guy.
Well, Jack, I found Andy. Here he is. Hiya, Buck.
Well, Andy, I was worried about you. Gee, you got a lot of friends at the station. Are you all excited about going to Waukegan with us?
Yeah, but gee, I'm scared. I've never been on a train before.
Well, you'll get a big kick out of it. Did you bring your pajamas?
Pajamas? Doggone, can you sleep on a train?
Why, of course, certainly.
Well, I'll be darned. Can you eat, too?
Yeah, Jack brought sandwiches.
One more crack and you won't get any. Where am I? Oh. Now, let's get over. hate to miss my place at the station. Now, let's get over to the gate.
How long does it take to go to Waukegan anyway?
Well, Andy, we'll be on the train for 2 whole days and 2 nights.
We will?
Yep.
But say, Buck, do they have...
Yes, don't worry. You'll be all right.
Well, what are we going to Waukegan for anyway?
Well, Andy, we're going to do our last broadcast from there. And besides, we're going to have the premiere of that new Paramount picture, Man About Town.
Starring Jack Benny. Get it all in.
Never mind. Hey, Phil, stick around here, will you? I don't want to have to look for you.
Okay, Papa.
Yeah, I wish Rochester would get here. The train will be pulling out in a few minutes.
Well, it's your own fault, making him look all over the house for that violin. Why do you want to take it to Waukegan anyway?
Because my old violin teacher, Charlie Lindsay, will be at the premiere. And I want to show everybody in Waukegan what he's done for me.
Well, that's the dirtiest trick I ever heard of.
Yeah, well, I'm going to practice every day on the train.
Oh, Greyhound, where is thy depot?
Phil, if you don't like it, you can stay home.
All aboard. Train leaving on track 7 for Grub Hollow, Possum Junction, Squirrel Center, Beaver Creek, Mud City, and Waukegan. Board!
Oh, my goodness, there's our train, and Rochester isn't here yet.
Yeah, I am, boss.
Well, it's about time. You got all the stuff with you?
Yep, trunk, bag, violin, and everything.
Good. Where's Carmichael?
He's buying the tickets.
I bought the tickets already. Carmichael, come here. Come on, gang, let's go. Say, Rochester, I'm afraid to put Carmichael in the baggage car. He'll have to share a compartment with you.
I don't want that animal in with me. He snores.
Oh, what's the difference? You're only going to be on the train 2 nights.
Well, if he snores the first night, the second night you can get a piece of him in the dining car.
You lay a hand on him, and I'll...
Hurry up, Jack. The train's leaving.
I'm coming.
It's not true that nobody does anything about the weather. We've done something about it. We have the perfect recipe for those hot, sultry nights when nobody feels like eating. Jellied fruit made with shimmering, fruit-rich lemon jello, and here's what you do. Dissolve 1 package of lemon jello in 1 pint of hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Then fold in 1 can of fruit salad cut into small pieces. Mold until firm and serve as dessert or salad, either one. It's swell. Delicious lemon jello with that wonderful extra-rich fruit flavor so tangy and tempting and cool. And molded firmly inside the colorful fruit, peaches and pears, cherries and apricots shining through the golden jello. It's grand to look at and to eat and easy to make. So ask your grocer tomorrow for some lemon jello and try this new summer recipe, jellied fruit.
That was the last number of the 38th program in the new Jello series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from my hometown, Waukegan, Illinois. Well, Andy, are you thrilled being on a train for the first time?
I sure am, but say, Buck, ain't it dangerous going through that Indian country?
Oh, no, Andy. I've been through it 100 times, and I haven't been scalped once.
You'd never know it.
Is that so? Good night, folks.
The challenge of the Yukon.
On King, on you Husky.
The Wonder Dog King, swiftest and strongest of Eskimo lead dogs, blazes the trail through storm and snow for Sergeant Preston as he meets the challenge of the Yukon. Sergeant Preston was typical of the small band of Northwest Mounted Police who preserved law and order in the new Northwest country, where the greed for wealth and power led to frequent violence and bloodshed. But in spite of the odds against him, Sergeant Preston and his Wonder Dog King met that challenge, and justice ruled triumphant. Father Donovan had just arrived in Selkirk. He was a big man with merry blue eyes that twinkled a bit as he talked to Dan Riley in the lobby of the Gold Nugget Hotel.
Don't worry, Riley. We men of the church are used to rough living. We aren't made of glass.
Well, I thought a word of warning to you wouldn't hurt. The average prospector ain't exactly a plaster saint.
Well, even though a man may forget the church for a while, he may sometimes feel the need of God. John O'Rourke must have felt it, leaving $30,000 to establish a mission in Dawson.
He owned the Horseshoe Bar. Religion was the last thing you'd have connected him with. And then he leaves the church $30,000.
Mercy on us, what's that?
Oh, probably just a fight. There's a saloon just 2 doors down. It ain't unusual. Come on, let's see what happened.
Jake West. Where does Buck go? I don't know.
What happened, boys?
Jake West has been shot. Look out, everybody. Get away from Jake. That's his lead dog.
Be careful of that husky. He's vicious.
He's standing over Jake. We're going to have to shoot him if we want to get Jake out of there.
He won't let nobody near him. Jake's unconscious. Might as well shoot Jake if you shoot Lobo. Jake thinks more of the animal than he does himself.
Makes no difference. If we don't shoot that dog, we can't get near Jake. He'll bleed to death if he don't freeze first. I'm going to plug him.
Wait a moment. Maybe I can help.
Who are you?
This is Father Donovan. He just came to Seltzer.
Oh, sorry, Father.
I know how to handle dogs. Perhaps I can get him away.
But Lobo's a vicious husky, Father. You tear to pieces.
Don't take a chance, Father. I'll shoot him.
Let me try first.
Father Donovan,
I'm
no.
not afraid. Steady, Lobo. We can't let your master lie here in the snow. Come now, boy. We're not going to hurt him.
Dog will take his hand off.
All right, Lobo. You see, here's my hand open to you. Now, you see, I'm not hurting you. I won't hurt your master. Come, boy. Get off him. Let me take hold of your collar. Now, boy, steady. Come on, this way, fella.
He's getting him off.
Well, I never seen anything like that.
Only one other man could do that. Sergeant Preston.
Come on, Lobo. Come along. We'll let you get back to him when it's time. All right, boys. Carry the man into the hotel. I'll hold this dog.
All right, Father.
Jake's hurt bad, ain't he?
Bad enough. Buck James better not show his face around this part of the country after doing that.
Buck James had headed north. His goal, a small cabin isolated well off the trail near Dawson. His provisions were running low, and he paced the floor nervously on the 3rd night of his hiding out.
What the...
Yes, Buck. Let me in. Let me in, Buck.
Pierce, how'd you know I was here?
Where else could you be? That's where you always head after any trouble. I brought some grub.
How's Jake West? Is he... Did I...
You didn't kill him, but it was close.
Yeah, it's too bad I didn't finish him.
Well, you would have if it hadn't been for an old padre who happened to be there. He saved Jake's life. Doc was out of town.
Padre?
Yeah, he's going to Dawson. Some prospector up there left him $30,000 to start a mission.
$30,000?
Yeah, can you imagine that?
When's he starting to Dawson?
He was leaving the day after I left. He'll be coming by in a day or so.
With $30,000, we could head for the border.
Well, of course, Buck, he is a priest.
What's the difference? We're watching that trail, starting tomorrow.
Father Donovan, a gun held on him, faced Buck James and Pierce Reed quietly in the small cabin.
I've told you I have no money on me outside what's in this purse.
Sure he ain't wearing a money belt, Pierce?
Sure, I searched him. He ain't got it on him.
All right, Padre. How about the money to start the mission in Dawson? Where is it?
So that's why you've done this. Well, boys, I have lots of faith in human nature, and I'm not a timid man. But I know better than to go around this country carrying that much money. It's waiting for me in Dawson.
Dawson?
Yes, we ordered it held there. So now if you let me deal
Oh,
my...
no, you don't. Sit down. We ain't through with you.
But, Buck...
I ain't letting him go and have him squeal on us the minute he gets to Dawson.
But I don't know who you are. There are many men in the Yukon with black beards and blue eyes like yours.
We shouldn't have done this, Buck.
My beard. Nobody gets if I shaved it off.
What are you talking about?
Nobody knows the Padre here. Nobody in Dawson knows me. I'm changing clothes with him, Pierce, shaving off my beard. With the papers he's carrying, my collar turned around like his, I can still get my hands on that $30,000.
Buck, are you loco?
With the same size, his clothes will fit me. You're staying here to guard him, Pierce. I'm going to Dawson. After I get my hands on the money, I'll come back and we'll finish him off.
As Sergeant Preston talked to Dan Riley in Selkirk, his big lead dog King sat beside him, his head on the mounties' knee.
I wish you could have got here in time to meet Father Donovan, Sergeant. You and him would have had a lot in common with your love for dogs.
He must know a lot about them, Dan, to handle Lobo the way he did.
He told me afterwards that a dog can sense fear in a man. You're afraid he can smell it.
That's true. A dog knows the scent of fear. King hates it. I've seen him growl and bristle at strangers for that reason alone.
Father Donovan loves dogs, and they seem to know it.
Oh?
He has a grand sense of humor. He said he was as much veterinarian in his last parish as he was a priest. All the kids used to bring their dogs to him for repairs, and he mended as many animals as he did souls.
Too bad I didn't get here a day earlier. I have to go up to Dawson. I could have taken him with me.
Now, you be sure and look him up when you get there. He's the kind of man you'd like, broad-minded, kind, and understanding. Ideal for the job he's planning to do.
I'm leaving for Dawson tomorrow. I'll make it a point to meet him. I'd like to see what he thinks of King. Hello, Jane.
Sergeant Preston, welcome to Dawson. We have not seen you for a long time. Hello, King.
How's business, Jane?
Oh, there is always too much at these trading posts.
I hear Dawson's going to have a mission. Did Father Donovan get here all right?
He is here. You know him?
No, but I hear he's a fine man.
Oh?
You don't sound too enthusiastic. Don't you like him?
Well, me, I don't like to say nothing bad about man of God, but, well, everybody is, disappointed.
Disappointed?
He is silent man. Solemn. I never see him smile.
Is he planning to build the mission right away?
He asked me to give him the $30,000 John O'Rourke has left. Tomorrow he will move from the hotel to his cabin. Then he will take it.
I'd like to meet him. I think I'll go over to the hotel. Come on, King. I'll be back later, Pierre.
Yes?
Father Donovan?
Yes.
I'm Sergeant Preston, Northwest Mounted.
What do you want?
Why, Dan Riley and Selkirk told me to look you up here in Dawson.
Oh. Oh, yes. Come in.
Come on, King. King, what's the matter with you? Quiet, King. Well, I hope you'll excuse him, Father Donovan. I don't know what ails him.
Well, would you mind putting him out, Sergeant? I'm not used to these huskies you have here in the Yukon.
But I thought... Oh, of course. Come on, King. You wait out here in the hall, fella.
I hope you don't mind.
No, not at all, Father. I suppose being a priest, you're not used to dogs.
That's right. We're too busy with our church duties to have time for pets.
I see.
Sit down, Sergeant.
Thank you. I can't stay. I just dropped in to say hello.
You, going to be in town long?
No, just passing through.
Oh, I see.
Guess you'll have quite a big job here in Dawson, Father.
Yes, it will be hard. Trying to close the saloons and stop gambling won't be easy.
And it will be dangerous. Perhaps I'd better stay around for a while.
That won't be necessary. I don't intend to start until after the mission is completed. How often do you make this patrol?
I'll be back in about a month, Father. Well, I'd better get going. Have to get some sleep. I want to pull out in the morning.
Well, it was nice meeting you, Sergeant, and stop and see me the next time you come to Dawson.
I'm sure we'll meet again, Father Donovan.
You are back so soon, Sergeant? You did not make very long visits.
No, I had a little trouble with King. He didn't seem to like the new padre.
Oh? And you, what did you think of him?
Well, like you, Gene, I was disappointed. You say he's moving into a cabin tomorrow?
It belonged to Tom Jacobs at the edge of town.
Oh, yes, I know where that is.
Sergeant, maybe you can tell him that is a lonely place. Better he should leave this money here and safe.
No, Gene, I think you'd better give him the money. After all, he has the right to do what he pleases with it.
Well, maybe with you here in town, it is safe.
I'm leaving, Gene.
But, Sergeant, you are leaving?
Well, something rather urgent's come up. I'll see you in a few days. Come on, King.
Sergeant Preston, his lead dog King at his side, lay concealed in a thicket that topped a small knoll overlooking the cabin that had been rented by the man thought to be Father Donovan. The early darkness had fallen, but a bright moon lighted up the clearing. Suddenly, King's ears pricked forward, and a low growl rumbled in his throat as a figure stole out of the cabin door.
Quiet, boy. Not a sound. There he goes. Okay, down. We're following later. Steady. Let him get ahead.
Pierce yawned as he watched Father Donovan, who sat near the stove, deep in thought.
It's way past bedtime, Father Donovan. Now put your hands behind you and tie you up.
It was nice of you, Pierce, to free my hands for a while. They were getting numb.
Where'd I put that rope? Pork! I didn't hear you coming. Did you get the money?
Yeah. Start packing right away. We're leaving.
What about the Padre?
There's only one thing to do.
I don't like murder, Buck.
It ain't a question of what you like. Well, Father, I guess it's the end. You want to take it standing up or sitting down?
Standing up and looking right at you.
Think that'll make it tough for me, do you? Nah, it'll just make it easier to hit you between the eyes.
Drop that gun. Get him,
Hey, what the...
No! Get that gun. Oh, you don't.
Get him off of me! My arm! Get away, you dirty...
All right, King, back, fella. I've got his gun. Now get up, you. Watch him, boy.
You're a Murphy.
Yes. And you must be Father Donovan.
I am.
I wasn't sure, Father. That wallop you gave Pierce. I didn't think a priest could hit like
He was
that.
about to shoot your dog. Sometimes even the church finds force necessary.
Well, if you hadn't hit Pierce, I'd have had to shoot him. You saved his life.
And you saved mine. You and that dog.
That dirty cur.
Quiet, you. It was because of King, Father Donovan, that I knew this man to be a fraud. I hoped, by following him, that he'd lead me to you. King had no trouble in trailing him.
He looks like a wonderful animal.
You'll find that he is, Father, when you know him better. All right, boy, I'll take charge of the prisoner. You go on over and get acquainted with Father Donovan.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. They are sent to you each week at the same time and reach you from our transcription studios. Hal Neal speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
One Man's Family, brought to you by the makers of Fleischmann's Yeast and Royal Puddings. One Man's Family begins its 16th year in radio today by rededicating itself to the American home and to the mothers and fathers of the younger generation and to their bewildering offspring. Today we present Chapter 5, Book 62, entitled One Man's Family Celebrates its 15th Anniversary.
From 1932 to 1947. Goodness.
That's right, Mom. From Herbert Hoover to Harry Truman.
From Flapper to Bobby Soxer.
From WPA to OPA.
Yes, Cliff, I was just going to say, from the Great Depression, when there was plenty of everything and no money to buy it, to plenty of money and nothing to buy.
1932 to 47. From the period of the great American isolation through our greatest war to our present conviction that we are part of the world community.
15 full years, 15 historical years, 15 dramatic years. The end of Prohibition, the Great Depression, the rise and fall of Hitler and Mussolini, the rise and fall of gang warfare in the United States.
The rise and fall of women's skirts and their rise again.
Yes, 15 years is a good long span.
Why, just imagine it. There are young men and women walking the streets today who can't remember time when one man's family didn't exist.
I can hardly remember myself. Yes, and through all these years, one man's family has had one central theme, one main purpose for being, the American home, the American family. The paramount thought being that so long as the American family survived, these United States would remain safe and secure. Oh, yes. Throughout the years, one man's family has meant many things to many people. There was, for instance, the wife who wrote that her husband's last deathbed request was to hear the Barbers, and afterwards closed his eyes and went to sleep. And the young man who was arrested in Chicago for purse snatching, only he said he didn't do it, that he was listening to one man's family at the time. And he told the judge the story of that week so completely that he was acquitted. And the convict in the South Carolina prison, who always heard the show because the Barbers were the kind of family he had always meant to have. But somehow the penitentiary got him. And then there was the father in the Middle West, who gave his children their choice of listening to one man's family on Sunday or attending church. And best of all, many an American soldier who had been brought up on the family, who became a most ardent audience away from home, not only because it gave him a taste of the home life that he was missing, but because he knew his own family at home also was listening. Yes, the show has meant many things to many people, but always, somehow, some way, it has been tied close to the home and the family, and the good which they bring out in all of us.
Henry.
Yes, as I was saying...
Henry.
Yes, what is it?
Well, it's time for you to stop talking. Ken Carpenter has something to say.
Huh?
Ken Carpenter.
Oh, by George, now, yes. Well, as soon as you've heard Mr. Carpenter, you'll hear the principal portion of our 15th anniversary celebration. All right, Mr. Carpenter, move right along. No nonsense about it.
On the American table, the breadbasket or plate is one of the busiest, most popular dishes. Sweet rolls, cinnamon buns, coffee rings for breakfast, Parker House rolls, and so on for the other meals. All nutritious, all nourishing, all delicious. If you bake at home, use Fleischmann's yeast to give your rolls lightness, even texture, and especially delicious flavor. It's the amazing little powerhouse that brings the dough to life, adds flavor to all the other ingredients. Yes, Fleischmann's yeast has been America's dependable standby for the past 4 generations. Great-grandmother used Fleischmann's, and her baking was famous. And ever since then, year in, year out, Fleischmann's yeast has been the leader. So today, Fleischmann's familiar label is the symbol for top baking results. Results you can always be proud of. Ask for Fleischmann's yeast if you bake at home. Now I'm going to turn the show over to Paul.
Thank you. As we said in the opening today, on the beginning of our 16th year, we are rededicating one man's family to the American home and the American family. For 15 years, this has been our principal theme, as we're going to demonstrate for you in a moment. But first, may I suggest that today, more than any time in your memory or mine, the need for the home and what the home stands for is most vital. That now, if ever, there is need for the moral strength, the unswerving integrity, the basic Christian ethics and tenets, which are the stuff the American home is made of. We hope to prove to you the urgent, crying need for a revitalized family life today. And now, to go far back into the pages of one man's family. This is what we said on April the 6th, 1934. Clifford, please.
In these United States, we pride ourselves that all men are born free and equal, that there is no royal family set apart from the rest of us. I think this is a mistake. I think there's a touch of royalty in every conservative, firmly established American home. I believe the children of these homes are born to the purple. They have behind them glory and honor and dignity and tradition. Just as surely as empires were molded by the will of kings, so this nation is molded by the will of the American family. And just as surely as empires crumbled under the touch of dissolute, degenerate monarchs, so this nation will fall away with the corruption of the American family.
So, a bit of something to think about.
You know, I can remember Dad saying that to us way back there, just as plain as though it was yesterday. 1934. Goodness, Cliff, you and I weren't dry behind the ears yet.
You couldn't have told us that then.
How true, how true.
Goodness, we were young.
You were young. What does that make me?
Bottle baby, no doubt. Well, that's what we said in 34. And now, here is what we said in 1936. Mom, will you do the honors?
Already, Paul?
Here, Mom, put on your glasses.
Oh, goodness. Where's that copy you gave me, Paul?
Right in your hands, Mother.
Of course. Now, Paul.
Yes. This is what we said in 1936.
Marriage is the gateway through which a man or woman obtains personal experience in the field of human relations. Parenthood is the opportunity for putting that experience to practical use. Parents should not say, we shall have children because it is our God-given right, but rather we shall have children because we are able to give them intelligent, physical, mental, and moral training. Mother love may be beautiful, But mother love combined with intelligent discipline is the force which turns children into normal human beings and good citizens. Misdirected and misguided offspring results in one of civilization's most appalling wastes and expensive problems. For an undisciplined, unprincipled child grows into a useless citizen, another human life wasted, another burden for civilization to bear. Good citizens are necessary to civilization, but good parents are obligatory if civilization is to continue.
Exactly.
You still agree to that, huh, Dad?
More than ever.
Oh, yes. What a waste of time and effort and pain and worry to go to all the trouble of conceiving and bringing a child into the world only to abandon him to indolence, dishonor, and disreputable habits.
And yet I think I'm going to be able to bring you proof that this is exactly what a large portion of our parents are doing.
Oh, no, Paul.
Well, don't rush me. We'll get to that presently. Just now, Claudia, you're going to read us what we said about family life in June of 1937.
What Dad said.
Huh?
See if you remember saying this 10 years ago.
Ooh.
In this day, with gods of finance and the gods of power tumbling in a shower of unutterable chaos on every side, and with the very foundation of nations trembling on the brink, it is only natural that each of us should be looking for something firm, something staunch, something honest to which we can cling. Something that neither fire, nor flood, nor earthquake, nor avarice, nor greed, nor war, nor the rumor of war, can shake from its deep-rooted foundation. What is that something? In these United States, we have the American family. So long as the American family shall live, with its wholesomeness, with its ideals, and its basic principles of discipline and citizenship, we have little to fear. But once let the family life of America lose its own self-respect, and the fate descending on Germany and Italy will be a small catastrophe indeed compared to the bitterness, the affliction, and the desolation which shall encompass us. Therefore, when we bring you the saga of the Barber family, we do more than tell a story. We pay tribute to the American family way of living, and we hope, in some small extent, extol its virtue and unveil its weaknesses.
You remember saying that, Dan?
Huh? I don't remember, but I'll be very happy to take the credit for it.
He said it's all right. The sort of thing he was always preaching to you children.
With excellent results, I'd say.
Yes, I guess some of it soaked in.
Yes, yes. There were times, however, when I felt as if I was pouring water on a duck's back.
Well, now we come to the year 1940.
The year before the war.
The year before we got into it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Hazel, will you read us what we had to say about family life in 1940?
Yes, Paul. Mother Nature, who is an elemental old lady and interested only in fundamentals, requires of the human organism but three functions: to be born, to reproduce its kind, and to die. That is all any of us need to do to satisfy the laws of nature. But somewhere along the rugged pathway which represents the evolution of man, this superior creation of nature picked up a spark of fire, a spark burning so fierce and hot that with each advancing generation it has increased in its intensity. A spark so burning with promise, so glowing with hope, that it has driven the human race far beyond nature's elemental requirements of birth, reproduction, and death. It has made man stand straight and look toward heaven. It has made him think. It has stirred his imagination and given him glimpses of greatness and genius. It has made him consider his kind, cultivate humanity, understand the value of beauty and love and goodness. And greatest of all, it gave him the power of conceiving and creating the family home as we know it today, the greatest, the most important of all man's creations. That is, the home.
I say that's an excellent thought.
Man's greatest achievement, the home. That's okay.
I want you to notice the difference between what Hazel just read out of 1940 and what I'm going to ask Nicky to read out of 1941. There's a sort of calmness and sense of security in Hazel's words. Now listen to what Nicky reads just a year later. Please, Nicky.
Right on. Today, the American family as a unit of society is more precious, more deserving of care and cultivation, and at the same time in more danger than at any other period in our national history.
For we can promise you that out of the welter of strife and disorder in which the world is now engaged is coming great change. Practically nothing will be the same. We have seen one government after another submerged. We have seen peace-loving people forced to pull the plow out of the furrow and beat it into an implement of war. Right here in these Americas, we have seen, in a few months, weakling airplane factories blossom into a gigantic major industry. Shipyards which haven't turned out a vessel in years suddenly bursting into life and energy. We've seen our men in uniform again, marching up and down. We've made Iceland an outpost, and our South American neighbors have suddenly become nearer and nearer. And in the plethora of jobs, the WPA has become one of the dodo birds of the past. And wages have gone up, and prices have gone up, and everywhere there is change, change, change. The government is modified to meet these times. Our banking system is modified, and our tax laws are modified. And our institutions of learning are modifying their views. And every other institution, by reason of necessity or convenience or circumstance, is modifying its activities. Even the minds of men are thinking new thoughts, uncertain thoughts, worried thoughts, but still new thoughts. The businessman, the laboring man, the farmer, the industrialist, the politician, all are sitting in the anxious seat of change and uncertainty. And there is only one place where the American man may go for refuge, for comfort, for security: the bosom of his family, the American family. Nations may fall, institutions be dissolved, great men be brought to their knees. But so long as the American father can close the door of his home against the world, so long as the American mother can gather her children about her to love them and teach them, so long as the American child can have the granite solid foundation of the home to cling to, family love to warm the heart, and family continuity to give him a belief in and a hope for the future, all is not lost. In a word, so long as the American home exists, America itself exists. But beware, the American family is not modified with the changing of other institutions. There is the danger. It must be warmed and watched and nurtured as never before, lest it slip through our fingers and is gone, as many other things are being lost to us in these restless, urgent days.
Beautifully done, Nicholas. Oh, yes.
But did you notice the urgency, the sense of a need for preserving something important?
Yes. What I read had a feeling that we possessed something precious. What Nicky read hinted at a dread of losing it.
Yes, there was undoubtedly a great transition in American living from the early part of 1940 to the end of 1941.
Oh, there was indeed.
And now we come to 1947.
Oh, we're jumping the war years completely?
Yes, we're doing that deliberately. What we feared, what we dreaded might happen in 1941 is becoming a reality in 1947. Hazel, will you read this letter which we received a few weeks ago? When you've read it, I'll explain further.
Miss Paul. Office of the Director, Federal Bureau of Investigation, United States Department of Justice, Washington, D.C., March 29, 1947. Dear Mr. Barber, on Sunday afternoon, March 23rd, I listened to One Man's Family, as is my custom on Sunday, whenever it is possible to sit down with a radio. I did want to drop this personal note to tell you how deeply I appreciate the splendid manner in which you developed the necessity of building up the home and the need for emphasizing constructive family life. I thought the program was particularly well done. The need is so great that this point cannot be stressed too frequently, and possibly by constant emphasis an impression can be made. With best wishes and kind regards, sincerely yours, J. Edgar Hoover.
Hey, a pat on the head right from the top.
Golly.
But that's not the point. The important thing is that even our leaders in Washington are worried about the American family and the carelessness and laxity of today's parents. And just to emphasize Mr. Hoover's point, and to demonstrate what One Man's Family is still emphasizing after 15 years, I want to repeat what was said by Jack and Dad on the show of March 23rd. Go ahead, Jack.
Dad, you've had more than 50 years now of being a family man.
Yes.
What do you think of it?
Huh?
Would you devote yourself to a wife and home and family if you had it all to do over?
What a question.
You would?
Certainly, with all my heart.
You really honestly feel that the end achieved is worth all the years of trouble and effort it takes?
I do.
Well, there are a lot of people in the United States who don't think like that.
Well, you mark my word, Jack. If American home and family life fall into disrepute, then the people of this nation are going to feel real tragedy. Because if we lose our ideals and our humanity and our godliness and our love of justice, which are the virtues taught in the home, if we lose all these, then we're a nation without a heart. We're a ship without a rudder. And just as surely as you and I are standing here, we'll drift into the chaos that has fallen upon the rest of the world. We'll be a people at the mercy of tyrants. In one generation, we'll be an ignorant, drifting, helpless people. A nation at cross purposes. A lost nation, ready to be swallowed up by the first outside power to come along.
Dad, you really feel the American home and family is that important?
The American home is the backbone of this nation. The American family is the lifeblood of American democracy, the seed of our way of life. If we let that seed die, if we kill the divine spark, then we've killed America.
Well, when you come to think of it, that's one of the first things Hitler did in Germany. Broke up families, made a mockery of marriage and home ties, put a prize on license and illegitimacy.
Yes, I'll never believe that the great body of America will give way to any such business.
And I quite agree with you, Henry. We'll never fall to such a level.
Of course not.
Naturally.
Are you also sure about that?
Hey, of course.
Huh? What are you driving at, Paul?
Well, now we come to the climax of this whole business. In the March 24th issue of Life magazine, there was an editorial headed The Family. I'm going to read you a portion of that editorial, and if when I'm finished, you still feel so smug and secure in where we're headed, I'll be interested in hearing you say so.
In heaven's name, Paul, read it. What is it?
It begins this way. There is strong evidence that the institution of the family, not only in the United States, but throughout Western civilization, is at a crisis. Some people are more alarmed about it than others, but certain statistics are painful indeed. For instance, 1 out of 3 American marriages now ends in divorce. John Haynes Holmes, on a recent radio broadcast, said,
What's wrong with marriage, you ask? Our society is sick. Our social order is going to pieces.
And a few days before that, Dr. Carl Zimmerman, Harvard sociologist, told the American Social Hygiene Association,
Evidence indicates that our middle-class family system has reached its maximum demoralization, or will very soon. If left alone, the family system will break up before the end of the century.
The family is not a biological necessity. Primitive man thought that birth was a matter of the seasons, and it was not until he became better informed that he assumed responsibility toward his offspring. Once he did so, the family became the basis of human society. And the metabolism of the family has measured the health of Western civilization ever since it began some 3,000 years ago. Professor Zimmerman points out that
the Western family has collapsed twice before. In Greece about 300 B.C. and in Rome about 300 A.D. In each case marking the decline of those states. Both times the manifestations were the same. 1, almost universal corruption and disregard of the marriage agreement. 2, vanishing birth rate. 3, denigration of parents. 4, juvenile and adult delinquency.
it remained for our own epoch to give the family its first legal kicks in the teeth, when in France in 1791 and Russia in 1917, the familial legal system was temporarily overthrown by revolutionary governments. Nevertheless, the body of Western common law strongly supports the institution of the family. In the frequently cited language of Justice Birdseye of the New York State Supreme Court of 1857,
the family is the origin of all society and of all government. The whole frame of government and laws has been said to exist only to protect and support the family.
The bad news. Most social scientists are agreed that the family, particularly the American family, needs all the support and protection it can get right now. Some of them point out that our family system is undergoing the Greco-Roman style of dissolution in all its 4 tragic phases. 1, we are witnessing an intercontinental divorce spree, and the all-round champion is the United States, where about 1 urban marriage in 2 goes on the rocks, thus approximating the record hung up by the Bolshevik free lovers prior to Russia's familial reformation of 1936. And nobody knows how many American upper-middle-class families are precariously held together because the partners feel that the Internal Revenue Bureau doesn't leave them enough money to support separate establishments. The morality of this situation is no less extraordinary than the statistics. As Dr. Holmes has truly said,
when a woman takes a fourth husband who is finding in her a fifth wife, they have no more to do with marriage than prostitution has to do with chastity.
2, the sociologists draw another parallel between the classical and the current family crisis in the international sit-down strike against motherhood, which has been accelerating since the Industrial Revolution. Here again, the United States is well up front. 44% of our families have no children at all, and 22% have only one. At this rate, the United States will begin losing population by 1980. 3, sociologists Austin L. Porterfield and H. Ellenson Sally find the old sex moral so broken among all ages and classes that
it is becoming increasingly difficult to define sex delinquency, and perhaps meaningless to try to do so, except in certain types of behavior involving cruelty and exploitation.
4, if parents are showing less respect for children, children in the classic mode are showing less for parents and everybody else. J. Edgar Hoover's number 1 job is protecting our atomic secrets. Number 2 is curbing juvenile crime. The recent batch of laws requiring premarital health inspection and cooling off periods prior to marriage licensing are nothing more than a recognition by the state of the decline of parental control. Why? As social scientists see it, the chief enemies of the Western family are the selfishness and brutality of our age. They see these qualities arising in part from our family degeneration and then returning to further the family's destruction. To some sociologists, incidentally, the wholesome family means a permanent pair of parents and at least 3 children. As an institution, of course, the family needs no defense. It is the traditional seat of humanitarianism in the human race, the center of all important informal child education and personality development. The wealth of nations does not consist in natural resources, but in the character of the people. No one can seriously deny that the family is the basic cell responsible for the production of those people and that character. Every remedy proposed for rescuing the family today was grasped at in one way or another by the Augustine Caesars in their attempt to restore the Roman family in the last 2 centuries of the empire. They may work now, they didn't work then. But if the sociologists offer us dubious hope, we can look elsewhere. The problem is moral as well as social. And what we have that the Greeks and Romans didn't have is a universal moral code, the most important of whose codicils is the definition of right and wrong, familial no less than personal. The strongest foundation of Christian society and the Christian family is a Christian conscience and a Christian heart.
Huh? Why, if that's all we've got left, then it's time we all got down on our knees and prayed.
Yes. Is it any wonder that we've made the home and the family our theme for 15 years?
And we'd better continue to do so now and so long as we're able.
We are dedicated and rededicated to its world without end. Amen.
Jack's favorite room in the house has always been the kitchen, especially when one of his sisters is cooking.
I won't be in the way, will I?
Not at all. You can put the groceries away.
Okay, on condition that I can talk as I do it.
I'd like to see anybody stop you.
Fleischmann's yeast goes in the refrigerator. Wonderful stuff, Fleischmann's yeast. I bet you'd be mighty proud of me if I thought up something like that. But kept on doing good in the world for 79 years.
I certainly would.
79 years.
And tops all the time.
That's what I mean. America's favorite yeast through 4 generations.
Just think of all the rolls and bread it's baked in that time.
Someday I'm going to figure out how many times they'd go around the moon. I suppose a roll is 4 inches long. How many inches around the moon?
Maybe you'd better figure something on Earth, Jack.
Okay. Figure all the people who've enjoyed those rolls and things made with Fleischmann's yeast. Why, standing shoulder to shoulder, they would cover continental United States. And Alaska, maybe.
And then some.
Boy, it's a lot of happiness all in one piece. And all from these yeast cakes.
Well, put them in the refrigerator. They're getting warm in your hand.
Let's see, 79 years times 3.
Yes, Fleischmann's yeast is first choice today, just as it has been for the past 4 generations. If you bake at home, make sure of the flavor that calls for more. Get Fleischmann's yeast. It's the amazing little powerhouse that brings the dough to life. It raises the dough, makes it light and airy, gives you even texture and delicious flavor. So follow great-grandmother's example. Look for the famous, familiar label. Ask your grocer for Fleischmann's yeast if you bake at home. You've just heard Chapter 5, Book 62 of One Man's Family, written and produced under the direction of Carlton E. Morse for the makers of Fleischmann's Yeast and Royal Puddings. Chapter 6, entitled This Business of Nicolette Moore, will come to you next week at this same hour. You're worried because food bills seem to be getting higher and higher? Well, then make a note of this. Royal puddings still cost only a few pennies a serving. And what a grand dessert they are. Royal puddings taste more delicious, say 8 out of every 10. Yes, when 1,052 Royal users told why they switched to Royal from other popular brands, Royal puddings taste more delicious, said 8 out of every 10. You'll surely agree when you try Royal butterscotch pudding. You'll marvel that a dessert so rich and flavorful, so downright delicious, actually costs only a few pennies a serving. Royal puddings are so easy to make, too. Take no sugar. So no wonder women buy more Royal puddings than any other kind. Be smart. Serve Royal puddings several times a week. You have 3 tempting flavors to choose from. And remember, they cost only a few pennies a serving. One Man's Family comes to you from California.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. My stories start in many different ways. This one began with a man who was blind and ended when he saw his blindness went deeper than his eyes.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It was after 11 when I turned into that section of North Clark that begins to wake up then. Tonight it was jumping no more than usual. It just seemed that way. I threaded my way through the visiting playboys from Keokuk and St. Louis and the whining panhandlers and the sad-eyed gals. Then I stopped for a minute to watch old Pop. There he stood as I'd seen him stand night after night before the little burlesque theater, sawing away at the same old tune and the same old battered fiddle. I walked up to him, listened for a moment, and then...
Thank you.
Business good tonight, Pop?
Randy.
Uh-huh. You never miss, do you?
Not my regulars. How have you been?
Oh, good. You?
All right.
Business good?
Lousy.
Well, still early. Midnight shows ought to bring in some tariff.
Uh-huh. What's it look like tonight, Randy?
Well, I don't have to tell you, Pop. I think you can see more than I can.
Yeah, that's the trouble with being blind. It's not what you miss without eyes, but what you do see. I can feel them, Randy. The cheap sports. The ones who drop a penny in my cup. Drop it in from way up because it sounds heavier when it hits. Big shots. The ones who drop $50 when they're with a girl and pass me up when they're alone.
Where do I fit in, Pop?
You never change. Always a quarter. Night you drop in something else, I'll know something's wrong.
Oh, show's breaking. Here come the girls.
Dancers, they call themselves. Dancers, cheap, shoddy.
Oh, careful, Pop.
Oh, well, if it ain't Horace Greasy.
Greeley. It's Horace Greeley. How are you, Pearl?
Feet are killing me.
From what? Standing in one spot?
So I should move around? Here.
Thank you.
For nothing. Ain't seen you in a month of Sundays, Randy.
Now, you have to wait your turn.
See the show?
No, should I have?
Nah, new one's moving in tomorrow. Bigger and better.
And bearer.
When I'm paid to wear more, I'll know I'm washed up.
How's it going?
Same old grind. Ha, get it?
Every night the same lousy joke.
So what? Every night you play the same lousy tune.
Oh, who asked for hyper?
A long time ago, I played better.
Yeah, I played fiddle for the Tsar, so comes the revolution. Honest, Pop, you know anything else?
Who'd recognize it around here if I did?
So where's your hi-hat?
Oh, shut up.
Now, listen.
Cheap burlesque dancer.
Hey, wait a minute. Who you calling a
You, all of
Hey,
you.
Pop, now, Pop, take it easy. What's the matter with you?
Now, let me alone. Just let me alone, that's all.
Hey, wait a sec. Well, what's eating on him?
He blew up like a boiler.
Yeah. He ain't never done that before. And calling me a cheap dancer. Who does he think he is? Plays for nickels and sops himself in cheap wine when he's got the price. Hey, Randy.
What?
No wonder. He was sober.
Yeah, I saw that, too.
First time I ever seen him come out from under that cloud. He's sick.
Well, maybe there's something else for him.
Nah, he'll take his nickels and dimes, buy a bottle, and soak in it. Believe me, there's nothing wrong with Pop that a wet cork won't cure.
I don't know. There was something else.
Honest, you give me the willies.
Okay, Pearl, I'll throw in a cup of coffee. Come on. So we had coffee and we talked about Pop. No one knew where he'd come from. He just showed up one night with a battered fiddle under his arm and started playing. It was a half hour or so after I left Pearl. I moseyed through the street, found myself back at the same place I started, but Pop wasn't there. I told myself he was well in the middle of the pickling process. Nothing to get excited about. He'd show up tomorrow night. But that ever-loving curiosity rang up a tilt inside me. I went hunting. I didn't find Pop. And when I passed an all-night hock shop, something in the window sent me inside.
Yes, sir. You see something you like?
Yeah, that violin in the window.
The violin? Oh, sure. You want to see it?
Yes, I'd like to.
Sure. It ain't often I get a piece like this. No, sir. It ain't often I get a chance to offer something like this. Horowitz himself couldn't want one any better.
Yeah, I'll tell him when he gives up the piano.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
Where'd you get this?
From a collection. It's a fine old violin, maybe 100 years. A few scratches.
How much did you give him for it?
Give who?
The blind man who brought it in.
Yeah, how come you know where I got it? Huh? How come?
I'd know this violin in 100. Now, come on. How much do you want for it?
$20.
15.
I paid that.
Okay, 20. Give me the receipt.
Just take it. Give me the money and take it.
The receipt, Buster. I need it for my expense account.
You a copper?
Why ask that?
If you ain't, why are you asking all the questions? Why?
What's bothering you? If you got this violin legitimately, you'll sell it without all this ping-pong.
I got it legitimately.
Okay, then. The receipt. Neither of us is getting any younger.
Well, I ain't got a receipt.
Oh? Why not?
Look, the guy comes in. He wants to hock this fiddle. I can't give him no dough on it, not like he wants anyway.
So?
We make a deal of swap.
For what?
I'm only telling you this because I don't want no trouble. But he wants a rod, a heater.
You let him have a gun?
Yeah, but...
Was it loaded?
Maybe a couple of shells in it, but...
Got anything on paper? His address, maybe?
No.
But you let him have a gun?
He was blind. I ain't going to give anybody a rod if they look like they're going out for a heist. I got a legitimate business. What could a blind guy do with a gun?
Figure it out.
I'm trying to tell you that I'm clean. I tell you I'm clean.
I had no idea where to look for Pop, but I thought maybe one person might know. Pearl. I found her backstage just about ready for her last turn.
You like it, boys? Come on, boys. Hey, Randy, grab yourself a fan and cut in any place.
Pearl, this has got to be quick. You know where Pop lives?
Huh?
Yeah.
Hey, what's wrong?
He traded his violin for a gun.
What for?
I'd like to know. Now, come on, you got any idea where he lives?
No. But I walked a couple of blocks with him one night. He was too stiff to do it alone.
Yeah?
Then he turned off in some street. I didn't go no further. Feet were killing me.
Which street?
I never look at street signs. There was a candy store on the corner.
So you know the street?
I guess so.
All right, then let's go.
But my aunt...
Forget it for now. Pop's liable to do something with that gun.
Okay, I'll fix it. Don't make no difference anyhow. New show opening tomorrow. Hey, Gracie! Gracie! Yeah? Come here.
Sure. Oh, pleased to meet you.
You ain't. And you ain't gonna. Now, listen, you gotta go on in my place.
Me?
Me? You've been yammering how good you are. Now's your chance, honey.
I don't know nothing.
It ain't education they want out there. Here, take my balloon. Blow it up a little bigger. You need it.
Oh, but I can't.
All you gotta do is be careful of the guy in the first box. He's got a rubber band and some bent pins. Let's go, Randy.
We tore out of the theater before she had much more than just time to throw on a coat. I'll say this for Pearl. She didn't catch cold easily, but if there was a wind blowing, she'd have been a sensation. Anyway, she found the street and a few questions and answers sent us to what is politely known as a theatrical boarding house. And then outside Pop's door...
Bust it in, Randy.
Pop! Hey, Pop, it's Randy. Open up.
Bust it in.
Okay, look out.
Wait. Pop.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. What do you want?
We're coming in, Pop.
No.
We're coming in.
Yo, Sponge, what's the idea of throwing a scare in
Wait a
there?
minute, take it easy, Pearl. All right, let's have the gun, Pop.
There it is, Randy.
Give it to me.
You look better in a fiddle.
Crying Jack, that's what it is, a crying Jack.
No, he's sober.
And for this, I let Gracie do my act. I'm ruined.
Get out of here, both of you. Leave me alone.
Just a minute.
Randy, don't point that.
You couldn't fire this in a million years. The firing pin's filed off.
He cheated me.
No wonder he let you have it. Okay, Pop, what's the idea?
I thought I could kill myself.
Okay, you thought you could kill yourself. Why?
I wanted to stop living this way. I wanted to stop lying to myself.
So all of a sudden you don't like the way you've been living?
Shut up.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Pop, you want to talk about it?
Well, he already did. He already said
No. That's not the whole story.
You know, don't you, Randy?
I know there's something else. What is it?
Yes, there is. There's 9 years of lies and cheating. 9 years of running away from something I want to face but can't. Tonight, I want to stop it.
Stop what?
Stop the whole thing from coming down. Coming down and killing me. And her.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Little-known episodes from the exciting annals of American history are presented in colorful, dramatic, factual manner on the Cavalcade of America, which returns over most of these NBC stations on Tuesday, August 29th. The stories presented on Cavalcade of America feature Hollywood and Broadway stars who portray the many men and women responsible for the building of our country. That's Cavalcade of America, returning Tuesday, August 29th. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
For a moment after Pop said that, he stared into space. His sightless eyes seemed to be seeing something neither Pearl nor I could sense. And then...
Over on the dresser, Randy. Picture, face down. Get it?
Okay. You mean this one of a girl?
Yes, bring it here.
Gee, nice.
Here, Pop.
I haven't seen it in 5 years. Since my eyes.
She's a beautiful girl, Pop.
That's Vicky, my daughter.
This classy-looking dame?
Yes.
You know, I've seen her someplace.
She's famous.
What about it, Pop?
I'm a great old man for a kid like that. Busted, broken down, blind, playing for nickels and dimes.
Look, if she's the right kind, what difference does it make what you did?
I lied to her. For 9 years, I've lied.
Well, what about? And when did it start?
Well, when she was a kid. I was playing in a vaudeville house. She was going to school. That and learning to dance.
And her mother?
Left. Ran out. But I didn't care. I had Vicky. On days when I didn't have to be at the theater, we had big dreams. Great big dreams. I'd play for her. She'd dance. You're not allowed to get tired. Now, come on. Once more. Just right, Vicky.
That's enough, Dad.
Okay, lazy. Come here. What's the matter, honey?
Nothing.
Now, come on. Let's have it.
I can't dance as good as the rest of the kids.
Who said so?
Me?
What's your teacher say?
Nothing.
What do you want her to do? Hang flowers on you? Now, listen. Listen. What do we always say?
We'll go all over the world together.
That's right. And you'll be the greatest ballerina in the world. I'll lead the orchestra for Vicky. France, Italy, England. Great big oysters full of pearls. You wouldn't let me down now, would you, honey?
I don't want to.
Besides, we've always got each other, Vicky. No matter what happens, we've always got each other.
I don't ever want to leave you.
You won't, honey. Never. Now, come on. Let's try it again. Better. Better. Yeah, she got where I said she would, Randy. Famous.
But you, what happened between the two of you?
Things got bad. I had to take a job with a cheap band. Traveled. I kept her in school, and then...
Go on, Pop. Then?
I hit a grease toboggan.
Bottoms up, huh?
Yeah. In my eyes. But I kept writing to her, telling her I was doing all right. I sent her money, all I could. I lied to her. Told her I was playing with a big orchestra. 1,000 times I tried to pull myself together. I didn't.
Where is she now?
Coming here. To Chicago.
How do you know that?
Randy, on the table there, a copy of the billboard. Get it? Turn to the personals. Mm-hmm. I get it every week. No matter where we were, we'd keep in touch that way. I pretended to keep moving around. I mailed in fake addresses so she wouldn't know.
What's in this one, Pop?
I always had somebody read the column to me, and this morning, you'll see it, Randy.
Oh? Dad from Vicky. That it, Pop?
Yes.
Dad from Vicky. We'll be in Chicago the 8th. Please meet me Washington Boulevard and State under the clock at 10 in the morning. Please be there.
But I can't.
How did she know you were here?
It was my last address. She just put it in, hoping.
Well, look, what's so tough? Just meet her. Like I said, if she's any good at all, she won't care what you do.
No, I won't.
Pop, you've been running away for 9 years. You can't keep on doing it.
Let her see me? No, don't you see, Randy? She's famous. She's Mivanya.
Wow, she is famous.
And it's still 10 to 1. She's got legs like a piano.
Oh, come on, hold it, Prue. The ballet's here in Chicago, huh?
Yes, I heard that their first American tour in 10 years. Randy, I want to meet her. Talk with her. Touch her face again, but I can't. Not now.
Pop, you're going to meet her tomorrow.
No.
She'll be here for only 3 days. During that time, you'll be what she thinks you are. She doesn't have to find out anything else.
I never told her I was blind.
Well, is that a crime?
Oh, Randy.
Pop, you're going to be under the clock tomorrow morning at 10. It was easy to say, just like that. But I wondered what would happen. Playing with other people's lives is like splitting an atom and including yourself in the chain reaction. But I wanted Pop to meet Vicky. I stayed with him that night, got him into a clean press suit, made him shave and stay out of striking distance of anything that looked like a bottle. And then it was 10 in the morning.
That's 10, Randy. That's 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Give her time, Pop.
Let's go, Randy, before it's too late. Let's go. Take me away from here.
You look all right. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
She's bound to find out.
Not from me or you.
She'll want to know what I've been doing, where I've been. Randy, I've told so many lies.
I'll have a few more on me.
Do you see her?
Not yet.
I hope she doesn't come. I hope she does.
She will.
What'll I say? Randy, tell me what to say.
You'll know, Pop. Nobody will have to tell you. Now stand still. Take it easy.
Help me. Help me tell one more lie.
He didn't have to tell one more. Vicky didn't show up. Not at 10, not at 10:30, or not at 12 when we finally left the corner. I didn't want to leave Pop alone, so I took him to my apartment. I left him there in the lobby with the clerk keeping an eye on him while I went calling. Calling on a lady named Vanya. My press card works magic, especially backstage. I got in to see him, Vanya, all right.
It is so charming, Monsieur Stone.
Yes, of course, charming. I expected to meet you earlier.
Oh, so? I'm glad you did not. I'm afraid I do not look my best before noon or later.
Maybe that's why you didn't show up.
Pardon? Show up?
Hello, Vicky.
You called me what?
Just Vicky, for the present. I may think of something else later.
I do not understand.
Look, baby, I got a hunch you were there this morning. You saw him and decided not to stop. Is that it?
Well, if this is a joke, Monsieur Stone, I do not appreciate it.
Oh, please, let's stop the polite tennis.
But you're insane. How it is tennis?
He was blind. You saw that. He wasn't what you expected after all these years. Or maybe, and I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, maybe you didn't recognize him.
You will please to excuse me one moment. Igor, please come here. You would like maybe a drink?
No, thank you. Look, Vicky, you can drop the Iron Curtain disguise. You see,
Oh, Igor, please come in.
A pleasure.
Igor, this man is crazy. He says he's from a newspaper.
Oh, that is very nice.
And who are you?
I am the ballet master. What else?
We'll leave that unanswered for the time. To get back to you, Vicky.
He calls me Vicky.
Huh? Why?
Well, that's her name. Now, look, don't give me any more of this now.
Yes?
But you're a brunette.
A little gray, perhaps, but understand.
Wait a minute. Let me get a closer look.
Igor, keep him away.
I will go for help.
No, never mind. You're not Vicky, are you?
Please, Monsieur, I am Mivanya.
Ludmila Mivanya Krochenko.
One of those is enough. Okay, I'm sorry. It's all a mistake. I thought you were someone else.
But that is impossible.
I know. I apologize again. I made a very bad mistake. Please forgive me.
Oh, it is nothing. Please do come again.
Sure. Invite some fawns over. We'll spend another afternoon. She wasn't Vicky, but she was Mivanya. I felt a little like the guy who opened the wrong door in a Turkish bath. I hurried back to Pop, took him up to my apartment, sat him down, and told him what had happened.
I'm not lying, Randy. I'm not.
I saw Vicky's picture. I saw Mivanya. At first, a guy could make a mistake, but not with a good second look.
Randy, I swear to you.
Come on, Pop. Give it to me straight. What's the deal?
Why should I make up such a story?
That's what I'd like to know. Brother, I bit. Hook, line, and sinker. I took the bait. Why'd you throw it?
For the last time, Randy, I didn't lie to you.
A gun with no firing pin, a fine, long story about a daughter. Great builder.
I'm going, Randy.
Okay, Pop, go ahead.
You still think I...
Excuse me, won't you? Yeah. Oh, Pearl. Oh, sure, we were there. We had a... What's that? Oh, now, look, honey, if you... Give me that again. Now, hold on a minute. Pop!
What?
Pop!
What?
Sit down, wait a minute.
I'm going.
You're going to sit down and you're going to wait. Now, come on.
Oh, what's the matter, Randy? Is that...
No. Okay, Pearl, give me the rest. Yeah? What's the address? I got it. Now, look. I'm going to bring Pop to you. Hold on to him like a mink coat. Don't let him out of your sight, and then I'm going to go to that address.
Yes?
How do you do? My name is Stone, Randy Stone, Chicago Star. Here's my press card, Social Security.
What do you want?
May I come in?
What?
Thank you.
Hey, you've got a nerve.
Yeah, today I've got to have. May I sit down?
And if I say no?
Well, I'll have to stand. I can say what I want standing up.
All right, what do you want?
I want to know why you weren't under the clock at 10 this morning.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Dad, from Vicky in Chicago the 8th. Please meet me.
Where'd you find that out?
Billboard magazine, personal column.
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, I do. And so does your dad.
Where is he? How is he?
Well, first tell me why you didn't show up this morning.
Is he all right?
I guess so.
You guess. Don't you know? Answer me.
Vicky, you are Vicky, aren't you?
Yes, what about Dad?
You want to see him, don't you?
More than anything else in the world.
I thought so. Now, how about tonight?
Tonight?
I'll fix it.
You know who I am?
As far as I'm concerned, you're Vicky. That's all I care about. That's all he cares
I
about.
want to believe that.
Well, you can't. Now, how about tonight?
What'll I say?
Vicky, you'll know what to say when you see him.
I wanted to be there this morning.
Now, look, don't give me the excuses or reasons. Just meet me tonight.
Where?
I'll pick you up. A date?
Why are you doing this?
Human interest stuff. Let it go at that, huh?
But...
Tonight, and Vicky.
What?
Maybe you'll be a little shocked.
I will?
Yes, maybe you will. Well, I'll see you tonight. And this time, show up. I stayed with Pop all the rest of the day. I had a story now, right up to the final paragraph. What the tag would be, I didn't know. I wouldn't know until that night. All depended on how things turned out, and I wasn't at all sure. When you play Mr. Fix-It with people's lives and emotions, you're cooking up a surprise party. Anyway, I had to try it. And so that night...
Randy, what are you doing?
Now, take it easy, Pop. Everything will be all right. I hope.
Well, why did you bring me back here?
Well, this is where you always stand, isn't it? Right in front of the burlesque theater?
Yes, but I can't...
Pop, you've got to trust me. Do you?
I guess I have to, Randy.
Okay. Here, take this.
What is it?
You'll know what it is.
My violin.
Yeah, it was lonesome in that hock shop. It needs a chin to cuddle up to. Try yours on for size.
No, I don't want it. Randy, take me away from here.
Now, look, Pop. Today I stood under a clock for 2 hours. I made an idiot of myself in front of two people I never saw before in my life, and all for you. Now you're going to do something for me. Now you get ready to play that violin.
Randy?
Yeah, hiya, Pro.
Come here. Excuse us, Pop.
Randy.
I will be a second, Pop. Well?
Yeah. It's all said.
Good. How long?
Just a few seconds. Randy?
What?
You got your fingers crossed?
All 12 of them.
Run for your lives, boys. The dam is burst. Here they come, the gals of the chorus. 8 luscious beauties. Count 'em, boys. 8.
All right, stand over there.
Randy.
Yeah, I'm right here, Pop. I'm right next to you. Now, listen. Remember that piece you used to play for Vicky when she was a kid, learning to dance?
This one?
That's it. Play it, Pop, huh? Now?
Why?
Oh, Pop, play it. Now, go on.
But...
Play it. Play it for me, huh, Pop? Hello there. Recognize the tune?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Randy, who's that?
Ask her.
No, it's... Dad.
Vicky. Vicky.
Oh, Dad.
Yes, Pop. Vicky.
Here. No.
Yeah. Here, Pop. She's a big star, all right, but not quite in the same line you figured. But it's still dancing.
Dad, forgive me. I've been wanting to write to tell you, but I've been lying all these years. I pretended
You
that
lied. You pretended.
I was tired of lying, running away. I knew you'd find out I wasn't with the ballet when it came over here. But I'm not ashamed. I'm not dead.
You're not.
Why should she be, Pop? Now, how about you?
Vicky, my baby.
Pearl.
Huh?
Come on.
But we waited for this.
We didn't wait 9 years, Pearl. Come on.
Yeah. Okay.
See you later, Pop.
He didn't even hear you. Come on.
Worked, didn't it?
Could have gone haywire.
Oh, I don't know. The odds were with us.
Yeah. I gotta apologize to her.
Hmm? What for?
No muscles in those legs.
So there's the finish. It's funny. 2 people lying to each other, dodging, pretending, and all it took was a couple of words to end years of fear and doubt. Well, it just goes to show you. Blood's thicker than water, and pride is a lot thinner than love. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Russell Hughes with music by Frank Worth. The part of Pop was played by Charles Seal. Others in tonight's cast were Lou Krugman, Charlotte Lawrence, Betty Moran, Veronica Pataki, and Ann Whitfield. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production, 3 Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Programs, get your programs here. More action-packed adventure mystery programs are yours for the listening Wednesday night on NBC. Hear The Falcon, Mr. District Attorney, The Big Story, Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, and Brian Donlevy in Dangerous Assignment. For stellar suspense-filled radio drama, tune here Wednesday for great adventure mystery shows. Stay tuned for the first piano quartet on NBC.
One Man's Family is dedicated to the mothers and fathers of the younger generation and to their bewildering offspring. Tonight we present Chapter 5, Book 48, entitled The Strength and the Glory of the Human Spirit. spirit of the Barber family has been somewhat subdued by their great loss. But having set their minds to the task of devoting themselves and their thinking to the world of the living, they're finding it much easier to go ahead with the daily tasks before them. There was one crisis which was reached and safely passed without anyone hardly realizing it but Dr. Thompson. That was Joan's struggle with pneumonia. Of course, the family was cognizant of the little girl's plight, and Paul and Hazel stood by at the hospital until the crisis had been reached and safely passed. But all the while, the weight of the other tragedy had been so heavily upon everyone. Joan was over the hump and on the mend before anyone quite realized what had happened. As was to be expected, each of the Barbers is reacting in a different manner to the tragedy. But only Mother Barber seems to be entirely defeated. In the 9 days since the news came, she's not left her bedroom upstairs, has hardly left her bed. Now, dry-eyed and listless, she's refused to respond to any of the suggestions or remedies that Dr. Thompson has prescribed for her. Paul and Hazel are in the library discussing what's to be done.
Dad and Dr. Thompson were in with Mom for half an hour. Matter of fact, the doctor just left.
Yes, I saw Father down in the garden as I came in, but what did Dr. Thompson say?
Well, he said there was nothing fundamentally wrong with Mom. Said she naturally had suffered a shock when the news came, but to all intents and purposes, she'd recovered from that.
He says she has?
Yes. Naturally, she's getting along in years and recovers from any physical or mental setback more slowly, but actually, she's quite able to be up and around as soon as the spirit moves her.
In other words, it's simply the lack of will to want to get up and start living again.
Essentially, yes.
But doesn't he want us to get her up?
No, he said until she found the moral strength within herself, we'd accomplish nothing by forcing her.
Mm-hmm. I see. But we can't just sit with folded hands and let her go on.
Well, Dr. Thompson's sending over a practical nurse to look after her.
He's doing what?
Well, after all, Hazel, you have your own house to look after, and Teddy's going to be busy most of next week taking entrance examinations for her nursing training. Betty isn't strong enough yet to look after her 2 babies and Mom in the house.
But with all the women in this family...
Well, can you actually spare the time and not neglect your children?
No, but for the time being...
Well, Dad's quite capable of paying a woman to look after things here for a little. And I've talked to the cook. She'll take care of the meals in the downstairs. And this practical nurse will look after Mom in the upstairs.
What is his father to say to all this?
Nothing. Seems quite willing to have it arranged for him.
Oh.
He's holding himself pretty well, but I think that's a full-time job for him. The less he has to worry about other things, the quicker he's going to get complete control of himself again.
I wonder if I should let Margaret bother him.
Oh, yes. Let her be with him as much as possible. Her cheerful little chatter is just what he needs to take him out of himself.
Mm-hmm. What time is this practical nurse coming?
Well, she was supposed to come right over. Any time now, I imagine. Oh, by the way, Dr. Thompson said I might drop in and see Joan for a couple of minutes this afternoon.
Oh, I'd like to go along.
Well, he said just one person today, and only for just a minute.
Paul, how in the world are we ever going to tell Joan about her mother?
Well, let's don't cross that bridge until we come to it. As soon as the woman arrives, I think I'll go over to the hospital.
All right. I'll sort of stay around for a while and see that she gets started right.
Yes, might be a good idea. That's probably her now. I'll let her in. Oh, hello, Margaret.
The doorbell just rang.
Yes, I came to answer it.
I'm going down the garden to be with Grandpa.
Yes, that's a good idea. You run along.
Yes, I think it's a good idea, too.
Oh, good afternoon.
I'm the practical nurse which Dr. Thompson sent over to look after poor Mrs. Barber.
Yes, won't you come in, Mrs.
Mrs. Wilder, a widow woman.
Yeah, let me take your overnight case, Mrs. Wilder.
Oh, no, that's all right. I'm quite used to fetching and carrying for myself, having had no man to wait on me all these many years.
Yes, well, won't you step in the library a minute and meet my sister? I'm Paul Barber, and it's our mother you're going to look after.
Poor lady.
Miss right in here, please. Hazel, this is Mrs. Wilder.
Oh, yes.
Mrs. Wilder, my sister, Mrs. Herbert.
You look an able-bodied woman, Mrs. Herbert.
Oh, yes, quite able. But you see, I have a house of my own and 3 small children to look after. Mrs. Wilder, are you well?
Well, I've never been a well woman. Not since I can remember. But a body must do what she can to keep body and soul together.
But if you're ill, you're so bent over.
It's just like my doctor once said to me. What is a woman anyway but a backache walking around on two legs? The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away.
But do you think you're capable of doing some of it?
When a woman is left to her own devices to keep food in her mouth and a roof over her head, she does what she must. So now, if you'll take me to your mother, poor thing.
Well, I suppose so. Mrs. Wilder, will you wait in the hall just a moment? I want to speak to my brother.
Very well, Mrs. Herbert. Oh, this is a very much nicer house than I ever lived in before.
Paul, what in the world do you suppose possessed Dr. Thompson to send a person like that?
Well, maybe she was all he could get.
But the woman isn't well. All that feeling so sorry for herself and calling Mother a poor thing. Well, I don't know what in the world Mother will do if she says it in front of her.
Well, why not try and see how it works out? We can always get rid of her.
Well, if you think so.
Oh, sure, go ahead. You take her up, huh? I'm going to run over to the hospital for a few minutes.
Yes, you go on. Oh, did I hear Margaret's voice out in the hall?
Yes, she was just going down the garden to be with her grandfather.
I'll probably be upstairs for quite a little. I just wanted to be sure where she was.
Huh? Is that you, Margaret?
Oh, Grandpa, you're down on your knees in the wet ground.
I'm not on the ground. I'm kneeling on a rubber pad.
Are you planting something?
Yes. Putting in the last of my winter garden.
Oh, well, could I help you?
Well, the ground's wet and soft. You be careful you don't muddy yourself.
But what about you?
Oh, I've got on my garden clothes. Suppose you just stand and talk to me while I work.
Okay. Well, it's going to rain again.
Yeah, I haven't the least doubt of it. Hand me that little basket of bedding plants.
This?
Yeah, thank you.
Do you like to plant things, or why do you?
Well, certainly I like planting things. Besides, don't you know that the month of November has been dedicated to food?
November?
Yes. Food Fights for Freedom Month.
I didn't know that.
Well, it is. Produce and conserve. Share and play fair.
What does that mean?
Yeah. You know what produce means, don't you?
Grow more food, you mean?
Certainly. And you know what conserve means?
That means to can food.
Yes, I suppose it does. It also means not to waste food.
Mommy makes Hank and Pinky and me eat everything we take on our plates, and she won't let us waste a thing.
Good for her. That's a small stroke for victory right in your own home. Do you know that?
I don't eat half as much as Hank and Pinky.
Well, girls don't.
Oh, why?
Well, their little interior mechanisms are more delicate.
Oh. What are those other things?
Huh? What other things?
About conserve and preserve.
Not conserve and preserve. Produce and conserve.
And what else?
Produce and conserve and share and play fair.
I know what share means. That's to give somebody else part of what you've got.
Exactly. Those of us with plenty must divide with those who have little. Not only as individuals, but as a nation.
So there won't be any hungry people any place? Was that the reason, Grandpa?
That's the reason. And you know what play fair means.
Don't cheat.
Exactly. Don't cheat with food. Give everyone an equal opportunity to get his share. And don't pay more than top legal prices, or give away or accept ration stamps.
Well, that's a slogan, isn't it? Preserve and conserve.
No, not preserve and conserve. Produce and conserve.
Produce and conserve and share and play square. That's a slogan, isn't it?
Yes.
Grandpa. You aren't planting any turnips, are you?
You don't like turnips?
Next to parsnips, I hate them worst of all.
Who ever heard of a little girl not liking turnips and parsnips?
Well, I hate them.
Yeah. I'll bet the little girls and boys in China and Russia and England would thoroughly enjoy sitting down to a kettle of turnips and parsnips.
All right, then, let's.
Huh? That's what?
Let's send them all of ours.
Yeah.
You know something, Grandpa?
What is it, child?
I'm awfully glad you're you again.
Huh?
Oh, now we're friends again.
Yes.
Yesterday you looked right at me and didn't even see me.
Did I, indeed?
But today you're not that way at all.
I know, Margaret. Before you came out, I was here on my knees, working and thinking, and pretty much the same thought came to me. Deep within me is an aching void. And yet, well, I can only explain it by suggesting that the human spirit is naturally optimistic, naturally cheerful. So, in spite of my dreary emptiness, I find myself able to think and speak of other matters.
Are you talking about Aunt Claudia?
I'm speaking of your Aunt Claudia. And now that we have done so, let's talk of something else.
Okay.
Eh? Who's that coming down?
Oh, it's Aunt Irene and Uncle Clifford.
Is it indeed? What brings them up from the dairy ranch?
I don't know. Hello, Uncle Cliff. Hello, Aunt Irene.
Hi, Rabbit.
Did you bring Skippy with you?
No, not this time. Hello, Father Barber. You look busy this afternoon.
Yes, planting. What are you two doing up from the dairy ranch?
Well, we haven't been in for 3 or 4 days. Just felt that we wanted to come.
Will you excuse me? I see Hank and Pinky.
Okay, you run along.
Okay, but I'll be back pretty soon.
Hey, Dad, isn't that wet earth awfully cold for you to be working in without gloves?
I never wear gloves when I'm working in the soil.
But your hands are almost blue. Don't they feel cold?
I hadn't thought about it.
Why don't you come on in, Father Barber, and warm them in front of the fire?
I'm almost finished here.
How's Mom?
Ailing?
Oh, she's still in her room?
That's right.
Well, what does Dr. Thompson say?
Well, he was here this morning. He's sending in a practical nurse to take care of her.
Practical nurse?
But, Dad, that sounds like she was going to be down for a long time. Is that what it means?
I don't know what it means. I think for once in his life that Fred Thompson is at the end of his resources.
Well, doesn't he give any explanation?
He says physically she's all right. He says it's her spirit that's broken.
Mother Barbara's spirit broken? I don't believe that.
Well, you're welcome to believe what you choose. I can't comfort her or get any comfort from her myself.
Mom has always been such a resolute person.
And she still is. For goodness sakes, you folks, give her a chance.
But Irene, Mom's never done anything like this. Never in her whole life.
And nothing's ever struck her down like this before. Well, don't you understand? You people just mustn't put on long faces and act as though you thought Mother Barbara had come to the end of her rope. You just mustn't. Things like that influence people too much. She'll recover all right if you let her alone. It's only if everyone insists on making a useless old woman out of her that she'll become one.
Hey, that isn't what I meant at all.
Well, that's the way everybody sounds. I hope you're cheerful around her, Father Barber.
Yeah. I can't say that I've been outstanding in my cheerfulness around anyone the past week or so. There. That's all I can do today.
Everything planted?
Here, Dad. I'll help you up off your knees.
Well, since when haven't I been able to get to my feet alone?
Well, I'll carry these tools and things up to the basement for you.
Yeah. Put the small hand tools in the basket there.
Oh, yeah. There we are. They're all set.
Yeah.
Are you coming up to the living room as soon as you change and clean up?
I expect so.
Oh, we stopped by the hospital to see whether we could see Joan on our way in. But they wouldn't let us.
Fred Thompson told Paul that he could see her for a moment this afternoon.
Why, Paul?
Well, just one person allowed, and she asked for him.
Is that where he is now? At the hospital?
I wouldn't be at all surprised. I heard his car go out of the garage just a short time ago.
All right, nurse. I'll only stay with her a minute. Well, hello there, Joan. Didn't know whether I'd find you awake or not.
Yes.
I hear you've been asking for me.
Yes, I haven't been feeling very good.
That's what Dr. Thompson tells me, but he says you're over the worst now and isn't going to be any time at all until you're as good as new.
I wish they wouldn't make me eat.
Oh, look here, that's what's going to make you strong. Good, nourishing food's going to put pink back in those cheeks and fire back in your eyes.
I get so tired.
Yes, I know exactly how you feel.
You do?
Mm-hmm. You want me to tell you about it?
Well, if you want to.
Well, I had the worst case of not wanting to ever eat again in the history of medicine. At least I thought I did. You see, it was in the last war, and I'd had a little trouble with the wrong end of a German machine gun up in the air. And by the time I got my plane down on the ground, I didn't know up from down, so I kind of rammed the fuselage into a tree. Anyway, I woke up in the hospital pretty well bunged up, and for a couple of weeks, I guess I must have felt pretty much like you've been feeling the past week.
Sometimes I didn't know anything.
Mm-hmm. My condition, exactly. Well, pretty soon they decided I was going to stay alive, and then came the business of eating. Food, eating. I didn't even want to bother to open my mouth.
Oh, dear.
Have you tried ice cream?
I can't swallow it, Paul. I just can't.
Well, you keep trying, you will. You'll be surprised how soon you will.
Paul,
Yes?
Claudia doesn't know about me, does she?
No, Joe.
Uh-huh. Would you tell everybody something?
Mm-hmm, I certainly will.
I'm really not mad at the Barbers, but I'm awful sorry I ran away.
Well, let's not even think about it, huh?
I was sorry right after I did it, and I wanted to come right back to Grandma and Grandpa's, but I just couldn't.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I stayed long enough. You look like you needed some sleep.
Couldn't you stay just a little while longer?
Well, only if you close your eyes and go to sleep.
Well, will you tell everybody for me?
Mm-hmm, I promise. Now close your eyes.
Yes. Paul.
Yes.
Paul, why do I have such bad dreams all the time?
Oh, people often have bad dreams when they're ill.
I feel like I lost something, and it makes me want to cry all the time.
Well, in another week you'll have forgotten all about it.
Don't go away till I'm really asleep.
No.
Talk to me while I'm going to sleep. Maybe then I won't dream.
Well, let's see. It's November. How will this do? And now it is November. And now the sun leans farther to the south, shining with a glassy, heatless light. And almost all the trees are bare of limb and stem. The mist of dawn is high and still like a frozen blanket or a suspended curtain, and the smoke of morning fires curls from the chimney tops to rise straight and lithe in the motionless air. And the bark of a dog a mile away comes sharp and crisp and exciting. And little crystals that might have been ice glisten on the surface of the water pitcher. The fogged windows of the warm breakfast kitchen makes that room cozy and isolated and friendly. And the water boiling for the morning eggs is friendly. And the percolator is friendly. And the smell of toasting bread is friendly. And the murmuring voices of people rising from their beds in the upper reaches are friendly. For now, it is November. And in the middle of the day, the morning dew still clings to the brown, dead, rumpled grass, and the underside of a fallen leaf is still wet in the heatless sun. The caw of a crow is raucous and lonesome in the middle of the day, and the spice of chrysanthemums and apples and burning leaves is in the air. Downtown, the traffic is brisk and cheerful and purposeful. But out on the ocean edge where Seacliff is, there's no movement at all, except perhaps a bundled child peering through a picket fence, or a large bird coasting by on dejected wing. It is more than the quiet of a dignified street in a good neighborhood. It is the quiet of recumbent nature, resting, gathering her strength for winter's bluster. For now it is November. And in the evening of November's day, the porch lights make luminous puddles in the early dark, and any crispness that the daylight had now melts down into a cold, soggy blanket of night. And the living room glows and is alive with movement, and the hearth fire snaps and sizzles over a green log. Here it is that human beings gather closer for warmth and friendliness and cheerfulness and companionship, laughter and chatter and pleasantness within, barricaded against the damp, gloomy, prowling restlessness without. For now it is November, and white-tusked, shaggy winter only waits to be upon us. Sound asleep.
Yeah, Hazel. Dad said he was coming here to the living room as soon as he cleaned up a little bit. But tell me about this practical nurse.
Well, her name's Mrs. Wilder, and the poor old thing apparently has had experience. But why in the world Dr. Thompson ever sent over a person like that?
Oh, you say she's all bent over?
Yes. She says it's a backache. Well, undoubtedly it is, but I also suspect it's an arthritic condition.
Boy, Dr. Thompson must be short of nurses.
That seems to be the answer.
Well, what happened when you took her upstairs?
Oh, she changed into her uniform and then politely invited me out of the upstairs unless I have business up there.
She just took over?
Well, she made it quite plain that she didn't like people underfoot. And all the time she was grumbling and sniffling and sighing as though she were being put upon terribly.
Great company for Mom.
Oh, there you are, Father Barber.
Yes.
Here, let me see those hands.
Huh? My hands are all right.
Now, I ask you, Hazel, look at those hands. Working out in that cold, wet ground without gloves?
Oh, Father, why would you do a thing like that? They're almost blue with cold. Here, sit down, Father.
Yeah. Has that woman come yet?
The nurse? Yes, Father.
What's she like?
Well, her name is Mrs. Wilder, and she's a widow woman.
Huh?
At least that's what she calls herself.
Well, this is where you've all gathered.
Oh, hi there, Paul.
Are you back from the hospital already?
Yes, I could only stay a minute. Joan went to sleep while I was there.
Oh, poor baby.
She wants you all to know she isn't angry with the Barbers.
Huh?
And she's very sorry she ran away.
Yeah.
And she's going to be all right?
Yes, it'll take some time, but she'll be all right.
Hey, Mom. Mom, what are you doing down here?
Oh, Mother, are you all right?
Well, I'm certainly better off than that poor woman upstairs who was trying to wait on me.
Fanny, my dear.
Who brought her into this house?
Why, Dr. Thompson sent her.
Did he indeed? Wait till I get a hold of him. I'll certainly put a bug in his ear.
But, Mother Barbara, where is Mrs. Wilder?
I made her go to bed.
Oh, what? You made her go to bed?
Certainly. The poor creature's a lot sicker than I am.
Mother.
Well, she is. I've got her tucked in with a hot water bottle, and now I'm going out in the kitchen and fix her some good, nourishing kitchen broth.
Well, what do you know?
Fanny. Fanny, you're wonderful.
Just heard Chapter 5, Book 48 of One Man's Family, written and produced by Carlton E. Morse. Chapter 6, entitled Further Relationships Between Joan and Her Family, will come to you next week at this same hour.
Blatt's Beer is on the air. Blatt's Beer is everywhere. Blatt's, Milwaukee's finest beer, brings you transcribed Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Friends, good taste isn't a matter of geography. A good, juicy steak is appreciated just as much in Los Angeles as it is in New York or Milwaukee. And the same goes for good beer. Take Blatt's, for example. There's nothing unusual about the good taste of the people who have made Blatt's the largest selling beer in Milwaukee, premium beer capital of the nation. They're the same kind of particular people who have made Blatt's the largest selling Milwaukee beer in scores of other cities in 48 states and 29 foreign countries. Yes, from B to Z, from best to zest. The byword's Blatt's, B-L-A-T-Z, from coast to coast, Milwaukee's finest beer.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat meat to eat and drink Blatt's beer? Archie Amanda speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Huh? Well, I'm fixing up the joint for Father's Day. Yep, the one day in the year when Pop gets a slap on the back instead of a kick in the pants. Huh? What am I going to do on Father's Day? Thanks to you, nothing. How come? Well, it's simple logic, Mr. Duffy. On the lousy $15 a week you pay me, I can't afford to have a steady girl. Ergo, this steady girl I can't afford to have certainly ain't going to become a wife I can't afford to keep. So if this steady girl I can't afford to have won't become a wife I can't afford to keep, she certainly ain't going to have no kids I can't afford to support. Therefore, I bid you good day, home wrecker.
Mr. Archie?
Don't disturb me now, Eddie.
But this is important. The roof is leaking again.
How do you know?
A customer just finished the same bowl of soup 3 times.
Well, so what? Is the guy complaining?
Naturally. He didn't mind the first time when it was tomato soup. Or the second time when it was consomme. But now there ain't nothing in that bowl but water.
Well, if he squawks again, tell him it's a finger bowl. And please, stop bothering me with mere crassness. I got more important things on my mind.
Such as?
Father's Day.
Oh, how come you getting so sentimental about Father's Day? You ain't no father.
So what? I get sentimental about Christmas and I ain't no Santa Claus.
Definitely not.
Now, Eddie, Father's Day is a great institution. I ask you, what would this world be if there'd never been no fathers? Think of it. Millions of fatherless kids. All running around calling both of their parents Mama.
That would be serious.
Yep, every Father's Day, I get to thinking how alone I am in the world. All me friends, look at me at my age, still without child. What'll I be doing Father's Day? What'll I be doing? Brooding about the fact that I ain't been breeding no brood to brood about. Yeah, Eddie, I've been doing a lot of thinking lately. I've been taking inventory of myself.
How much you short?
I'm short just one small child. So, I've decided to get married.
That's nice. Anybody, you know?
Well, not personally. I just heard her sing, Eddie, and she's terrific. Chiquita Juarez, her name is. I listened to her on the jukebox, you see, and I bet you I put 50 pesetas in that jukebox.
Pesetas?
Slugs.
Uh-oh, you're cheating on her already.
Oh, yeah? Oh, hello, Miss Duffy.
Look, I want to... Hello.
Hello.
I want to get your opinion. What do you think about this tie?
Tie? Oh, for Father's Day, huh?
Yeah. Do you think it's good enough for him?
Let's see. Yeah, I think it'll serve him right.
What do you think I should get him to wear with it?
A long beard. Miss Duffy, do you always have to buy ties?
Well, I don't know what else to buy. Papa's so hard to please.
He's hard to please, huh? Well, what about some cards or maybe some poker chips?
Mama won't let Papa gamble.
Oh. Then how about a box of cigars?
Mama won't let Papa smoke in the house.
Oh, then how about a nice umbrella?
Mama won't let Papa out of the house.
Guess you're right. Your father is a pretty hard guy to please. But believe me, when I marry Chiquita, I ain't gonna be ordered around like that.
Who's Chiquita?
The dame I'm gonna marry.
When did you meet her?
I ain't met her yet.
Well, how can you marry a girl you haven't met?
Do you know of a better way to get acquainted? Miss Duffy, I figure it's time for me to stop flitting around from flame to flame and to settle down and raise a few kids.
That struck me that way, too.
Okay, laugh at me, but you'll both be jealous someday when you see me with me baby. Bathing him and feeding him, slapping him over me shoulder to burp him.
That's fine. But what if the baby needs a change?
Let him go to the mountains like anybody else. Yes, sir, that'll be the day, you know, when that little cherub turns his face up to mine and a cute little voice says, Hello, Finnegan. We was talking about babies.
Oh. Want me to leave the room?
It's all right, Finnegan. You don't have to leave. It was just in connection with Father's Day.
Father's Day? Oh, boy, I can't wait for it, Arch. I'm expecting a lovely present.
From who?
Me dog, Rover.
What's the present?
A bone.
How do you know?
I seen him burying it for me yesterday.
But how do you know it's for you?
Oh, just leave it to him, Arch. He knows what I like.
What? Forget Rover. What are you going to give your old man for Father's Day?
Problem.
So's your old man. But what's your problem? What to give your father?
No, what to give me mother.
But it's Father's Day. You ain't supposed to give your mother a present.
I know, Arch, but she's been just like a father to me.
What are you going to give the old man?
Look, Arch, I'd like to give him something practical, but everything practical he's already got.
He has, huh?
Yeah. Paper dolls, water wings, a yo-yo set, a book of instructions on how to go. Really, you know, I don't know what to get him.
Don't know what to get him, huh? Well, how old is he?
In his 60s. What do you think a guy about 60 would go for, Rod?
Blonde about 20?
No. I think it should be something more practical.
There ain't no such thing. What did you give him last year?
Oh, last year, a bundle of hay.
A bundle of hay?
Yeah, last year he thought he was a horse.
Thought he was a horse, huh? What does he think he is this year?
Well, I can't get him to commit himself. Every time I ask him, all he says is oink, oink.
If you want to give him something practical, why don't you give him something all fathers would enjoy?
What's that?
Milwaukee's finest, some good old Blatz beer.
Yeah. Maybe me old man would like a few bottles of Blatz.
Well, certainly. You know, when your old man sits down to the supper table every night, what's the first thing he says?
Go easy on the butter. It's 90 cents a pound.
What I mean is, when your father comes home from work, you see, and he walks out into the kitchen, what's the first thing he reaches for?
The maid?
No, Finnegan. I'm talking about Blatz beer.
But, the icebox is full of Blatz already.
Well, in that case, get him another icebox. Now, stop bothering me. I got my own Father's Day problems. My future spouse is going to be here any minute now, and I got to get me tailor on the telephone.
You getting a new suit, Mr. Archie?
Yep, and from one of the finest tailors in town, Eddie. The Fifth Avenue shop. Here, look at this card.
Now, let me see. Sam the Tailor's 3rd Avenue, 5th Avenue shop. Our motto, if it's seen in Linda's and it ain't on a plate, Sam made it. P.S. 50 cents holds any garment in the store. Sound like a first-class tailor.
Yes, the first on 3rd Avenue. Guaranteed factory misfits for only $11. Of course, I get a special reduction on account of me built, you know.
You're built?
Yeah, Sam says I'm a perfect misfit. I think I'll call him on the phone and see if it's ready. Hello? 5th Avenue Tailors? Junior Executive Shop, please. Hello, Sam. This is Archie. Archie. The padded shoulders with the belt and back. That's right. How's the alterations coming, Sam? But look, the pants is too tight. Huh? I should go on a diet?
Very high-class place.
Fine. Sam, look, couldn't you let the pants out just a bit? You loosen the stitches, huh? Well, all right, I'll come over and pick it up. Okay, Sam. Well, Eddie, get a load of me. How do you like the new suit?
Well, pull down the shades and call me Sunset.
You don't like the color?
Brother, green plot over a red and yellow check with orange pinstripes.
You mean you think it's too loud?
No, not at all.
No, huh?
No, not next to that purple shirt you're wearing. And those pants, ain't they a little skimpy?
Think they're too short?
Short. If they were 2 inches shorter, you could put garters on them and wear them as a girdle.
Yeah, I think she's right, Miss Archer. They are pretty short.
Well, granted, Eddie, but how many men have legs like mine? I admit it's a little skimpy, but it's beautifully cut. Believe me, I can be seen any place in it.
Just don't bend over. You'll be seen every place.
Look, forget the pants. Look at the coat. Look at these shoulders. Clark Gable himself ain't got shoulders like these.
Neither of you.
How many pairs of pants did you get? 1 or 2?
got two, naturally. It's a double-breasted suit. Besides, a well-dressed man wouldn't be caught dead without an extra pair of pants.
Why is that?
Well, because it's practical, that's why.
Well, sure. With two pairs of pants, the ones underneath don't get dirty.
Finnegan, you mean you wear both pair of pants at one time?
Of course.
But how do you get into them?
My dear, there are certain things that are not discussed in mixed company.
I should think a dame that chases anything in pants would know more about them, anyhow.
It happens that I only chase one pair at a time.
Just a minute, folks. Miss Archie, look what just came in.
Where? Hey, that must be Chiquita. Well, senorita, buenas noches, hasta la vista.
Buenas noches. I'm Chiquita Juarez.
Si. And me, I am Archie. Well, senorita, Pablum Espanol. You, no speak Spanish?
Of course I speak Spanish.
Well, then leave us speak Spanish. Comment allez-vous?
Archie, that's French.
Oh, dove casa?
That's Italian.
How about, besame mucho?
That means give me a kiss.
Well, once I hit the right language, I don't waste no time, do I? Well, before we get away from the subject, how about it?
A kiss?
Yeah.
But I hardly know you.
You hardly know me. Look, honey, I don't want to borrow money. All I want is a kiss. You believe in love at first sight, don't you?
Yes.
Well?
No.
Why not?
Nothing personal. It's just that my only love is my singing. I have no time for anything else. In other words, I have built a fence around my heart.
A fence, huh? Didn't you leave just a few knot holes? Not that I ain't interested in your voice, Chiquita, you know. It's just that I'm more interested in what it comes out of. Yes, sir. It's beautiful.
You mean my voice?
Of course. I can keep the conversation just as plain as the next guy.
Archie, where did you hear my voice?
I heard you on a jukebox, Chiquita, and it was like destiny. I meant to play Spike Jones, see, but instead I pressed you. It seemed like fate was guiding me finger. In fact, I was so in love I played the record 12 times.
And what makes you so sure it was love?
12 times at a nickel a crack? Honey, it's gotta be love. So what do you say?
But Archie, we have just met.
So what? We've got everything in common. You're beautiful. I'm attractive. We're both Latins.
You are a Latin?
By marriage, of course. Me uncle married a very wealthy hacienda.
Archie, a hacienda is a house.
Me uncle likes them built that way.
Archie, we're wasting time. The reason I came down here is because you offered me a job as a singer.
I got news for you.
Good or bad?
You're hired.
There's bad news tonight.
But Archie, will Mr. Duffy like my singing?
Of course Duffy will like it. What does he know about music? That guy. You mentioned Stradivarius to him, he thinks you're talking about a violin.
But Archie, the Stradivarius is a violin.
Well, once in a while he makes a lucky guess. Besides, Duffy ain't got nothing to say about the place. I'm the real figurehead around here.
Then why is the place called Duffy's Tavern?
Well, originally we intended to call it Archie's Tavern, but Mater, that's my father, you know, he's kind of lousy with social tradition. He didn't want the family name dragged through the mud. In fact, when I came to work here, it was enough of a shock to him that I sullied myself with honest toil.
You ain't sullied yourself much lately.
Archie, your father must be very rich.
Rich to the point of avarice. Chiquita, it has been said that Dad is so rich that he has no poor relatives.
Your father, he sounds very interesting.
Yes, very. And one of the things that I always promised him is that someday, before he dies, that I'd make him a muchacho.
You'd make him a what?
A muchacho, you know, a grandfather. So, what do you say? Will you marry me?
Well, Archie, before I give you my answer, I would like to be introduced to this rich father of yours.
So would I. He's very busy with the moment with his real estate. He just took an option on Lapland, you know. You don't want it to lapse. I inherited his sense of humor, you know, as well as I expect to inherit his money. So how about it, Chiquita? Will you marry me?
In my country, it is customary to meet the groom's father before we talk of marriage.
His name is a tiger. Okay, Chiquita, I'll see if I can get Dad to meet you. Just go over and wait in that corner booth there.
Very well.
George, how can I act like your father?
Why not?
But I don't look like you. I'm more the Dean Acheson type.
Forget what you look like. Just remember, you're my father and you're filthy rich. Oh, Chiquita.
Yes?
Chiquita, I would like you to meet Dad.
Oh, how do you do? I am delighted.
Oh, how do you do? I'm filthy.
Archie, this is your father?
Oh, don't forget, they don't make parents like they used to.
Archie, this is very strange.
What's strange?
You look older than he does.
Well, having a father like this ages a kid very fast. Dad,
Yes?
Tell Chiquita a few things about me.
Well, Archie always had a lot of stick-to-itiveness.
He did?
Oh, yes. I'll never forget his school days. He stayed 5 years in the 3rd grade.
5 years in the 3rd grade?
Yeah. He didn't want to embarrass me. I was in the 4th.
Archie, your father sounds a little eccentric.
Just at times, you know. It's an old family birthmark. You see, when I was born, they dropped him on his head.
Well, I suppose rich men have a right to be eccentric.
Of course, but money covers everything. Well, by the way, Dad.
Yes?
do something rich.
Well, okay, son, I'll drink a glass of milk. My ulcer is killing me.
Ulcer? Dad, why so modest? You know you have at least 3 ulcers.
Well, that's true, son, but I don't like to brag about the other 2. It makes the poor people envious.
Sometimes you're just too kind. But getting back to you, Chiquita.
Just a second, Archie. Let your father talk. I think he's very cute.
Ah, go on.
Tell me, are you married?
No, I'm a bit of a widow. I lost my wife 10 years ago.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, must go looking for it sometime.
Dad, you're precious. You say you are a widower?
That's right.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get out of here.
But Chiquita.
Don't worry, Archie. You can count on me.
Count on you?
Yes. I'll always try to be a good mother to you.
Oh, no.
Come on, Dad.
Okay, my little cucaracha.
Just a second, Finnegan.
Finnegan?
Finnegan was my maiden name. Well, let's get out of here, Chiquita. And, son...
Yes, Dad?
This was the nicest Father's Day present you could have given me.
You know, Eddie, the more I think about Father's Day, the more I realize there's something missing in me life.
Something missing, huh?
Yep. My knee is just like the British Empire. No sun ever sets on it. Look at me. 31 years old. All alone. A bachelor with nobody to carry on me proud name for humanity.
On behalf of humanity, I thank you.
Eddie, please, have a little compassion.
Okay, Dad. What do you want for Father's Day? A nice necktie?
Don't be a wise guy, Eddie. Not that I'm spraining a necktie, if you really mean it, but if you really want to be nice to me, you know what I'd like?
A what?
A nice case of Blatt's beer. That's the ideal gift, Eddie. You know, when you give Blatt's, you don't have to worry about whether you got the right size or whether it's the right color. With Blatt's beer, you know you bought the best.
In other words, a gift that's in good taste and a gift that tastes good, too.
A gift that's in good taste. Hey, that's a good slogan. We must send that to the Blatt's Company. But all kidding aside, to you folks listening, I say, if you want to make this Sunday a real big day for a mighty swell guy, if you want to say that you're pretty fond of him and that you think they don't come any better, then say it with Blatt's beer. And that's something the family will do good to remember all year round, too, because life with Father can be a real happy one if you always keep a good supply of cool, refreshing Blatt's beer in the refrigerator. You'll find that if Dad knows best, then it's 10 to 1 that Dad knows Blatt's. It's Milwaukee's finest, and don't forget, Milwaukee is the premium beer capital of the world. Yes, sir, the people in Milwaukee drink more Blatt's than any other beer. And that goes for all Wisconsin, too. So take a tip. Just try it once. Try it for Father's Day. And I guarantee you, you'll be back every day. Good night, everybody.
I'm from Milwaukee, and I ought to know. It's the same old story wherever you go. This is the tune you will always hear. Blatt's is Milwaukee's finest beer.
Be sure to listen next week at the same time to Duffy's Tavern, transcribed over most of these same stations.
Now, Miss Barbara Stanwyck on the Bromo Seltzer Hollywood Star Playhouse. Bromo Seltzer presents Hollywood Star Playhouse. Tales of suspense, thrills, adventure by Hollywood's finest writers with Hollywood's top stars. Portions of this program are transcribed and is brought to you by Bromo Seltzer, the fast, effective headache help which reminds you to...
Fight headache 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Herbert Rawlinson. Welcome to the Bromo Seltzer Hollywood Star Playhouse. This evening is a special occasion for us. We are celebrating the start of our 2nd year on the air. And as a birthday present, we are bringing you that outstanding actress whose radio appearances are all too few, Miss Barbara Stanwyck. What would you do for a chance to win back the thing you prized most in life? The thing that you felt was rightfully yours? Would you accept any help at any price? Or would you kill? Listen now as Miss Barbara Stanwyck creates for you the role of Alice in the story ironically titled Father's Day.
This was always the most difficult part of the day for me. When the last mother had taken home the last child and I was alone again. All alone in my nursery school. Yes, always in the gloom of departing day, my life seemed as empty as all those tiny chairs, drawn up at their tiny tables. And I remember telling myself that I ought to snap on a light and look over the blueprints for a large new playroom. That I ought to work, do something, anything, but I didn't stir. Until suddenly I realized I'd heard the door open. Who's there? Who is it? Oh.
Hello, Alice.
You.
I didn't mean to shock you, Alice. But it's so hard to know what to do, what to say after 5 years.
And a divorce. Don't forget the divorce, Ralph.
I haven't. Not for one day of those 5 years. That's part of what I came to tell you.
Get out of here.
Alice, now that I've finally found you again, won't you at least listen?
Are you sure your mother would approve?
It's 2 years now since Mother passed away.
Oh. Well, at least you have the consolation of knowing that she died content with her darling son.
Please, Alice.
Died knowing that she had succeeded in making you divorce me, the wife she didn't like, so you could marry the girl she did.
Even that's over with. My marriage to Elaine. I got my final decree last month. It's all over.
So is everything between us.
No, Alice. Not everything.
What makes you think that?
For one thing, the fact that I find you here, running a nursery
As
school.
if that could have anything to do with us.
Helene wanted to hurt me, too. So, she told me.
Told you what?
What you had kept from me. The time of our divorce. The fact that there was to be a child.
She told you that... Why,
it's true, Alice. I know it's true.
All right. Then where is this child of ours?
You gave it out for adoption, but you've never forgotten it, never stopped missing it and wanting it.
No.
That's why you started this nursery school, to be near other
No,
people's
Ralph.
children. But it's not the same, is it, darling? Is
Ralph, stop.
Listen, darling, listen to me. I'm going to get our child
You
back.
can't. I gave the child out for adoption.
Alice.
I never even saw my baby. I don't even know if it's a boy or a girl.
Alice, you gave it out for adoption. I didn't.
But I signed a paper. It's legal.
Not if the legal father intervenes and refuses to give his consent. Alice, I've checked the law very carefully. Because of the date of our divorce, I am the legal father. So if I intervene now and refuse to give my
Ralph,
consent...
you aren't just saying these things.
I swear to you. And I'll make it up to you for everything. We'll have our child back, and we'll have each other back. If that's the way you want it.
Oh, Ralph, more than anything else. More than everything else. I want my child back. Once I had permitted myself to hope, there could be no more waiting. Within an hour of the time Ralph had walked back into my life, we left the city behind us. All through that night we drove. And in the morning we arrived at Hill Haven.
Yes, Mrs. Hadley retired as superintendent about 3 years ago. Or should I say, retired. What happened was that she worked herself to the point of a complete breakdown.
I'm terribly sorry to hear about Mrs. Hadley's illness, Doctor. She made us all feel like her own daughters. I was so sure she'd even remember my name. How is she now?
Not too well, I'm afraid. No, not too... But I'll only be able to spare you a few minutes, so perhaps...
Ours is a rather strange story, Doctor. Briefly, it's this. We were divorced 5 years ago, and only recently I found out that there had been a child.
Born September 27th, 1946. It was given out for adoption within the month.
In other words, without my knowledge or consent.
That could only be possible if the mother deceived us.
Yes, Oh, don't you understand how I felt? I would have done anything to keep him from knowing.
Fortunately, nothing like that could ever happen again. Now that we have sufficient funds, we make the most exhaustive investigations. But go on, Mr. Michaels. You've come here now for what purpose?
Why, to find out where the child is, of course. I'm sure that I don't have to point out to you that, as the legal father, I have the right...
You see, we're going to remarry, and we want our child back.
Yes. So if you'll just give us the name and address of the adoptive parents...
I can't do that.
Why not?
In the first place, we never, under any circumstances, divulge the identity of adoptive parents. Such information is privileged.
Oh.
Wait a minute. You know, I can take you to court.
It still wouldn't do you any good.
I'd like to know why.
Because of the fire.
Fire?
What fire?
The one that burned up all the records.
I don't believe it.
In which case, sir, you're perfectly free to check my veracity. Now then, if you'll excuse me...
Doctor...
Yes?
I wouldn't want you to think that... Oh, try to understand how I feel.
Please believe me, I do. But think how the adoptive parents would feel. And you can have other children.
And what about them? They can adopt others.
I see that you don't understand.
I do. But I still want my child. The thing Ralph talked about as we drove away made no impression on me. I didn't even hear him. Nor did it mean anything to me when we made several stops in the nearby little village. If only I hadn't allowed myself to hope.
Alice, we're in luck. She'll see us.
What? Who'll see us?
You mean to say that all the time we were driving around and I was telling you... Well, anyway, I finally located her.
Her?
Mrs. Hadley.
Mrs.
Come on, Alice. Our nurse said we could only have a few minutes.
Well, you'll have to forgive me. My mind wanders so at times. I only seem to remember unimportant, irrelevant things. But your face does seem so familiar.
I'm Alice.
Alice. Yes. Alice, who wept so much of the time.
And the baby. You remember the baby.
I remember so many babies. Sometimes when I can't sleep, they come to visit me. I know, it's only my imagination, of course. But they seem so real.
We thought you might remember Alice's baby.
Alice's... Yes. An incubator case. Tiniest little boy.
A boy? Mrs. Hadley, do you possibly remember who adopted him?
Adopt? Oh. Why do you ask that?
Why? Because I'm his mother.
We have the right to take him back, you see. The fact that I, as the legal father, didn't sign the relinquishment.
Oh, you'll have to forgive me. My mind...
Alice's baby. Try, Mrs. Hadley. Try to remember who adopted him.
Ralph, please, we shouldn't be doing this.
I used to pride myself on remembering the names of all those heartsick girls. The names of all their children.
But Alice's baby, surely you can give us some clue to the people who adopted him.
Sometimes I surprise myself. Sometimes...
Mrs. Hadley.
Yes. They live out west. He has something to do.
Something to do with what?
Mining. Yes, that's it. Very wealthy.
Oh?
Oh, if only I weren't so tired. I might even remember the name of the town.
Think.
Something to do with toast. Yes, it's associated in my mind with toast.
Oh, Doctor.
By heaven, you wouldn't stop at anything, would you?
Not if it would give us back our child.
Get out. I said get out!
All during that long, silent drive back to the city, I kept telling myself that I should have been ashamed, remorseful, conscience-stricken, and yet if only I could reconcile myself to the fact that now I would never find my son, because there was nothing to go on but the ramblings of a poor, sick woman's mind. Nothing. But Ralph wouldn't give up. I had never dreamed he could be so determined. He spent whole days in the map section of the city library.
Sorry I'm late, Alice. Come on. I'll take you to dinner.
Ralph.
Alice, I've pored over every map of the western part of the United States. It's in print. If there's any name that could be even remotely associated with the word toast, I can't find it.
Oh, if only Mrs. Hadley.
Well, that's another thing I hated to tell you, Alice.
What?
The day after we were there, Mrs. Hadley died.
Oh, I'm sorry. You must be starved. Let's go.
Alice.
Yes?
I'm flying east tonight to wind things up. In a few days, I'll be back, and we'll get married.
But I thought we'd live back there because of your business.
Too many memories. The wrong kind of memories back there. We'll start over again here.
Yes, it's better that way. Oh, Ralph.
I know how you feel, darling. But we'll have others. And we do have the consolation of knowing that he's in a fine home, that he's loved by people who are very wealthy. People who would probably give anything rather than give him up.
I'll go to the airport with you.
I wouldn't think of it. Flights are so far behind schedule, I probably won't get out until morning. No, darling. We'll have dinner, and then I'll take you home.
All right, Ralph. It's good to have you so decisive about things.
Yes, Alice. I've changed. Really changed.
I fell asleep early that evening, but around midnight, the baby in the apartment upstairs woke me up. Strange that it should have been a baby that woke me up. That night of all nights, I couldn't bear to be reminded of my baby, so I called the airport. Yes, there was just enough time for me to get there before the plane for the east took off. But Ralph didn't get on the plane. Something had happened, but what? I hurried into the terminal to try to find out.
May I help you?
Is there another flight east tonight?
No, that's the only flight going east.
Oh, well, then perhaps you can tell me if Mr. Ralph Michaels. You see, he had a reservation on this plane.
Oh, Michaels? Yes, he took flight 73 going west.
West?
That's right, to Omaha, where we'll transfer to a plane for Casper, Wyoming.
Oh, no, there must be some mistake.
Well, you can see for yourself. Ralph Michaels, destination Casper, Wyoming.
Casper?
He's due to arrive there tomorrow morning at 9:40.
Miss?
Yes?
Please don't think me crazy, but does Casper remind you in any way of toast?
Toast? Well, there's that wonderful cartoon character, Casper Milquetoast, but I don't suppose...
Yes, that's it.
Oh, would you like a glass of water?
No. I'd like a ticket. A ticket on the next plane to Casper, Wyoming.
Bromo Seltzer, the fastest effervescent in the headache field, is bringing you Hollywood Star Playhouse. Tonight starring Miss Barbara Stanwyck in Father's Day.
Fight headache 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? How do you do? This is your old friend Norman Brokenshire. Say, has it ever occurred to you that most headaches are caused by an upset stomach, excess stomach acidity? What's more, when this happens, your nerves become jumpy too. Well, neighbors, that's why Bromo Seltzer is so famous as a headache product. It gives you fast, effective, three-way help. Yes, sir, Bromo Seltzer gives you speedy help for the pain of a headache. Bromo Seltzer soothes your upset stomach by neutralizing the excess stomach acidity, and it calms those jittery, jangled nerves. Bromo Seltzer gives you the help you want when you've got a headache. As for speed, you just compare the speed of Bromo Seltzer's effervescence with that of any product in tablet form you've ever tried. You'll be amazed, and you'll be delighted, too, because Bromo Seltzer is so pleasant to take, so sparkling and refreshing. For best results, use cold water, follow the label, avoid excessive use. Don't let a headache make you miserable. Get fast, effective, three-way relief from that headache. Take
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo.
Now, Act 2 of Father's Day, starring Miss Barbara Stanwyck.
Ralph had told me that he was flying east, but he had bought a ticket west, a ticket to Casper, Wyoming. It could only mean he thought Casper was the clue we had been looking for. The clue to a little boy not quite 5 years old. Our little boy whom I had never seen. But why hadn't Ralph told me? Was it because he didn't want to build up my hopes too much in case his theory was wrong? Was it because he wanted to keep it all as a big surprise? Yes, of course. And yet, as I flew west next day, I began to wonder if Ralph hadn't changed too much. Within an hour of the time my plane had arrived in Casper, Wyoming, I was at the public library.
Yes?
I'm not sure, but doesn't the city directory give each person's occupation and such information?
That's correct.
Oh, good. What shelf will I find it on?
Oh, I'm sorry, but we have only one copy of the city directory on hand, and it's in use.
Oh, well, I'll wait.
But it may take some time. You see, he's had it now since morning.
He?
That gentleman sitting in the far alcove.
Yes.
I do believe, though, that he... Yes, here he comes.
I'll be back later. I was sure Ralph had seen me, but evidently he was too preoccupied with what he had learned from the city directory. I slipped into a phone booth in the lobby in order to follow him when he left the building. But as he came into the lobby, he walked right toward me. It could only mean that he had seen me, but no. He went into the adjoining booth. Through the thin partition, I could hear everything.
Hello, Mrs. Stone. I'm calling you at the request of Mrs. Hadley of Hillhaven. Mrs. Hadley of Hillhaven. Yes, there must be a mistake. Sorry.
So that was his plan. How many names did he have on his list? How many numbers would he have to call before he located the right one? If there was a right one. After all, this whole thing might be pretty far-fetched, just because Mrs.
Hello,
Hadley
Mrs.
had said
Trowbridge.
toast...
I'm calling you at the request of Mrs. Hadley of Hillhaven. Yes. Yes. Oh, she's fine. Thank you, Mrs. Trowbridge. I've looked forward to meeting you and your husband, and your son, of course. Yes, this evening will be fine.
This time the directory served me, and I learned that the Trowbridges lived in a beautiful home on the edge of town. And I was watching that evening as Ralph drove up in a rented car. An hour later, he came out and drove off again.
Yes?
Mr. Trowbridge, there's something I must ask you.
Oh, not now. Of all times,
Ask
not
you
now.
about the man who just left.
Oh? Come in.
Thank you.
This way, please.
What did he say this time, Fred? Oh,
She wants to talk to us about him.
who is he? Fred. Her eyes, they're just like Richie's.
Richie. His name is Richie.
So you are the mother.
He told us you didn't even know.
Then he... did mean to surprise me.
Some surprise. Well, I've got a surprise of my own for you. I won't pay.
Pay?
Fred.
It wouldn't work.
Won't pay.
Not for long. They'd be back
So
again and
that's
again.
Oh, Fred, how
That's
can you
why
think of
Ralph
Richie
didn't
in
tell
terms of
me.
money?
That's
Martha,
why I...
You know I'd give every cent I've got if there was any chance that they'd let us alone. But they never would now that they've found out.
I don't care. Anything would be better than giving Richie back to people like that.
What I should have done when he first walked in here was call the police.
Oh, listen. Please listen to what I have to say.
It won't do any good. We know you're in on his little game, probably here to hike his price.
no.
So go back and tell him for me. My mind is made up.
Yes. Yes, I'll tell him. Outside, I couldn't find a taxi. It wasn't until people turned to stare at me that I realized I was running, but I didn't care about anything except getting to my room and getting the gun out of my overnight bag.
Care for a lift?
Ralph,
Come on, hop in.
how did you know?
Saw you going up to the Trowbridge house as I was driving off. Now it's my turn to ask. How did you know?
There's one thing I still don't know, Ralph. How much?
Huh?
How much is our son worth? As the mother, I have a right to know his asking price.
Look, Alice, it's too bad you had to find out this way.
What way had you planned? Or were you going to spare me from ever knowing?
It's too bad, I said, because now you've got it all twisted. The fact is, what I'm doing is for your sake as well as mine. Yes, and for the boys' sake.
And what about the Trowbridges? Is it for their sake, too?
Come down from that iceberg, Alice. After all, it was the doctor at the Hillhaven who gave
The
me the
doctor?
idea. Yeah. Remember him asking us to think what it would mean to the adoptive parents? Whereas we could have other children.
I also remember something that Mrs. Hadley said about the people who adopted him being very wealthy.
Sure. And there's something you don't know, Alice. My business is shot. I'm practically broke. But with the $50,000 that'll come from the Trowbridges...
50,000? My, what a big price for such a little boy.
Don't worry. They're glad enough to pay.
That's where you're wrong.
Yeah?
Mr. Trowbridge told me to tell you he won't pay.
That's so? What did his wife say? He'll pay, all right.
And keep on paying, maybe?
Now you're getting smart.
Yes, after being stupid enough to believe that you would come back to me because you loved me.
I didn't even know then that the kid had been adopted by wealthy people.
But you did know that I was doing well with my nursery school, didn't you? Didn't you?
What if I did? Have I said I won't marry you even now? Now that my day has come?
Your day?
Yeah, Father's Day. $50,000.
Ralph, the Trowbridges are going to keep that boy without paying 1 cent ever.
Who said?
I do.
Alice, you don't seem to realize just how much I've changed. Nobody's going to dominate me anymore. Not even you.
But I'm going to stop you, even if I have to kill you.
And what do you think would happen to you if you did?
I don't care.
Don't you? We'll see. We'll see.
Look out!
What are you so scared about? I thought you didn't care about dying. Now you listen to me. I made up my mind to get that money, you understand? Even if I have to do the killing, understand? You don't know what it's been like since Mother died. And Elaine left me, and the business started to go bad. You don't know what it's been like to have creditors hounding all the time. Look out!
Hello, Aunt Alice.
Who's... Richie.
You know my name, just like Mommy said.
What else did Mommy say?
But she hopes you'll come and stay with us when you get out of the hospital. You will, won't you, Aunt Alice?
Well,
Please. Mommy says it'll help you forget.
About what?
The accident. Mommy said to be sure to tell you that the man, he died.
Did he, Richie?
You could cry if you want to. I'll go out.
No, Richie, stay. The man who died, he wasn't a good man, like your father. Besides, when you're with me, it's so easy to forget.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you for making our birthday party a memorable one.
Herb.
That was truly a great performance.
Well, Herb, I'd like to say happy birthday to everybody on Hollywood Star Playhouse. My particular thanks to Jeff Alexander for his fine, fine music on the show. Our engineer, Johnny Schneller, the soundmen, Gus Bays and Ross Murray, Maurice Zim for his excellent script, and our director, Jack Johnston. And certainly I don't want to forget the people in tonight's cast. Carlton Young, Ted Von Elst, Jeanette Nolan, Bob Griffin, B. Benaderet, and Ann Whitfield. I hope that I can be here to celebrate many birthdays for Hollywood Star Playhouse.
Thanks again, Barbara. In just a moment, I'm going to introduce Mr. David Bryan, the star of next week's play. And now, here is Norman Brokenshire.
Thank you, Herb. Gee, that was a story. Say there, neighbor, if Bromo Seltzer isn't already your favorite headache help, give it a try, won't you? I know that once you find out how fast and effectively Bromo Seltzer helps a headache all 3 ways, you'll never settle for anything else. Now, let me explain just what I mean. Most headaches are caused by an upset stomach, too much stomach acidity. Naturally, your nerves become jumpy, too. Well, you take pleasant-tasting Bromo Seltzer and just watch how fast it helps the pain of that headache. But wait now, Bromo Seltzer soothes your upset stomach, too, by neutralizing the excess stomach acidity. And it calms those jittery, jangled nerves. Great? Ah, you bet it is. And when it comes to speed, just compare the speed of Bromo Seltzer's effervescence with that of any product in tablet form you've ever tried. You'll be amazed, and you'll be delighted with the fast, effective 3-way headache help that Bromo Seltzer gives. Next time a headache hits you, take sparkling, refreshing Bromo Seltzer. Yes, remember to
Fight headache 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer,
Barbara Stanwyck can soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, The Man with the Cloak. Tonight's play was written especially for Miss Stanwyck by Maurice Zim, with music composed and conducted by Jeff Alexander. The entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. And now here is the star of next week's thrilling story on Hollywood Star Playhouse, Mr. David Bryan.
Get in behind the Iron Curtain? It's a cinch. I know because I've done it. But the long way back is something else. Traps and pitfalls that would stagger the imagination. And always there's death waiting for you just around the next turn in the road.
Thanks, David. The long way back for next week sounds mighty intriguing. Yes, and timely, too. Thanks. On tonight's program, all characters and incidents were fictitious. Any similarity to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Portions of this program were transcribed. And now this is Herbert Rawlinson saying good night for all of us here on the Hollywood Star Playhouse. And from Bromo Seltzer, the fast, effective headache help in the familiar blue bottle.
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One cherry phosphate.
One cherry phosphate.
Hey, buddy, I've got a broadcast to do in a few minutes. Will you please hurry with my sandwich?
Why don't you eat after the broadcast?
Because I'm hungry now. Get the sandwich.
Okay, Mr. Benny. What kind was that again?
Tuna fish and peanut butter on rye bread.
Oh, yes, with an egg in it.
The egg goes in my malted milk. Now, hurry, please. Oh, hello, Don.
Oh, hello, Jack. Think I'll have time for a bite to eat before our broadcast?
Yes, if we can get a little service here. Sit down.
Okay.
Well, there goes my new straw hat. That did it.
Oh, that's too bad, Jack. I didn't see it. Is it crushed?
Like a pansy in a dictionary. Is my hat crushed?
Well, I'm so sorry, Jack. I think I ought to pay for it. How much did it cost?
No, forget about it, Don.
Okay. Gee, Chris. Just think. A few more minutes and we'll be during our last...
$4.50. Just mail me a check.
Hiya, Mr. Wilson. What'll it be?
I'll have a club sandwich, please.
Okay. One clubby for Tubby. Coming up.
And hurry mine while you're at it.
Hi, Jack. Hello, Don.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello.
What are you eating, Jack?
Oh, my regular. Tuna fish and peanut butter.
What a man. Just because they name a sandwich after you, you eat it every time you come in here.
Well, why shouldn't I? The Jack Benny 3-Decker Delight is very healthful. I always eat things that are full of vitamins.
Then why don't they show?
Oh, quiet.
Here's your club sandwich, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
What's yours, Miss Livingston?
I'll have a pineapple nut sundae with cherries and lots of whipped cream.
My goodness, Mary, why don't you eat something with vitamins?
Okay, put some tuna fish on it.
Mary, you better save all those cute remarks for the program. And incidentally, young lady, as long as this is our farewell appearance, I wish you'd be a little more careful what you say.
You mean I shouldn't tell them what happened at Paramount yesterday?
Don't you dare.
What happened, Mary?
Never mind. See? You're starting already.
Go on, Mary. What was it?
Yeah, what happened?
You stay out of this. And get my sandwich.
Well, Don.
Oh.
It seems that Paramount gave Fred Allen Dorothy Lamour's old dressing room, which is right next to Jack's. Only Jack didn't know that Fred was in there.
Only Jack didn't know.
Anyway, Jack knocked on the door and yelled, "Hello, Dorothy. Hello, sweetheart."
It's very amusing.
And what happened, Mary?
Fred yelled back, "Don't come in. I haven't got my sarong on."
Yes, but he didn't fool me for a minute.
But, Jack, I thought you told Mark Sandridge, the director, that you wouldn't make a picture with Alan.
Well, we compromised, Don. Alan can be in the picture, but he has to be the straight man. He gives me all the leads, and I give all the answers.
Well, that'll be a novelty. The questions getting the laughs.
I'll get the laughs, don't worry.
Here's your pineapple sundae, Miss Livingston.
Thanks.
Hey, wait a minute. She just got here. Where's my 3-decker?
Bill's putting a poop deck on it.
Don't get fancy. Just bring it in.
Hiya, kids. You better step on it. We'll be on the air in a few minutes.
Oh, hello, Phil. How are you?
Hello, Don.
Well, look who's on time tonight. What's the matter, Phil? Does your conscience bother you because this is our farewell program?
Holy smoke, is this our last broadcast? I better start saving my dough.
Yes, Maestro, you have about 30 minutes left to get an annuity. So make it snappy.
What'll it be, Twitch?
Hiya, Bub. Just give me a glass of water.
Glass of water? Okay.
Put some bromo in it.
I thought so. A bromo seltzer, eh?
One Phil Harris special.
Coming up.
They know you like a book, eh, Phil?
Hey, fella. Hey, are you Jack Benny from the radio?
That's me. My program goes on just a few minutes.
Yeah, I heard it last week.
Oh, you did?
But I didn't like it.
That's too bad. You know, I can't please everybody.
Yeah, especially me. Well, so long. I'll be listening.
Goodbye. I'm going to worry whether he likes me or not.
Here's your sandwich, Mr. Benny.
Well, it's about time. Give me that malted milk, too.
Okay.
Boy, am I hungry.
Say, Jack, I better run along upstairs. I'll see you in the studio.
All right, Don. Well, I'll be darned. Hey, buddy, I ordered a tuna fish and peanut butter.
Well, what's the matter?
This is tuna fish and peanut brittle. A fine combination.
Well, we're all out of peanut butter.
It's a nice time to tell me. Bring me something else, then. Bring me a turkey sandwich.
Okay. One turkey for jerky.
Coming out!
Now, see here, young man. I'm a very good customer, and if you think that
Pardon me, mister. Is this seat taken?
No, sit right down.
Hey, Jack, it's getting late. We better get out of here.
Yeah, come on, Jackson. We'll be late for the broadcast.
Oh, I think I got time to eat a sandwich. Pardon me, mister. What time is it?
The time?
Yes.
I don't know. Hey, Eddie, what time is it? I don't know. Hey, Bill, what time is it?
I don't know. Hey, Sam! Never mind. I'll eat after the program. Come on, Mary. Hurry up, Phil.
Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Down by the Ohio. You know, ladies and gentlemen, a great many desserts are outstanding for one single quality. Some you remember for their delightful taste, others for their tempting appearance, their simplicity, or their low cost. But when it comes to Jell-O, there's a dessert that has everything. Color, yes, color so gay and inviting that Jell-O is a joy just to look at. Flavor, extra rich flavor, as downright refreshing as the fresh, juicy, ripe fruit itself. Ease and speed, for Jell-O dissolves instantly and sets quickly. Economy, because one package, costing only a few pennies, serves the average family in generous style. And last but not least, variety. For with Jell-O, you can enjoy any number of novel and satisfying desserts. So be sure to keep a goodly supply of Jell-O on the pantry shelf at all times. Then you'll always be ready to serve family and friends their favorite treat, Jell-O, the dessert that really has everything. Down by the Ohio, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is only fitting that on this, our last program of the season, I should pay tribute to the man who has guided us through the past 36 weeks.
Oh, don't bother, Don.
A man whose spirit and leadership has made this program what it is today.
Oh, anybody could have done it. Maybe. Continue, Don.
A man whose buoyant and sparkling personality has been reflected into each and every one of us.
I have so much of it. Go ahead.
A man whose age and experience has proven invaluable to us younger members of the cast.
That one he could have left out. Oh, well.
So here he is, folks, the old Mother Hubbard of the Jell-O program, Jack Benny.
Jell-O again, this is Jack Benny talking. Old Mother Hubbard. That's a fine introduction on Father's Day. Don, as long as you started out so beautifully, why didn't you finish with something sentimental like, here he is, folks, the genial skipper of the good ship Jell-O, Jack Benny. Now, that would have been swell.
Well, to tell you the truth, Jack, that sounds a bit too corny.
Oh. Well, now that you mention it, it does sound a little like one of Phil Harris's mental nuggets.
There you go again. Oh, boy, am I glad this is the last broadcast.
You are?
Yeah. Next week I'll be out on the road playing those one-night stands where people appreciate me.
Phil, you stay in a town longer than one night and see what happens. So you start on the road next week, eh? What's your itinerary?
Plain suits for the boys and a sport outfit for me.
Well, that was my fault. Phil, an itinerary means your route. What towns you going to play?
Oh, well, why don't you come right out and ask me instead of ringing in them new words?
New words? Phil, the word itinerary is very common. I learned what it meant when I was in the 3rd grade.
You learned to shave there, too, didn't you?
Mary, I wasn't in 3rd grade that long.
Go on. They had to give you election day off so you could vote.
All right, go ahead. Keep it up. I suppose I had rheumatism when I was in the 3rd grade.
You spent your lunch money on liniment, if that's what you mean.
Now, cut that out! You never stop, do you? Mary, if I'm a big dodo like you try to make me out, how come I'm the star of this program?
Because you're a great comedian. You have a marvelous personality, and you know show business from A to Z.
Well, thanks. It's more like it. Say, Phil.
Oh, brother.
Now, don't spoil it. Say, Phil, as I started to ask you before I was sent back to 3rd grade, what's your route? What towns you going to play?
Well, tomorrow night we open in San Bernardino, then we go to Santa Barbara, then Long Beach, then San Diego.
I see.
Then the following night we go to Fall River, Massachusetts.
Fall River, Massachusetts? How are you going to get there in one night from San Diego?
I don't know. Is it much of a drive?
You hear that, fellas? What a schedule. That'll be a fine vacation touring the country with those 18 downbeat derelicts. Say, Don, what are you planning to do on your vacation? Take a trip somewhere?
Well, Jack, this may come as a sort of a surprise to you, but I'm going to make a picture for Harry Sherman at Paramount. It's a Western.
Oh, well, I'll be darned. So you're going to make a Western, eh? Are you going to ride a horse, Don?
Yes, sir, and you ought to see that animal. It's a beauty.
So was Jack Straw Hat till you sat on it.
Yeah, $4.50. Well, tell me about your picture, Don. Is it an interesting story?
Oh, very. You see, I'm Sheriff Slim of Rattlesnake Gulch, and there's a mob of outlaws that come in town one night to rob the bank.
Rob the bank, eh?
Yeah, but I'm having the story changed so that now they break into a grocery store and steal some Jell-O.
Oh.
That makes me fighting mad.
Well, I should imagine it would. What's a bank? So what, what happens, Don?
Well, I jump on my horse and follow the outlaws to their hideout.
I see.
And I'm almost within sight of them when suddenly my horse goes lame.
Oh, that's too bad.
So I continue by foot.
Don, you forgot to get off. And what happens next?
Well, to make a long story short, I capture the bandits, bring back the Jell-O, marry the grocer's daughter, and we have 6 delicious children
Don't tell me. I can guess. Imagine a kid named Lemon Wilson. Well, it sounds like a fascinating story, and I wish you luck, Don. And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from Buck Wilson Rides Again to our vocal interlude, Dennis Day, our young tenor, will offer...
Dennis isn't here yet.
He isn't? You think he'd be on time for our last program.
Look, Jack, there he is, sitting out in the audience with his mother.
Where?
See that lady with the little boy on her lap?
Well, I'll be darned. Hey, Dennis, what are you doing out there?
I'm watching the program.
Well, get up here. You're on it.
Okay. Come on, Ma.
Would have to bring his mother with him.
Oh, Jack, it's our last show. What do you care?
She's always got a chip on her shoulder. The old... Oh, good evening. Good evening, Mrs. Day.
Good evening, Mr. Benny.
I'm so happy to see you.
Well, you certainly don't look it.
You see? You see what I mean? You see? There. Oh. You know, Mrs. Day, I don't like to say this, but since you've stayed away from the program, Dennis and I have been getting along fine, and he's improved tremendously. He's got more volume to his voice, more assurance, and more poise.
Then why don't you give him more money?
Because he's young yet. That's why.
Shirley Temple made $1 million before she was 10 years old.
Shirley Temple?
Yes.
Well, hang some curls on your brat, and we'll dick her. Now, look, Mrs. Day, give me a little credit. I've developed your son into being a first-class comedian.
Then he ought to have more jokes to tell.
Oh, now you want jokes for him. Well, for your information, Mrs. Day, there are just so many jokes in our script. And when this pack of wolves come in here Sunday night, your lamb is lucky if he gets to sing. And now, Dennis, how about a song?
Okay. Gee, Mr. Benny, you're not a bit afraid of my mother, are you?
Your mother? No.
The woman don't live that you're afraid of, eh, Tiger?
Mary, I don't like those nicknames. Go ahead and sing, Dennis. Mrs. Day, will you please take your seat in the audience?
On your little swing, I heard you sing through the livelong day, the way that lovebirds do, for there were 2 of you. Then this tragic thing that called your poor little mate away, and only you remain to sing a blue refrain. lovebird, your song's a tender theme that wasn't meant to sing alone. Blue lovebird, still singing for your mate, but it's your fate to wait alone. Once there were two of you singing to the dawn. What can a lovebird do when his love has gone? Ooh, lovebird, your song becomes a sigh. It seems that lovebirds die
That was Blue Lovebird from Lillian Russell, sung by Dennis Day. A great song from a great picture. By the way, Dennis, did you see the picture?
Yeah. And I was wondering, Mr. Benny, do you think Alice Faye on the screen was as beautiful as the real Lillian Russell?
So they say. Of course, I never knew Lillian Russell.
Uh-huh.
Mary, I'm warning you. I suppose I knew Diamond Jim Brady, too.
If you did, you didn't get any on you.
Mary, I was just about to make an announcement concerning our cast next year, and a certain clever kiddo may be cut out. Now, sit down.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Mr. Benny. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude this final broadcast, I would like to announce that on Sunday, October the 6th, Mary, go away, we will return to the air for the same sponsor at the same time and with the same cast. Mary, Phil, Don, Dennis, Andy, and Rochester, who is now touring in vaudeville.
Incidentally, Jack, who's taking over our summer show? Has it been settled yet?
Yes, Don, the Aldrich family is going to move in for 3 months. As a matter of fact, young Henry Aldrich is dropping in here in just a little while. I want you all to be very nice to him. He'll probably be scared stiff in front of a microphone. Huh?
Scared in front of a microphone? Why, Henry Aldrich is a veteran in radio.
Why, he can't be. He's just a kid.
Sure, but he's had his own program for the past 2 years. Gee, he's funny.
Funny? Does he do comedy?
Haven't you heard about him, Jackson? Why, that kid's a riot. He's terrific.
He is? And he's young, eh?
Yeah, and you want to watch out for that boy.
Remember the old saying, make way for tomorrow.
Well, if he thinks he's coming out here to steal my... Oh, I'm not worried. But then, what's my sponsor thinking of, putting another comedian in my place?
Now, take it easy, Jack. The boy won't hurt you. He's only taking your place for 3 months.
Oh, that's right.
A lot can happen in 3 months.
What do you mean?
Well, suppose at the end of the summer, Henry Aldrich goes to our sponsor and says, look, I did all right on the summer show. Why make a change?
What?
Why not keep the Aldrich family?
But...
Why let go of a good thing?
Yeah, what do you need with Benny? Why the little double-crosser? I'll punch that Aldrich kid right in the nose.
Now, Jack, don't get excited. The kid doesn't mean any harm.
Then why is he trying to put me out of work? Especially at my age. Ooh, my back.
All of a sudden, you're old and feeble.
Oh, no, I'm not. Well, fellas, that's the way they want it, all right. Heaven knows I try to entertain the American public. But that's life, I guess. It's life.
Jack, what are you talking about? You'll be back on this program next October.
Don't try to soften the blow, Don. I can see the handwriting on the wall. Thank heaven I've saved a few pennies.
Ye gods, have you got that fortune in pennies?
It's no time for jokes, Mary. When I think that a little squirt like that Aldrich kid can come along, come in, and take away all that I've built up through years of constant... Come in, come in. Well?
Hello, Mr. Benny. I'm Henry Aldridge.
Oh, you are, eh?
He got a nice hand there, didn't he?
Yeah, that's the public for you. Fickle. A little while ago, they were doing that for me. Well, young man, you can very nicely get right out of this studio.
Get out of this studio? Why, our sponsor sent me
I
here
don't
to-
care what our sponsor did. You don't start working on this program until next week, so scram.
But I flew all the way here from New York just to be on your show tonight.
I don't care if you did. Get out.
But, Mr. Benny...
But nothing. Get out before I throw you out.
What's going on here?
You know what's going on. Teach you to take my job away. Look at him standing there. You're so darn funny, Aldrich. Why don't you go ahead and tell a joke? Go ahead, make me laugh.
Gee whiz, Mr. Benny, I can't understand all this. I came all the way from New York to be with you tonight.
Who cares?
I'm bewildered. Everybody told me you were such a nice fellow.
I heard a little bit about you, too, buddy. Now, please get out of here.
Oh, Jack, do you have to fall for everything? We were only kidding you.
Why, of course. You don't have to worry, Jack. It's just a rib.
Rib nothing. I can look right at that boy and see he's got talent. Can't pull the wool over my eyes.
Hair either.
Quiet. I'm worried enough.
Oh, wake up, Jackson. This kid isn't trying to take your job.
But my goodness, Mr. Benny, I think you're the greatest comedian in the world. You're my ideal.
I am, eh?
Honest. Why, I'd rather go without supper than miss you on Sunday night.
Oh, yeah? Well.
Oh, I always listen. Why, I know all of your stuff by heart.
Oh-ho! Put up your dukes! Put them up, kid!
Jack!
Grab him! Grab him!
Jack, what's the matter with you? Calm down.
Calm down? You just heard him admit he was stealing my stuff.
Oh, no. You misunderstand me, Mr. Benny. All I meant was that you're so funny that I can't help but remember everything you do.
Oh. Oh, I see. Well, and I'm sorry I made that pass extra. So you think I'm pretty funny, eh, kid?
Yes, sir. I think Phil Harris is very amusing, too.
Oh, you do, eh?
But when it comes to class, you got him beat a mile.
Well, Henry, I'll have to admit that Phil is a little corny.
Oh, you're both corny, but you have more finesse.
Now, look, Henry.
See what I told you? The kid's a panic.
Yeah. Now, look, Henry, there are a couple of rather personal things I want to talk to you about. I'll tell you what, let you and I run down to the drugstore. I want a sandwich anyway. I'll talk to you there.
Okay. Well, so long, everybody.
So long, Henry. So long. Good luck on your summer show.
Gee, thanks.
Goodbye, Mary. Give me a kiss.
Kiss Henry. Oh, so long.
I'll see you later. Come along, Henry.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
Well, Henry, now here's what I want to talk to you about. You see, I do a comedy show 9 months out of the year. Now, you're coming on for the summer, and I think our audience would like a contrast.
What do you mean, Mr. Benny?
Well, why don't you do a dramatic show or read poetry or something?
Well, but you see, the Aldridge family has been very successful on the air. We want to continue with it.
Oh. But, Henry, people get tired of laughing all the time. Why don't you introduce a serious note? You know, make people cry.
Cry, Mr. Benny?
Sure, that sob stuff goes over big.
I smell a rat.
Oh. Well, look, Henry, here's another idea. Have you ever considered doing a sort of an adventure serial? Something with suspense and action. For instance, look, you can be lost in the jungle. Savages and wild animals will be after you. You know, make a real thriller out of it.
No comedy, eh?
No, not in the jungle, Henry.
Well, I don't think our sponsor would like that.
Oh. Well, here's the drugstore. Let's go in and have something. Look, Henry, don't you want to show the sponsor how versatile you are?
I want to get laughs, Mr. Benny, just like you do.
Oh. Hey, buddy, give me a tuna fish and peanut butter sandwich.
Okay.
Let's try it again. Now, look, Henry. Henry, let me paint a picture for you. Say, for instance, you're lost in the jungle, and week after week, people will be tuning in to find out what's happening to you. They're worried about you. They'll be on edge. Did the golden dragon get Henry, they'll say? Or have the cannibals got him? Think of that.
I'll have a chocolate soda.
But, Henry...
vanilla ice cream.
Now, look, Henry, forget about the jungle. Here's another idea for you. You're an office boy on a big city newspaper, and you're just dying for a break. You want to be a reporter, see?
Uh-huh.
Well, one day there's a big fire in the building next door, and Millicent Mandalay, the girl you're going to marry when you're 21, is trapped in this burning building. You hear her screaming, Henry! Henry, help me! Help!
No soap.
Listen. So hearing her cries, you dash right into the blazing inferno. Think of it, Henry. Flames to the right of you, flames to the left of you. I tell you, Henry, this is the kind of...
And now here's our recipe for keeping as cool as a cucumber this summer. It's a swell new Jell-O recipe called Cucumber Pineapple Salad. Why, there's an even breezy, refreshing sound to the name itself. And believe me, here's one time when there really is something in a name. Tiny diced pieces of crisp cucumber, golden wedges of juicy pineapple, and clear emerald lime Jell-O. Yes, sir, it's enough to make the laziest summer appetite perk right up and say more. And better yet, it's so simple and easy that it's practically making itself. Just prepare one package of lime Jell-O in the usual way and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in a cup of diced cucumbers and one slice of canned pineapple cut into wedges. If you use fresh pineapple, be sure to cook it. Then mold and serve on lettuce. And there it is, friends, a bright, colorful salad with a grand, tantalizing taste. Just the thing for warm weather meals, which must be light yet delicious. So tomorrow, enjoy this new Jell-O salad, a delightful combination of cool, tingling cucumbers and golden pineapple, tucked into a glistening mold of tempting lime Jell-O.
This is the last number of the last program in the current Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next October 6th at the same time. Meanwhile, I hope you will all enjoy The Aldrich Family starring Ezra Stone beginning next week. Before signing off, I'd like to thank our listeners everywhere and the members of my cast for their splendid cooperation. I would also like to thank my authors, Bill Morrow and Ed Boulogne, who worked with me in the preparation of my material. And oh, yes, I think I better thank Ezra Stone, too.
You're welcome, Buck.
Good night, folks. See you next fall.
J-E-L-L-O. Be sure to listen next Sunday to the Aldrich Family, same time, same station. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, let me pass along an economy tip to you housewives. You're trying to hold down the cost of your dinner main dishes. Well, you know macaroni and cheese is a fine, thrifty main dish. But do you know this? With the product called Kraft Dinner, you can make grand macaroni and cheese thriftily and make it in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, every package of thrifty Kraft Dinner contains a special quick cooking macaroni. Also, some Kraft Grated, which lets you sprinkle the cheese goodness through and through the fluffy macaroni. In a jiffy, you have a delicious, economical main dish. When you're in the food store, it's smart to buy several packages of Kraft Dinner, for the family will want Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese often. Tomorrow, ask for Kraft Dinner. And now let's join our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who's waded through his morning paper and his morning milk and is now struggling through his morning mail.
Bills, nothing but bills. Well, here's a postcard. It says, be thin as a leaf by boiling your beef.
From some dietetic advisor?
No, Marjorie, it's from the Sultan's Delight Turkish Baths. Well, a letter from the manager of my old rubber plant, the Gildersleeve Girdle Works. What do you know? It's been converted into a factory to repair barrage balloons.
Gee, that certainly is a big change, isn't it, Unc?
Oh, not much, Leroy. After all, they're still putting blimps into shape again. Or am I stretching things a little?
What does he write, Uncle Mort?
He says they've made the mistake of inflating a big balloon inside the factory.
Jeepers, did it cause any trouble?
I'll say it simply raised the roof. Oh, here's what I've been waiting for. It's from the State War Savings Administrator. The pins and the stickers I sent for. Here are your pins, children.
Oh, this is cute.
Yeah, what's it for, Unc?
Well, I've been investing part of the income from your estate in war bonds and doing the same with my income. Now, we're all full-fledged members of the 10% Club.
The 10% Club? What kind of a club is that?
Leroy, it's the club that's going to help give the Axis a beating. Look, they sent us stickers to put up in our front window, too.
Oh, yes. We're buying at least 10%. Uncle Mort, you have 2 stickers.
Sure. I forgot to tell you, we're investing 20%.
Well, this 10 is certainly what the well-dressed American will wear this summer.
Gee, Unc, you've got one left over. Can I have it for my pajamas at night?
Yeah. No, Leroy, that one belongs to Bertie. Her 10% is deducted out of her paycheck each month. Oh, Bertie!
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve. You want a spot of black coffee?
No, Bertie. I've got a spot of red, white, and blue for you. Here's your 10% club pin.
Well, thank you, sir.
Don't thank me. Thank Uncle Sam. Or rather, Uncle Sam thanks you.
No need to do that. I'd like to be over there playing the Stars and Stripes Forever on that Hitler's head with a skillet.
Yeah.
But if I can, I'm going to use some of my dough for bomb dumplings to go with his cooked goose.
That's the right spirit, Bertie. As I said to Judge Hooker, oh, my goodness, I'm late for the office. Where's my hat?
Under your arm, Unc.
Oh, I see. Then where'd I put my briefcase?
On your head.
Oh! Hey, goodbye, everybody. Bertie, don't forget to take this umbrella stand out of the hall, because someday somebody's liable to trip over it. So long.
Oh, poor Uncle Mort. You better remove that stand, Bertie. We wouldn't want him to hurt himself.
No, at least not until after Father's Day.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, gee, we've bought him a super-duper present on account of he's been just like a father to us.
Leroy, that was to be a surprise.
Oh, I forgot. Now, Bertie, you got to promise you won't breathe a word about the present for the present.
Well, how can I when I don't know what it is?
Well, it's just what he's been wanting. A great big easy chair.
Yes, sir, a green leather club chair.
Oh, Marge, now you've given it away. Bertie, you got to keep this in confidence.
Oh, don't you worry. I's the biggest confidence woman you ever seen.
Hello, stranger.
Oh, Schlepperman.
Welcome to Schlepperman's Overstuffed Furniture Store. And is this store overstuffed with furniture?
Well, Sam, how are you?
Physically, I'm in the pink. Financially, I'm even more so. I'm in the red. What can I do for you if I'm not being too continental?
Oh, really nothing. I just thought I'd drop in and browse around.
Oh, go right ahead. Everybody's doing it. Business has been very browsy lately. And if you don't see what you want, just remember, can I help it if my stock is monotonous?
I saw a nice display of leather club chairs in the window. That's why I came in, Sam. I was sort of daydreaming. You know, with Father's Day on Sunday. Wouldn't it be nice if I were a father?
Yeah, that's a little short notice. I don't think you can make it.
Yeah, I know that, Slep. Marjorie and Leroy are fine children, but isn't it too bad I haven't any children of my own to buy me one of those chairs? I suppose your kids are pretty good to you.
Oh, sure. All 8 of them. They're so good to me on Father's Day that I'm broke for the rest of the month.
You mean they buy you a present and then charge it to you?
Oh, no. They borrow the money from me beforehand. Look, Guilty, if you had kids, they'd do the same thing. So why don't you pretend you have a son and that you're him and he wants to buy you a nice chair? Go on, don't be stingy with the boy.
Now, don't you go to work on me, Schlepperman. I already have a soft spot for that brown leather club chair.
Yes, and the vice versa.
What do you mean?
That chair has a soft spot for you. It was just made for you. Look, extra wide seat, big soft cushion, heavy legs.
Are you describing the chair?
I'm not so foolish I should insult a customer. Go on, sit in it once. It's free.
Yeah, all right, Sam. Yeah, that certainly looks cozy. Yeah. This is like floating in the ocean, only not so wet. How much do you want for this chair?
$67.50, and that's my rocky bottom price.
But, Sam, this chair hasn't got a rocky bottom.
You got me. 65.
55.
Oh, no. You can have one of the red ones or a green one for 55. But the brown one costs me more.
Why is that?
The manufacturer has a whim.
Yeah. But I don't like green or red chairs. They remind me of traffic signals, and that makes me mad.
Okay, guilty old pal. I'll let you have the brown one for $60.
Yeah, $60, eh? All right. Send it up to my house tomorrow. If I'm out, say, I just remembered. There's a chair exactly like this one in the window for $60.
Sure, guilty. 60 is the ceiling price. And how can I cover my overhead if I don't hit the ceiling?
You got me.
Gildersleeve.
Well, hello, Judge Hooker.
This is my sister, Amelia. Amelia, this is Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Oh, I'm glad to know you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, this is a pleasure indeed, Miss Hooker. I'm quite surprised to see how attractive your sister is, Judge. The way you always talked, I thought she was...
By the way, Gildersleeve, I'm glad I ran into you today. I've been meaning to find out when you intend returning that umbrella I loaned you around Christmas time.
Yeah, just as soon as you return that copy of No by George Waite.
I never borrowed your copy of No by George Waite.
I remember now. It wasn't a book. It was an umbrella you borrowed from me, long after I returned yours.
I borrowed one from you? You're full of balloon juice.
Oh, now, Horace, I'm sure you're mistaken.
You keep out of this, Amelia.
Yes, you keep... Hooker, don't talk that way to your sister.
She's my sister. I'll talk to her any way I please.
Not when there's a gentleman around.
Maybe not, but until one comes along, I'll talk to her any way I please.
Are you hinting that I'm no gentleman?
I'm hinting that you're a big fat fool.
Judge, now you're hinting below the belt. Really, Miss Amelia, I never expected you to be so attractive with such an insignificant...
And stop making goo-goo eyes at her.
Well, I'm not making goo-goo eyes at her. That's just the victimatura in me coming out. And am I glad to get rid of it? Hey, goodbye, Miss Amelia. I hope I see you in better company the next time.
You better return my umbrella, you deadbeat.
Oh, quiet, Horace. My goodness, let that nice Mr. Gildersleeve keep it. You got 2 umbrellas in the closet downstairs.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. One with a gold handle and the other with a broken rib.
Oh, great Scott.
Well, what's wrong?
That broken one is Gildersleeve's, and the gold handle one is the one I loaned him.
Well, Horace Hooker, shame on you. Now, you must do something to make up for the way you've insulted Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, maybe I'll buy him something for his birthday. It's the 21st.
The 21st? Well, that's Sunday.
Okay, then I'll send him a postal card. Special delivery.
You'll do nothing of the sort. Now, you come with me.
Where are you going?
Over to Obler's department store to buy Mr. Gildersleeve a birthday present. I saw the most comfy red leather club chair in the window this morning.
Miss Marge. Hello, Leroy.
Hiya, Bertie. Uncle Mort home yet?
No, but his chair is.
Oh, dear. The salesman at Phelps and Fowler's promised they wouldn't deliver it until tomorrow morning.
Well, let's hide it someplace till then. How about your room, Bertie?
My room? Why, it's so small I have to do my setting up exercises sitting down. Even have to open the window to throw my chest out.
Well, let's see the chair. Oh, that's not the right one.
No, this one's brown.
And we bought a green one.
Oh, jiggers, Uncle Mort.
Oh, dear, what do we do?
I'll sit down on a chair, and you children sit on me, and that'll hide it.
Is anybody at home? Well, don't bother to answer if you're not. Oh, there you are.
Oh, hello, Dottie. We thought you were Uncle Mort.
Oh, now, how could you make a mistake like that? I don't look anything like your Uncle Mort, even in these slacks. Or do I? Well, look at the pretty chair.
We bought it for Uncle Mort for Father's Day, and it came a day too soon, and it's the wrong color. I'm just petrified that he'll come home any minute and find it.
Well, then, look, why don't you bring it over to my house and keep it there until you can change it?
Oh, well, thank you, Dottie. I'll phone Phelps and Fowler from there and ask them to bring the green one. Come on, Leroy, let's take it out the black chair.
That must be your uncle now. Now, you folks hurry. I'm coming. Save electricity.
How do? I'm from Phelps and Fowler. I got a green leather chair for Mr. Gildersleeve.
Man, that's service. Sit it right here in the hallway.
Okay. Will you sign for it, please?
Can I just initial it?
Certainly.
All right. BLC. That stands for Bertie Lee Coggins. I better write that underneath. Now, you go over to the Dobson's house next door and pick up that brown chair that was brought over there by mistake.
Well, this is the first I've ever heard of it.
Uh-oh, here comes trouble.
Oh, good afternoon, Bertie.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Excuse me a moment. I'm just going to show this gentleman where the Dobsons live. Just walk this way, mister.
Sure. He couldn't walk the way Bertie does to save his life. Now, what's this blocking it? Why, it's my chair. Oh, that Schlepperman. I told him I didn't want a green chair. Wait till I get hold of him. Of all the stupid mistakes, sending me a green chair when I distinctly said hello. Is this Schlepperman?
It ain't Joe Lewis.
Sam, this is Gildersleeve. You know that brown chair you sold me?
Yes?
I just arrived home and found it here, and it's green.
There must be some mistake.
Yeah, I'll say, and you better come right over and correct it.
Okay, guilty old friend. I'll be there in 3/6 of a jiffy. But I can't understand it. That chair is not supposed to turn green until next spring.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, let me tell you homemakers how to do a little sleight of hand performance in the kitchen. It's how to make delicious macaroni and cheese with magic speed. You do it with a product called Kraft Dinner. Out of the Kraft Dinner box, take the special Kraft Dinner macaroni and cook it in boiling water not more than 7 minutes. Then drain off the water, add a little butter and milk. And with the Kraft Grated that also comes in every Kraft Dinner package, sprinkle the cheese flavor through and through. In as little time as it takes you to make the coffee, you have a grand money-saving main dish ready. Macaroni and cheese that the whole family will go for, cooked in only 7 minutes. It does seem like a sleight of hand trick, doesn't it? Well, get set to do this kitchen magic real soon. Tomorrow, ask your food dealer for Kraft Dinner. Better get several packages, because the folks will love Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese. And now let's return to the Great Gildersleeve, who's taking a short nap, completely unaware of the fact that Mr. Schlepperman has come with another brown chair and taken back the green one that Marjorie and Leroy brought for Father's Day. Right now, his niece and nephew are returning from Dottie's house.
I sure hope Uncle Mort likes the chair we picked out.
Oh, I'm positive that he will. Oh, I can just see him now, stretched out on that comfy green leather, smoking a cigar.
And spilling the ashes all over his vest.
Well, we'll get him an ashtray. One of the...
Leroy!
Do you see what I see?
You mean that brown leather chair? We just got through hauling it over to Dottie's. And then I saw the delivery man take it away.
He must have brought it right back here.
Well, let's get it back to Dottie's before Uncle Mort sees it. Oh, that's the front doorbell.
Oh, come on, brother, out through the kitchen. Bertie, someone's ringing the bell.
If this keeps up, I'm going to be worn down to a shadow, size 42.
Hello there, Bertie.
Hello, Judge Hooker.
I've got a little surprise for Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, what, you two?
Yes, look.
You mean that red leather chair?
Yes. Now, I don't want you to breathe a word about it to a soul.
Who, me? Don't you worry. Alongside of me, the Sphinx is just another Gracie Allen.
Help me carry it in. Now, just put it in the living room for Gildy. And don't tell him who it's from. Let him guess a while.
But, Judge Hooker.
I wonder what he'll say when he finds out.
I know. He'll say, ooh, 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 ooh.
Yes, well, goodbye. And remember, mum's the word.
Yes, sir. Mum's the word for Father's Day. Green chairs, red chairs, brown chairs. Where are we going to put them all?
Bertie, did a man bring a chair while I was asleep?
Yes, sir, frequently.
Oh, well, at last. Now I'll... Bertie, am I seeing red?
I don't know, but you sure is turning red.
This is the last straw. I told that Schlepperman to take his green chair back and bring me my brown one. And now it turns out to be red. Give me that telephone. Thank you, Bertie. Do you know anything about this?
Ooh, me? No, sir. I was just an innocent byproduct.
I'm going to get to the bottom of this chair business, right down to the seat of the trouble, or my name isn't...
Schlepperman Studio Fine Furniture. Sam Schlepperman, sole prop speaking.
I'm going to knock the prop out from under his soul. Hello, this is Gildersleeve again.
Hello, Guilty. Did you find your chair?
Yeah, I found the chair all right.
Low, wide, and handsome, ain't it?
Yes, and it's also red.
Who read it?
No, the color is red.
I feel the funniest sensation in my ears, as if you said the color is red.
That's what I did say.
But, Tracky boy, I personally delivered to your house one genuine brown leather chair. Not khaki, not mocha, coca, or karaoke, but brown. B-R-O-W, and so forth.
I'm looking at it right now, and it's red.
Say, it's undressed leather. Maybe it's blushing.
Well, this time I'm going to make sure there's no mistake.
How?
I'm going to load this chair on my rumble seat and bring it over to your store. And if I don't get a brown chair this time, I'm going to buy a war bond with the money and sit on that for the next 10 years.
How come you bringing back this chair?
Lady, when I took this brown chair back to Phelps and Fowler, the boss told me it ain't our chair at all.
Well, then leave it here, mister. Chairs has been floating in and out this house like a flood in a furniture factory.
Okay. Yeah, there you are. Bye.
What we ought to do is give them all to the government. 3 chairs for the red, white, and blue.
Bertie, I just found I'd made a mistake. Mr. Gildersleeve's birthday is July 21st, not June 21st.
Yeah, but you needn't rush back to tell me. I knew that all the time.
No, I came back to get that chair. I'll just take it home and keep it there for a month.
Well, you might as well, 'cause chairs is the mostest thing we got plenty of.
Thanks. Now, remember, we're still going to keep it all secret.
Don't worry, I'll zip my lip.
Thank you. I've got to hurry so I won't run into Gildersleeve. Funny. I guess my eyesight isn't as good as it used to be. I'd swear this leather looks a lot more brown than it does red.
Honest, Guilty, I still insist that this is the 3rd brown leather chair I'm bringing into this house today.
But what about the green one and the red one?
They ain't mine. That's why I brought them along in the back of the trunk. You can have them.
No, thanks. All I want is the brown one you sold me. Help me carry it in the house, Sam.
All right. Follow me. I know the way blindfolded already. Just look at that leather. Comes from only the most contented cows.
I suppose the springs are very healthful, too.
Careful going around the umbrella stand, Guilty.
Yeah, I know. I've been here before. All right, you can set it down now, Sam.
See? I'm a little tired. And why not? It's pretty hot for July, isn't it?
It's still June, Schlepperman.
I know it, but it's even hot for July.
You care for a bottle of root beer?
I don't mind, if you'll be so kindly.
Yeah, come on in the kitchen. We'll get it ourselves.
Gee, where is everybody today? Seems as though... Oh, for Pete's sake, how did that brown chair get back in here again? I bet that old Dottie hasn't sense enough to leave it over at her house. Well, there's nothing for me to do but drag it back next door again. Next time I'm going to attach an outboard motor to it. Come on, Cher, let's go.
No, Sam. I keep telling you. Those red and green chairs are not mine.
But, Guilty, what happened to the 2 other brown ones?
I don't know. You can see for yourself that I've only got that... Where's the chair we brought in here just now?
Why ask me? I was in the kitchen with you drinking. Root beer, remember?
That's right. Let's look around. It couldn't have walked off, could it?
I don't know. Maybe it was a discontented cow after all.
By George, I've heard of disappearing beds and fading wallpaper. but this is the first time I've ever seen a vanishing club chair.
I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. And now that I don't see it, I still don't believe it.
It's nowhere around here. There's only one thing to do. Hand me that telephone.
Here you are. What are you going to do?
Call the police.
A good idea. The lowlife who did this should get the chair.
Should. He did. Come on out here, Sam. Here comes a couple of plainclothesmen now.
Just stay where you are, Gus. I won't be long.
Okay, Lieutenant. I'm in no hurry.
Are you from headquarters?
Yes. Which one of you gents is Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve?
A fine detective. Him, of course.
Oh. Well, I'm Lieutenant Miller of the burglary squad. I was on my way to the station when I got a radio call to stop here. What's the trouble?
Great big leather chairs. They do tricks.
Yeah.
Tricks?
What kind of tricks?
They keep changing colors, rushing in and out of here, disappearing into thin air.
Yeah, look, mister, you don't need a detective. You need glasses.
Oh, no. He's had a couple of glasses already. Yeah. But it was only root beer.
No. Lieutenant, you don't understand. If somebody stole a chair right from out under our noses while our backs were turned.
Yeah, it sounds impossible.
Maybe, but this is a case where the truth is more than fiction, stranger.
Can you describe this chair?
Let me see. It had a zoot seat.
With a sack back.
And a stuffed tuft.
And it sold for $60.
Now, come on, cut out the horseplay. What was the style, color, material, and size?
It was a brown leather club chair, the same size as me, a 48 stub.
Well, if someone walked out with it, we shouldn't have any trouble tracing it. Have you asked the neighbors if they saw anything suspicious?
Oh, no, I haven't.
Well, suppose we try a few.
All right, we'll ask the neighbors. Let's start with the Dobsons next door, huh?
Say, Guilty, this is exciting. Don't you feel just like the Tin Man? No, I guess you don't.
Do you think we should look for footprints, Lieutenant?
You mean on the sidewalk? What do you think this is, Grauman's Chinese?
My, he's a regular salary queen.
And now remember, be sure you let me do the questioning.
Yeah, all right.
Come on, I haven't all day.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, hello, Dottie. This is Lieutenant Miller from the police department, and Mr. Schlepperman.
From the furniture department. Have a guard.
We're investigating a chair which disappeared from our house.
Oh, do you mean a big brown leather club chair that was delivered there this afternoon? Well, no, I haven't even heard about it. What does it look like?
Well, it looks like, let me see. It looks exactly like both of those brown chairs in your hallway.
Oh.
All right, young lady. Start talking.
Oh, no, Lieutenant. Don't get her started talking.
I'm really innocent, and I never did anything against the law except one time I kept talking to a streetcar motorman, and he ran into the end of the line.
Get quiet, please.
I wish they'd ration her gas.
I tell you, I still don't get it.
I tell you this way.
Quiet, please! I can't understand you people when you talk one at a time, let alone like this. Now, who's Marjorie?
That's me.
Now, if you had to buy your uncle something for Father's Day, why didn't you just get him a necktie?
How do you like that? Trying to ruin the furniture business.
But Bertie will tell you that we bought the green chair. Now, won't you, Bertie?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
'Cause I ain't no stool pigeon.
Hey, Unc, look out the window. Somebody's sneaking up to our house with a brown chair.
Why, George, you're right. There's the thief, Lieutenant. Come on, let's get him.
All right, come on. Stop! Drop that chair or I'll shoot.
Hey, what's the idea? Put down that gun.
Put down that chair first.
Judge Hooker, what are you doing?
Oh, I was trying to keep it a secret, Gildy. I took the wrong chair.
Ah, at last, a confession.
Who's confessing to what? I just made a mistake, that's all.
Yes, Judge, a fatal mistake. When you stole that chair, you dragged yourself off the bench.
You don't understand. I bought you a chair for your birthday.
A likely story. My birthday is a month off, and you're too cheap to return an umbrella, let alone buy me an expensive present. Officer, arrest that man.
If you do, I'll sue you for false arrest, illegal incarceration, malicious persecution, criminal libel, slander, and well, you'll be sorry.
I'm not going to take any chances. Load all the chairs in Slepperman's truck. I'm going to haul all the evidence and all the witnesses down to headquarters.
Before I go, I insist on phoning the chief of police.
Oh, okay. Come on into the house with me.
The chief of police is his uncle or something. Hey, Slepperman, did you hear what the lieutenant told us to do?
Sure, it's easy. I've already got the red and green ones on. Also the 2 brown ones from Miss Daddy's house. All I got to do is lift up the one the judge lifted. Like this. And we're ready to go.
Oh, say, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh? Oh, yes. You're Gus, the lieutenant's partner, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right. If he's going to take you all down in a squad car, I better take the truck and drive the evidence down to headquarters.
That's an excellent idea. Hey, Slepperman, give the officer your keys.
All right. Be careful with the clutch. It grabs.
I'll watch it.
Yeah, I'll certainly be glad when we can get this all unraveled. When I can find a seat I can call my own.
You said it, guilty boy. This has been a most hectical day.
Yeah. Oh, well, here comes the lieutenant and Hooker now.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I just had a little talk with the chief.
He says for the lieutenant to forget the whole matter.
So all you people get in a huddle and divide up those chairs among you. Say, where's Gus?
You mean your partner? He drove the truck with the chairs down to police headquarters.
My partner? That wasn't my partner. That was Gus Burns, a crook that I was taking to jail.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my truck.
Oh, my chairs.
Oh, my.
But, Lieutenant, what I can't understand is that you letting that chair snatcher sit in that squad car unguarded.
Well, I had him handcuffed to the wheel. I can't imagine how he got away. Did he ask anyone here to give him a key or a file?
No, I don't know.
No, sir. The only thing the man asked me for was a hairpin.
Oh! Good night, folks.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randall. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Now, as gunshots echo across the wind-swept, snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns, present Sergeant Preston of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers.
On, King! On, you husky!
Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. With Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice, bringing you the adventures of Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog, Yukon King, as they meet the challenge of the Yukon.
There's no one that can make a better cereal than Quaker puffed rice. It's nice. And when you hear that shootin', you're darn tootin' that Quaker makes the ones shot from guns.
Did you hear that? Shot from guns. That's your tip-off to the breakfast cereal that's deliciously crisp and tender. Yes, eat Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat every morning because they're puffed to perfection, full of swell natural nut-like flavor. Top with milk or cream and fruit, and go to it. You just can't beat Quaker puffed rice or Quaker puffed wheat. Lefty Nash was a big man and a tough one. He had been a lumberman in his younger days in Vancouver, but a couple of years after his marriage, he had left his wife and baby boy and went to the gold fields of California. At first, Lefty's intentions were good. He'd make his fortune and then send for his little family. The fortune never materialized, and Lefty, who had wandered from one location to another, neglected to keep in touch with his wife. When he finally returned to Vancouver, he learned his wife had died, and the whereabouts of his son wasn't known. He discussed his troubles at the time with the local constable.
Well, my boy is 10 years old now, Constable. His name is Dennis Nash. I've searched the town for him, but well, I didn't have any luck.
Well, I'll do what I can to help you, Mr. Nash. If I find any trace of the boy, I'll let you know.
Well, thanks. I'm stopping at the Straits Hotel for the time being.
Well, like I said, Mr. Nash, I'll get in touch with you if I learn anything about the boy. In the meantime, you keep in touch with me.
Right. Goodbye, Constable.
Weeks passed, and there was no word of Dennis. Lefty, discouraged, drifted from the town and finally reached Seattle. He was broke and bitter when he fell in with bad companions who persuaded Lefty that easy money could be had for the taking. One robbery led to another, and Lefty became a tough, hard man, and his name became notorious throughout the Northwest country. More years passed, and when gold was discovered in the Yukon Territory, Lefty and two cronies traveled to Skagway, the gateway to the Yukon. Then, as winter moved in, they followed the trail north.
We better stop a few minutes and rest the dogs. Ho! Ho, you!
How much farther do we have to go to reach Selkirk, Lefty?
It's a few miles out.
Wonder how long it'll be before that prospector finds out we discovered the hiding place he had for his gold.
We'll be plenty far away before he misses it. He was out cutting more wood when we took it, Squint.
Say, I learned Whitehorse that the prospectors around Selkirk come to town loaded with gold dust on Saturday nights and head for the cafe there.
Yeah. Maybe we could take a chance on holding up the cafe Saturday night. We could use bandanas to mask our faces, then hit the trail for Dawson right after.
Yeah, we'll think it over, Squint.
Well, let's get moving, Lefty. I'm getting cold.
Yeah.
Mush!
When they arrived in Selkirk, Lefty and his two companions stayed at a waterfront hotel and made plans for the cafe holdup. On Saturday night, they stopped their dog team alongside the building, and then, using bandanas as masks, the three men entered.
It's a holdup. Line up all here and reach for the ceiling. Fellas, go get the cash and gold and make it quick.
Sure, Lefty. Come on.
Right.
Hey, he called the leader Lefty.
Must be Lefty Nash.
Don't let them get away with this, man. Get him. Come on.
The sudden retaliation by the men in the cafe took the crooks by surprise. Lefty saw both Squint and Art fall wounded, and his one thought was to escape. Emptying his gun, he turned and fled, slamming the door behind him. A few minutes later, the man from the cafe entered the office of young Constable Denny Carter.
Constable.
What is it? Something wrong? I thought I heard shooting and was just going to investigate.
3 crooks tried to hold up the cafe, Constable, but we got 2 of them, and the other got away. You better come right over there and pick them up, as soon as the doc's fixed them. They're both wounded.
I'm ready. Let's go. Was anyone else hurt?
Yeah, several. And I think one fella's dead. Took a bullet from the crook that got away.
Now, that's bad. As soon as the other 2 are taken care of, I'll trail the one who got away.
Constable, I know this is your first assignment, being constable here in Selkirk. Let me warn you, the fellow who got away is thought to be Lefty Nash, a desperate killer.
It's my job to trail him and bring him in for murder.
Better wait till you have help, then.
No. Delay might take away any chance of catching him. I'll send word to the constable at Bear Landing to watch my district while I'm gone. Do you have any idea which way the killer went?
I'd say he was heading north.
I'll try to pick up his trail. And I'll not come back until I catch him and bring him in.
An hour later, the constable, Denny Carter, picked up Lefty's trail and started out in pursuit.
Mush! Mush, you husky!
It was later that night when Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police and his great dog, Yukon King, arrived in Selkirk. Preston's first stop was at the general store.
Husky! Hi, Husky! Come on! Come along, fella.
Well, Sergeant Preston and King. I'm mighty glad to see you again.
Thanks, Frank. Thought I'd pick up a few supplies before I barged in on the constable at his cabin.
Hasn't anyone told you the constable isn't in town?
Isn't? Why, no, we just arrived and stopped off here first.
Well, some crooks tried to hold up the cafe earlier. 2 of them were wounded and caught. The other one got away.
Huh?
But before he left, he killed a fellow at the cafe. Denny left to trail him, saying he wouldn't come back without the murder.
Oh, I wish I'd arrived sooner.
Sure. To my way of thinking, young Constable Denny is risking his neck going after such a desperate character as Lefty Nash.
Lefty Nash? You mean Denny is trailing Lefty Nash?
That he is, Sergeant.
That is serious. I'll take supplies, Frank, and I'm picking up Denny's trail right away. I must get to him before he catches up with Nash.
I hope you do. Look, Sergeant, let me go with you. I might be of help before you're through.
Well, all right, but let's hurry. I don't want to waste time.
Within a short time, Sergeant Preston and Frank picked up Denny's trail near the cafe. With the great dog King leading the way, they started out the north trail.
On King! On, you husky!
I'm glad you decided to try to catch up to Denny. Nash is a desperate killer, and Denny isn't experienced enough.
It isn't that exactly, Frank. Tell me, you remember the widow Carter who came here and opened a boarding house some years ago?
Sure I do. It was about 12 years, as I recollect. I just opened up a small trading post. She was Denny's mother.
Denny was with her at the time, but she wasn't his mother.
She wasn't?
No. Mrs. Carter applied for adoption papers for Denny. One of my first assignments as a rookie was to interview her.
Say, I remember now. You came in and asked me about her at the time and said she wanted to adopt the boy who was staying with her.
That's right. Well, it seems before that, Denny's mother lived at Mrs. Carter's place in Vancouver. She died. Mrs. Carter kept Denny, brought him here when she moved to Selkirk. He took the name Denny Carter.
Does he know he's an adopted son?
Yes. That's all he does know about it, Frank. But I learned from Mrs. Carter before she died that Denny's father was named Lefty Nash.
Lefty Nash, eh? Well, now, Lefty Nash, you say? Great saints.
He must never know, so keep it to yourself.
Of course. You know I'd never mention it to anyone.
I know that, Frank.
But are you certain Denny's father and that killer are the same man? There might have been another man of that name, Sergeant.
The records show that Lefty Nash was born in Vancouver. He married there about 23 years ago and had a son named Dennis.
You don't say.
Lefty went to the States. His wife died while he was away, and his boy Dennis disappeared about the time Mrs. Carter came here with Denny. No one except the inspector and I, and of course you, know that Dennis Carter is really Dennis Nash.
Poor lad. Good thing he doesn't know. He's a fine chap.
Yes, and a good officer. But what you don't realize, Frank, is that he's trailing his own father, and one may kill the other.
Holy mackerel. I never thought of that.
That's why we have to find Denny before they meet. On King! On, you husky!
Meantime, about 2 miles ahead of Denny, Lefty Nash turned off the trail and stopped behind a low ridge.
Ho! Hi! Ho! Well, you mangy mutts, I guess I have to give you a rest if I hope to make it to Dawson.
Lefty took a blanket and moved under a ledge where he lay down to rest. He was out of the cold wind. The warmth of the blanket caused him to doze for a while. But later, a distant sound brought him to full consciousness, and he sat up suddenly.
Dogs. Somebody must be trailing me. It's just light enough for anyone to see my tracks leading in here. I better get going away from here and fast.
All right, you lazy hounds, up! Must you husky!
A short time later, Denny reached the point where Lefty had turned and gone to the ridge. He stopped his dog team a moment.
Ho, ho! Hold on, boy. Ho there. Turned off here and went toward that ridge. I'll leave the team here and go on foot. He may try to ambush me if he hears the team moving in.
With gun in hand, Denny followed the tracks. He cautiously approached the place where Lefty had stopped. And then, as he eased around the end of the ridge, he saw that no one was there.
He stopped here to rest. Here's where the dog's buried in the snow. Wait. Something over there. He left a blanket behind, and it still has warmth. It means he isn't very far ahead of me. I'll get back to the team.
Meanwhile, Sergeant Preston and Frank were making much better time than Denny had because the intelligent Husky King kept them on the trail.
Do you think Denny caught up with him yet, Sergeant?
I doubt it, Frank. I hope not.
That's the way I feel about it.
If he presses Lefty, he may run into an ambush. I hope he realizes that.
I hate to think of anything like that happening.
So do I. On King! On, you Huskies!
We'll continue our adventure in just a moment. Well, I see that young Sergeant Billy and Sandra Bell of Dawson City are playing Yukon treasure hunt today.
Oh, yes, sir. Do you know of a treasure in some secret cache?
Let's see now, let me think. Why, sure I do.
Well, why don't you give us some clues? And we'll try to find it.
Okay. Well, the first clue is a fur trapper's kitchen cupboard.
Bet I've got it. It's a package of Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice.
I fooled you there, Bill. Guess again.
Is the treasure inside the package?
Now, you're getting warm, Sandra. If you mean those crisp, delicious, king-size grains of Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice.
Well, maybe it's those food values you tell us about.
You're getting warmer, Billy, because it's a hidden treasure you can't see. Like those extra food values of restored natural grain amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron, furnished by Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice.
Gosh, I'm stumped.
Well, the best clue you could find would be when you pour yourself a heaping bowlful of Quaker puffed wheat or rice, top it with milk or cream and fruit, and then take a big, luscious mouthful. You can't see it, but you can...
Taste it! I've got it! It's the flavor!
Right! It's the sweet, tempting, nut-like flavor that tastes so good you want more and more. Yes, sirree, all you fellas and girls will find a real taste treasure when you go for the famous breakfast cereals, Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat. The breakfast cereals shot from gun. Now to continue. Lefty had a poor dog team to begin with, and the dogs, through periods of hunger and mistreatment, had lost their strength and stamina for long trips at a fast pace. Lefty noticed the dogs falter from time to time. Finally, when one of them fell from exhaustion, the others stopped and sank in the snow beside him.
Oh, what the... Come on, get up, you weak-kneed coyotes. Get moving, do you hear? By thunder, I'll... what's the use? They're no good to me now. Hey, someone's still on my trail. Must be a Mountie. They use good dogs. I'll have to make it on foot. I'll go over that hill off to the right.
Lefty went over the hill and found a long stretch of level, snow-covered land before him. At first, he had moved at a fast pace, but soon his steps slowed as his leg muscles ached to rest. But he knew he had to go on. Gasping for breath, Lefty forced himself forward, trying to put more distance between himself and the man he knew must be trailing him. As the faint, cold light of the Arctic sun edged over the horizon, he looked back just as a figure topped the hill behind him.
A redcoat. Mountie is following me. I have to find some place to stand against him. I gotta. Oh, he's out of gun range now, and so am I, so that's lucky. But I better get moving.
Slowly, Lefty moved on. Meantime, Denny's youth and vigor favored him as he slowly moved closer to the fleeing killer. He noticed that Lefty had swung to the right and was making for what appeared to be some large boulders.
I better try to cut him off or he'll be able to hold me back indefinitely.
Denny, too, swung off at an angle and increased his pace in hopes of cutting in between Lefty and the place to which the killer was heading. In his determination to outwit Lefty, Denny kept his eyes on the fleeing crook, neglecting to watch the nearby terrain. Suddenly, he felt the ground give way under him as a thin crust over a narrow ravine broke under his weight. Then the young Mountie was flung downward to the bottom of the narrow ravine and lay there stunned. Lefty, who was about a city block away from the young Mountie, turned as Denny yelled and saw the red-coated figure disappear from sight.
Hey, Jiminy, he must have stepped down to a crust cover in a ravine back there. If I go back, I could finish him off and get his dog team. And that's what I'll do. Gun's ready.
It took Lefty, in his winded condition, quite some time to reach the edge of the ravine where Denny had fallen. Finally, he moved cautiously to the edge and looked down.
He's just coming to. Hey, you down there. I got you covered.
I lost my gun. I'm unarmed.
Good. That makes it easier. I'm gonna plug you and then go back and take your dog team, Mountie.
Now, wait. Wait, listen to me.
Lefty watched as Denny struggled to his feet. The young man's parka hood had fallen back, and Denny brushed the snow out of his hair with his gloved hand, then looked upward at the leering killer above. A thin beam of sunlight struck the thick, curly, reddish-brown hair and lighted his youthful face as he spoke.
Oh, I sprained an ankle when I fell. Help me up. I can't follow you any further. I wouldn't leave you here to die.
You'll die before I leave, fella. Hey, it seems to me you've been mixed up in my life before this somewhere.
No, I haven't.
You sure look familiar, but that doesn't matter. It's too cold to stand here gabbing with a Mountie. Right now,
Lefty raised his gun again, and then hesitated. He looked down at the boyish face staring up at him, at the large, steady brown eyes just a few feet below the edge of the ravine. Lefty brushed a hand across his face as the gun wavered in his grasp.
Lefty, I came after you because you killed a man in Selkirk. Maybe you've killed others, I don't know. And now you intend to kill me. But you can't win, Lefty. The past will catch up with you and you'll be hanged sooner or later.
Lefty didn't answer, but stood as if in a trance. The young Mountie spoke of the past, and it was the past Lefty was reminded of as he looked at Denny. Of someone he knew, someone he had known well. But who? Who?
At first I was afraid, but I'm not now, Lefty. Go on, get it over with. I know killing means nothing to you.
Shut up! Shut up, you dirty redcoat!
Momentarily, rage swept over Lefty Nash, but still he held his fire. Some strange force seemed to hold him back, something that caused him to sweat in spite of the cold, moaning wind. Lefty shivered as the wind seemed to bring thoughts of the past, thoughts of when he was with his young wife and child.
Gosh, honey, isn't he some boy, though? Look at him. Only 2 years old, and yet as strong and smart as a 5-year-old. Someday he'll grow up to look just like me. You wait and see.
Lefty closed his eyes a moment. And then his confused mind took him back to the time he was leaving home.
Look, Mary, honey, it's for you and our boy. My son, Denny. I'll make a fortune in Golden, California, and then I'll come back or I'll send for you. Please, honey, you must understand. It's for you and for him that I'm going. Look, I'll get rich, I know it. I want him to have everything. No, I don't want to think back.
You're not going to shoot. Help me out. You're feverish, Lefty. Talking to yourself. You'll die, too, if you're sick.
Sick? What are you talking about? I'm just thinking. That's all. I don't want to make any slip and have more Mounties after me. And anyhow, I'd like to watch you squirm.
But Lefty saw the young man below him wasn't squirming. He seemed not to be afraid, as if he knew somehow that Lefty couldn't quite pull the trigger. And then an inner voice seemed to whisper to him, an inner voice forced into his mind by the moaning wind.
It's you down there, Lefty. You, just as you were when you left little Dennis and Mary. Never saw him again, Lefty, never. Yeah, look closer. That's you. You. Stop it, do you hear? It's a lie. I'm just seeing things, that's all.
What's the matter with you, Lefty? You help me up, I'll take you back to a warm room and a doctor. You're sick, Lefty.
You're to blame. Somehow you're making me see things that aren't so. You're a dirty polecat of a Mountie. And I'm gonna fix you right now, do you hear? Right now!
Don't shoot!
No, my arm! Oh, the gun, I dropped it, but I'll still be able to get it. Dog, help! Take him off!
Convoy, watch him.
Sergeant Preston, I'm in the ravine.
Denny, you all right?
Yes. Except for a sprained ankle.
We'll get you out. Lend a hand, Frank.
Sure will. I'll hold you while you reach down and grasp Danny.
All right. Denny, grab my hand.
A moment later, Denny stood beside Preston and Frank. Lefty watched him with feverish eyes as the young Mountie spoke.
Oh, Sergeant, you saved my life. Lefty was just about to shoot me when you fired at him.
I know, Denny.
Oh, I couldn't have it. It wasn't right to leave Mary and Denny.
What's he talking about? I thought he said my name.
Lefty Nash seems to be sick as well as wounded, Denny. He's delirious, I think.
He talked crazy while he held the gun on me.
Huh?
He did?
Yeah. He started to shoot me long before you got here. Then he kept staring at me and talking to himself.
No, Mary.
I told him he was sick and he flew into a rage.
Oh,
I'm glad he was out of his head.
Mary.
Otherwise, I'd be dead now.
Frank, go bring the dog sled, will you? I'll stay here with Lefty and Denny until you get back.
Sure. Isn't going to take long.
Frank brought back the dog sled, and in due time, Denny and Lefty Nash were taken back to Selkirk. Lefty was found to have a severe case of pneumonia, and it was Denny who came to Sergeant Preston at their cabin with a message.
Sergeant, the doctor wants us both to come to his place where Lefty Nash is under guard.
All right, Denny. I got my things on. We'll go right over.
When the two Mounties arrived, the doctor requested that Preston go in first, alone. A moment later, Sergeant Preston stood beside Lefty's bed.
Lefty, I'm Sergeant Preston.
I don't deserve any favors, Sergeant. I know that, but I'm dying.
Take it easy.
You called him Denny. I remember that much. Tell me, who is he?
Your son, Lefty.
Huh?
But he doesn't know.
My boy. And I tried to kill him. But something held me back. What it was, I don't know. The way he looked at me when he was in that ravine, I went crazy.
Easy, man, easy.
Could I see him? I'm not going to tell him.
I'll call him in. Denny.
Yes, sir.
Come in, will you? He's dying, Denny, and he's delirious. We know he's a killer, but, well...
Sure, I know.
Lefty, this is Constable Carter. Denny.
My boy. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, my boy. So sorry.
Oh, that's all right, Lefty. Forget it.
And you? A Mountie. Oh, that's fine. I'm proud. Sure. I'm proud.
He's gone, Denny.
It's strange his talking to me like that, Sergeant. Poor fella. As bad as he was, I can't help feeling sorry for him. You know, maybe if things had been different, if he'd married and settled down.
That's right, Denny. Things might have been different, who can tell? Maybe a son would have been all that Lefty needed to keep him straight. Well, he's paid his debt to society. This case is closed.
Sergeant Preston will return in just a moment with a word about our next exciting adventure. Say there, what's your favorite breakfast treat?
Why, of course. It's Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat.
Oh, mine, too. They taste so good.
Yes, everyone in the family, Dad too, goes for the toasty, nut-like flavor of good, natural grain. The sun-ripened, natural flavor that old Mother Nature puts into it.
Well, you see, Daddy doesn't like anything too sweet.
But we like things real sweet.
And that's the beauty of Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat. Every member of the family can sweeten them with sugar to suit their own special taste. They're never coated with factory sweetening.
No wonder everybody likes the one shot from guns.
And you know, because they're exploded up to 8 times normal size, they're crisp and tender as nuts in November.
Every bite is so crisp and crunchy.
Yes, with the sealed inner lining in the big red and blue packages, Quaker puffed wheat and rice are kept as crisp as can be. And mothers, remember those extra food values in every delicious spoonful your family eats. Those restored natural grain amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron. So every morning, let the whole family pour out big bowlfuls of delicious Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice. The ones
shot from guns.
And now, here is Sergeant Preston.
Sergeant Preston reporting for duty, Inspector.
Sergeant, an old sourdough named Johnny Elk sent word to headquarters that he's afraid that he'll be murdered. He wants to see an officer at once.
Johnny's afraid?
Johnny Elk is a rich man, Sergeant. Someone may be trying to steal his gold.
I'll start for Wildcat River at once, sir.
You'd better go geared for trouble.
Johnny's gold is already in the possession of killers who murdered Johnny Elk and 2 Indians to get it. When they meet Sergeant Preston in a deep canyon, they are determined to kill the 4th man in order to make their escape. Be sure to hear this next exciting adventure. These radio dramas, a feature of Sergeant Preston of the Yukon Incorporated, are created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Enterprises, directed by Fred Flowerday, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. Sergeant Preston of the Yukon is brought to you every Tuesday and Thursday at this same time by Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice. The breakfast cereal shot from guns. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Yes, fellas and girls, if you want to grow big and strong, eat Quaker Oats often. You get more strength, more energy from oatmeal than any other whole grain cereal. So tomorrow, start eating delicious Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals. Quaker and Mother's Oats are the same. Listen tomorrow at this same time to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the drink that makes you feel fresh again, delicious Orange Crush. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice. So long. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Benny, I'm home.
I know, Father.
Hello, everyone. This is Ray Green introducing another program in the series of Famous Fathers. You've just heard the voice of Howard Lindsay, star and co-author of that great comedy hit Life with Father, greeting Vinny for this usual homecoming. Of course, Mr. Lindsay's not back with us yet due to ill health, but we do have our famous guest father with us today, as well as a famous guest mother. Our guest father is truly a famous American father and the son of one of the most famous of all American fathers, the late President of the United States, Theodore Roosevelt. And that, of course, means that today we're honored in having with us as our guest father, Colonel Theodore Roosevelt. He was received many citations from foreign governments for his service overseas in the last World War, as well as the Distinguished Service Cross from this country. He was right in the midst of the most important battles of that war, was Assistant Secretary of the Navy upon his return, Governor of Puerto Rico, the Governor General of the Philippine Islands, has made several expeditions to Asia. He was one of the original organizers of the American Legion, has received the Order of the Jade, which has been awarded to only a few people throughout the world for distinguished service to China. He's the vice president of the Boy Scouts of America, has written many books, and since 1935 he has been and still is editor and vice president of the Doubleday Duran Publishing Company. He's the father of 4 children, 2 daughters and 2 sons. But I could go on for hours and tell you about Colonel Theodore Roosevelt, but you're probably just as familiar with this outstanding American as I am. Our famous mother is the wife of the famous author, John Phillips Marquand, who in 1938 was awarded the Pulitzer Prize for his best-selling book, The Late George Appley. Mr. Marquand also saw service in the last World War, and in 1916 he served on the Mexican border with the Massachusetts National Guard during the Pancho Villa fracas. Our 2 distinguished guests are going to have somewhat of a debate on the subject, father's position in the household. We'll probably have lots of fun, but first, a word of interest to all. Well, we're gathered around a table here in the studio, Colonel Theodore Roosevelt, Mrs. John Phillips Marquand, and myself. We're going to start this discussion off, and I think the Colonel might open the idea up.
I'd be delighted to open the idea up. First, I want to thank you for the introduction and say you were wrong on one point. You were wrong on the fact that I have 2 daughters and 2 sons. I've got 3 sons and 1 daughter, and my wife wouldn't thank you to cut off one of our sons.
My most humble apologies.
Another thing. You didn't name my principal claim to distinction because in addition to those, I've got 2 grandchildren. Look, Adelaide, you've seen life with Father.
Yes.
What do you think of Father's position in that household?
Well, I think Father's position in that household was just about what it should be.
Oh, come.
Yes,
Now, come.
I really do.
You do?
Yes.
Well, now, my feeling about a father's position is this, that a father's position in the household is secondary to the mother's. The mother's got the responsibility for bringing up those children, and she calls in the father as an aid and advisor.
Well, I know in my household I should have the responsibility for running the dull little routine of the house. And when you speak of bringing up children, of course, I have 1 small child, a year old, which makes me very capable authority on education of children from 1 to 21.
Adelaide, that makes me think of something that Mother always used to say. Mother said she wanted to have 12 children. She said that 1 child took all your time and 12 couldn't do more. So there you are. Do you see right on that?
I agree with her, and I think it's perfectly deplorable the way the families in the United States have fewer and fewer children now, particularly the educated people who could give something to their children, and it's always a discreet tool.
Adelaide, you know Eleanor, my wife. Do you think that I'm head of that household? Honestly now.
Well, I know that in your household there's a great deal of talk of humility on your part and a great humble act. But when you really look down underneath, I have a very definite idea as to who runs the works.
Now, that makes me think that you were siding with my wife because she always pulls that particular kind of camouflage over some arbitrary act of hers. Adelaide, one story that's always amused me was something that happened to my father. Happened to us and to my father when we were all little. You know, we used to go off on picnics because, of course, your father used to go with us on some of these picnics. This time we were going out to Lloyd's Neck, which is near Oyster Bay, and we all went out in rowboats. It was a very hot day. And Father took all of us children out walking. We ranged from about 15 to about 6 in age, and there were about anywhere from 10 to 20 of us. And we got hotter and hotter, and the water looked beautiful, but we brought no bathing suits. Father finally cut the Gordian knot by saying, "Go in with your clothes on." We went in with our clothes on. And we had a grand time, and we started back to where the assembled mothers were. And I can remember, as if it were today, as we approached them, and they heard us coming, one of them looked up, then another, and then the look of horror and surprise that came over their faces when they realized that we'd been in bathing with our clothes on. We weren't in disgrace. Father was. The head of the family. It'll amuse you too, Mr. Green, because coming back from that, we rowed back in a boat, and I was in the boat with Father and my brother Kermit. Kermit had croup, or was usually having croup in the evening, and I can hear my mother talking to Kermit. Now, Kermit, put this coat and wrap it around you. After what your father has done, taking you in bathing with your clothes on, I'm afraid you're going to have croup tonight. And then we all walked up to our house, Sagamore Hill. And Mother walked ahead, and Father came after her, and we all trooped along after him. And when we got to the house, Mother said, as she went in the door to the children, "Come, children, now. I'm going to give you medicine to see that you don't get a cold." And we hung back, and the door closed. And Father was standing behind, and he'd been saying very, very little for a long while. And we turned to Father, and we said, "Father, won't you please stop Mother giving us medicine?" And I can see Father as he turned around to us and said, "Children, I shan't attempt to stop your mother. I'll be very fortunate if she doesn't give me medicine, too." Now, that was his position in the family, Adelaide.
Well, I can almost match you with a swimming with clothes on story that really ties up to my father, too. My father always had an idea that all of his daughters should earn their living, no matter what. We must be able to earn our living whether we had to or not.
A darn good idea.
And he decided that we should all go to college. And when we went out into the world, at first we were never given too much money. We had to rustle a bit for ourselves. And the first time I ever crossed the continent, I got to Glacier Park. And I had driven out there in a Ford with another girl. And when we got there, the one thing we wanted to do was to take one of these very nice, expensive horseback trips. But we didn't have enough money. It came to $10 or $12 a day with your guide and horse, and we hung around the hotel hoping that some break would come, and all of a sudden a movie company turned up, which was taking movies for the Great Northern Railroad. And they said that we could go along if we would pose in the movies.
Yeah.
And we could get a free horse and a free camping trip. So we thought this was wonderful, and it was just smooth. All we had to do was to take the trips that we'd be taking anyway. But the rub came when way up in Brown's Pass there was a glacier running down into a pool and an iceberg in the middle of it. And I had to swim out to the iceberg with my clothes on and climb up. And I felt that day I had well earned my $12 trip.
I think that's delightful. Adelaide, you know, that brings up a point that I think is quite important in the question of children. I think that they are very apt in this modern overdone cult to emphasize the importance of the children over the importance of the parents, to soften the children up, make them conceited and self-centered. How about it? Agree with me?
I certainly do agree with you, and I think from all the conversation I've heard about some of the ultramodern schools that they're all built around the child. The home must be built around the child, and every bit of atmosphere that comes into the home is just calculated to be just the right thing for a child, and that to me gives the child a very poor basis to start life on. He doesn't have the shocks. He's protected, and
well, I agree with you, and I think there's another awful thing that's done then. The child gradually begins to think of herself or himself as the center of the universe to which everybody should bow down, and doesn't realize that they've got to have thought for the feelings of others and look out for themselves. Now, Adelaide, you said about your father making you all feel that you had to support yourselves, that you had to pull your own weight in the boat. Father always made us think that. We've always made our children think that. Matter of fact, you know, Father used to say to us, "Children, I'll give you the best education I can afford. And when you're through your education, it's root, hog, or die." And that's a pretty good idea, don't you think so?
I think it's a very good idea.
Just before we started here, Colonel, you had made some comparison to a bird down in Australia, I believe it was, and compared him to a father. I'd like you to make that comparison once again.
That goes back to our original point, father's position in the household. There's a bird down in Australia called the bowerbird. And the male of the bowerbird makes the nest and does everything of that sort and finally sits on the eggs. Now, I don't think a father should be a bowerbird. I think a father should go out, rustle, provide the means of maintaining the household, protect the household, but realize that within the household and making the household, the mother is supreme.
Yes, that's true.
Do you agree with that, Mrs. Marquand?
I certainly do.
Well, we're running a little bit short of time here, and I'm sure both of you must have some last word to our audience.
Well, I've got a last word right now, and I want to go back again to what we were talking about just before. I think all fathers and mothers should bear in mind two thoughts in bringing up their children. The first is to bring those children up so they're not selfish. And the second is to make them realize that in this world, every tub must stand on its own bottom, and that those children must go out and face the world on their own responsibility. Those are the two important things I think parents should bear in mind.
Well, my last word is just to say that I think your last word is just as it should be, which is what a mother should say, isn't it?
No! That's a horrid thing to say to me.
This seems to be the one time where the gentleman instead of the lady has had the last word. And thanks very, very much to you, Colonel Theodore Roosevelt, and to you, Mrs. John Phillips Marquand, for coming in with us. And now, before we say good night or good afternoon, a word of interest to all. And so we come to the close in another in the series of programs, Famous Fathers. Remember that next week we'll be back again at this same time with another famous guest father and also a famous guest conductor to fill Howard Lindsay's place during his absence. And now, on behalf of Colonel Theodore Roosevelt and Mrs. John Phillips Marquand, this is Ray Green, hoping that you'll make your life with father and mother a very, very happy one.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. It was Oscar Wilde who said, "Children begin by loving their parents. As they grow older, they judge them. Sometimes they forgive them." There, in a very small nutshell, is the very foundation of what has become probably the least important of all American celebrations, Father's Day. Now, you may think that Father's Day is merely a time for the presentation of neckties that Father won't wear, socks that Father can't use, or books that Father hasn't time to read. But in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons have an entirely different conception of the day, like this.
Jumping creepers, why does it have to be on Sunday?
Betty, I think that's a very selfish attitude. After all your father has done for you.
But I'm going to buy him a necktie.
Why can't we just polish the car or something?
I don't mind spending Father's Day with Daddy.
You keep out of this.
Betty?
Well, she doesn't have anything else to do anyway.
I do, too. I can do lots of things.
Mother, I have a date with Dick Andrews, and I'll have to break it.
Why can't we just polish the car or something?
I can go over to Patty's and play, or I can look at Jimmy Woody's television.
Kathy, we're going to devote the entire day to your father.
I know, but Betty said I didn't have any place else to go, and I do. Because I can go over to Patty's and play, or I can...
Mother, everybody else buys their father a necktie or socks. Why do we have to be different?
Because your father is one of the sweetest men in the entire world. And I certainly think...
Well, sure, but why do I have to break a date just for that?
No matter what we buy for your father, we'll have to buy with his money.
I'll pay for it out of my allowance.
Which you get from your father.
Mother, you just don't understand.
Why can't we just polish the car or something?
Bud, the car is less than a week old, and your father has already polished it 4 times.
Well, this time we can do it.
Janie Liggett's buying her father a necktie, and she doesn't have to break her date for Sunday.
Betty, we'll not discuss it any further. Call Dick and tell him you're sorry.
Do I have to? Yes, you have to.
Kathy?
Why can't we clean up the garage or something?
Betty, go in and call Dick.
Oh, pooh. Just because it's Father's Day, I have to ruin my whole life.
Cleaning the garage would be a good Father's Day present.
Bud.
Yes, Mom?
You can forget about your silly butterflies for one Sunday.
But I promised Joe Phillips.
I thought you'd broken your date with Joe.
I did, but if we clean the garage the first thing in the morning...
We're going to spend the day with your father. We're going to wait on him hand and foot, cater to his every wish. Sunday's going to be his day, and that's final. So let's not talk about it anymore.
Now you can't even talk.
For that, Bud Anderson, you dry the dishes.
But I didn't say anything, Mom. All I said was you can't even talk.
It was the way you said it.
But, Mom, I didn't mean anything. All I said...
Daddy's coming.
All right, suppose we explain the whole thing to your father.
I'll dry the dishes.
And remember, not a word about Sunday. We want it to be a surprise, don't we?
Yeah, some surprise.
Bud.
Oh, sure, Mom. We sure do.
Chicken. Mother, if Dick Andrews never calls me again, it'll be your fault. He borrowed a car for Sunday and everything.
Well, let's not worry about it, Betty. You'll get another girl.
Mother, how can you say that?
How can she say what?
Daddy!
Hi, Dad.
Well, how's the world's finest family tonight?
Hi, Father.
Hi. Hello, honey.
Hi, dear.
What's the matter with Camille?
Oh, nothing much, really. You're a little late, aren't you, dear?
What's in the package, Daddy?
Ice cream. Put it in the icebox like a good girl.
Oh, boy.
Want me to put your hat away, Dad?
Thank you very much.
It'll be a pleasure.
What's the matter with him?
Oh, we had a slight misunderstanding, nothing serious. Were you held up at the office?
No, I stopped off at Haney's garage on my way home.
Oh?
There's a very annoying rattle in the rear bumper. I'm not even sure we ought to keep that car.
Jumping catfish.
I beg your pardon?
That old wreck of ours made so much noise you couldn't hear yourself think. But if this one makes one little squeak...
Betty, as long as we had to buy a new car, we might as well have them put it in good shape.
Why don't you set the table like a good girl, Betty?
How else can you set the table?
And you help her, Kathy.
Yes, Mommy.
You know, Margaret, speaking of Sunday...
Who said anything about Sunday?
Didn't I?
No.
Oh. Well, I met Hector Smith downtown today.
How is he?
He's fine. You know, he has a client over in Plainfield.
I haven't seen Elizabeth in ages. I'll have to call her after dinner.
Yes. Heck has a client over in Plainfield.
Maybe I'd better wait until tomorrow. We'll have such a lot to talk about.
Margaret, will you please let me tell you about Hector?
Why, of course, dear. Go right ahead.
All right. Try to tell a woman anything, it's just like... what was I talking about?
Plainfield, dear.
Oh. Well...
You see, I was listening.
Yes.
Even if you weren't.
Margaret. Hector was coming back from Plainfield the other day, and he decided to take a shortcut. Well, you know how Hector is. He got lost.
Oh, that's too bad. Is he all right now?
Nothing happened to him. He just got lost. Found himself on an old dirt road way back in the hills.
My.
Margaret, you don't have to keep making those little noises. I know you're listening.
Go ahead, dear.
Well, he found a lake. Just a little bit of a thing. He says it's the greatest spot for fish he's ever seen in his life. They were actually leaping out of the water. Bass, lake trout, everything. And every one of them dying to get on a hook. Margaret, doesn't that mean anything to you?
Oh, yes, dear. I'm quite excited.
Well, anyway, we're going to run up there Sunday morning and see what we can do.
Sunday morning? Jim, you can't.
Why not? It's only about 20 miles.
Heck's going to pick me up at 5, and all I'll need is a few sandwiches?
Jim Anderson, I've never seen it to fail. Every time we try to surprise you with anything, you have to make other arrangements.
My birthday's in February.
Sunday is Father's Day.
Oh, that thing.
Betty and Bud broke their dates just so they could spend the day with you.
They didn't have to do that.
But they did. We had the nicest day arranged for you. We were all going out for dinner. Then we're going to a picture show, one I know you'd want to see.
Honey, doesn't it make any difference that I'd rather go fishing? I don't care about Father's Day.
Well, we do. We want to show you how much we love you. And we want you to have a good time.
I know what you mean, Angel, but if I'd rather go fishing...
Jim, you're being very selfish about this whole thing.
Because I want to go fishing. What's selfish about going fishing?
When a whole family decides to give up its pleasure for an entire Sunday, the very least you can do...
Is give up mine. Is that what you mean?
No, I have another idea. How would it be if we went with you?
Margaret, you wouldn't like it up there, believe me. It's not the place for women and children. It's a wild little lake in the middle of nothing.
Daddy, it's Mr. Smith.
Oh, come on in, Hack. We're in the kitchen.
If Elizabeth and Billy wanted to go, I'll bet Hector would take them.
I bet he wouldn't. Nobody would. When you go fishing, you fish. No place for a family.
Am I busting in on anything?
No, of course not, Hector. Come in.
Hiya, Margaret. Gosh, I haven't seen you in a dog's age.
Heck, will you explain to Margaret that families don't go on fishing trips?
Why don't they?
What?
There, you see?
Heck, come on outside. I want to show you the new car.
You showed it to me this afternoon.
Well, I want to show it to you again.
What for?
Come on, Heck.
Oh, you wanna... I'll see you later, Margaret.
Don't you dare let him change your mind, Hector.
I'll be right out here if you want me, honey.
All right, dear.
What the heck's the matter with you, Heck?
Nothing. Why?
You know what happens if you take a bunch of women and kids on a fishing trip? You catch nothing.
Yeah, I know, but look, Jim.
Any self-respecting fish wouldn't come within 10 miles of us. Especially if you got a peek at Kathy.
Jim, I'm not arguing with you. You're absolutely right, but...
Then why did you make a crack like that in front of Margaret?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jim, if I can't take Elizabeth and Billy, I can't go.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they had something all arranged for Sunday. It's Father's Day. Billy broke a date. They're doing it all for me. Oh, I don't know.
Heck, is that lake as good as you said it was?
Oh, it's terrific, Jim. I've never seen fish like that. I'm telling you, in 5 minutes, I saw 20 of them jump out of the water.
Gee, I hate to give it up.
Oh, let's go.
With Elizabeth and Billy and Margaret and...
Jim, it won't make any difference. These fish are so big, nothing will scare them.
Not even Kathy?
Not even Kathy.
Well, okay, we'll try it.
We better take both cars, huh?
We'll have to.
Leave around 5?
Okay.
Yeah, well, I gotta go home now. Tell Margaret I said goodbye, will you?
You bet. Oh, Heck.
Yeah?
Happy Father's Day.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose it's not the first time a man and his family didn't quite see eye to eye on the best way to spend a happy Father's Day. Here's a point, however, everybody agrees on. When it comes to a cup of coffee, you and I and the family next door all look for one thing: flavor. We want the most in flavor for every penny we spend. And extra flavor is just what you do get in our Maxwell House coffee. That wonderful good to the last drop flavor no other coffee has to offer. No coffee but Maxwell House. And there's a good reason why. It's our recipe. The only recipe on this green earth for that good to the last drop flavor. It calls for certain fine varieties of coffee to be blended together just so. It's the one way, the one recipe for that famous Maxwell House flavor. That wonderfully good flavor that's made our coffee America's favorite brand. That's why you find so much more enjoyment when your cup is filled with Maxwell House coffee.
So next time you bring home a pound of coffee, make it that familiar blue tin of our Maxwell House. For more flavor, for your money's worth and more, start enjoying coffee that's always good to the last drop.
The sun comes up like a stab of light. Rose fingers reach into the night. The darkness fades, the night is gone, and day comes fast with the rising dawn. A woodcock calls, a soft wind sighs, and from its nest a starling flies. This is the dawn, the break of day, the time when
Young man, will you please shut up?
Well, pardon me.
Most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Getting up in the middle of the night to chase after a bunch of stupid fish.
But, Elizabeth...
We had a nice day planned for you. One we'd all have enjoyed. But no, you have to drag us up here so we can freeze to death.
Are you cold, Elizabeth?
Of course not. My teeth always chatter like this.
Billy, get the blanket out of the car for your mother. I said get the blanket out of the car.
No, thanks. I'm quite comfortable.
Billy!
Leave the boy alone, Hector. The poor child. If he had a father with the slightest bit of consideration...
Elizabeth, I didn't say you had to come along. This was your idea.
Naturally. You haven't had an idea since the day I met you.
Now, look, Elizabeth.
When I think of the men I could have married and didn't.
Lucky dog.
Hector.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth. I was thinking of... I think the Andersons are coming.
Well, it's about time. You'd think they'd have hurried a little.
Well, the road's kind of rough, Elizabeth, and Jim has a new car.
Oh, Hector, stop making excuses for them. They're just like everyone else we know. Don't consider a soul but themselves. Especially that Margaret. Thinks her children are the most wonderful things that ever lived. And if you ask me, Margaret, darling.
Elizabeth, we're awfully sorry.
Hi, Heck. We thought you were lost.
I'm awfully sorry we're so late, Elizabeth.
Oh, Angel, we hadn't even noticed it.
We had to stop on account of Kathy. Her hat blew out of the car, and we had an awful time finding it.
Hi, Billy.
Billy, wake up, dear. Betty is here.
She is? Oh, hi, Betty.
Hi.
Say, this is quite a spot, Heck. Yes, sir. It's all right.
Jim, I saw a bass, so help me, it was that long.
You're kidding.
Oh, I'm not, Jim. Well, maybe that long. Hey, there. Did you see that one, Jim? What'd I tell you, huh?
Where?
Right there, near the dock.
I don't see anything.
Jim, you weren't looking in the right place.
Well, what's the difference? The place I want to see him is on the end of my line. Got all your stuff, Heck?
You ain't just a woofing. The greatest assortment of fish persuaders in the world. And it's all on the dock waiting for Papa.
Hector, where are you going?
Fishing? Why?
You'll do no such thing. There's a little thing like breakfast that comes first.
Breakfast? Oh, honey,
we haven't any time for breakfast, Elizabeth. It's practically 6:30.
Jim, Elizabeth's right.
My lands, I've got all that food to take out of the car.
I'll get it, Elizabeth.
I'll get it myself. You just build a fire.
Honey, if we build you a nice big fire, then is it all right if we go fishing?
After you've had your breakfast.
Wait a minute. How about the kids? Why can't they build a fire?
Hey, where'd they go anyway?
Kathy?
You want me, Daddy?
Where's Bud?
He's under a bush.
What?
Jim, do you have to shout so loud?
How else can I shout? Kathy, what's he doing under a bush?
He's sleeping.
Well, wake him up.
Why?
Because it's time for breakfast.
Breakfast? You want me for breakfast, Dad?
I figured that'd get it.
Hey, what happened to Billy?
Betty?
Yes, Father?
Where's Billy?
You want me, Mr. Anderson?
What are you doing over there?
Just watching the lake.
Well, let Betty watch it for a while.
Alone?
There's nothing to worry about. Nobody ever steals a lake until after breakfast.
Hiya, Dad. What's cooking?
Nothing yet. Get some wood.
You said it was time for breakfast.
Bud, we've got to build a fire. Get some wood.
Where?
You know, Heck, at this point, our ancestors are probably spinning in their graves. Where?
Well, gosh, what do I know about getting wood?
Jim, you're only confusing the boy.
Bud, you see that tree? You see all those trees? That's wood.
What am I supposed to do? Bite him down? Oh, holy cow, Mom.
Bud, go into the woods, pick up dead branches, twigs, anything that'll burn, and bring them back here. There's nothing complicated about that, is there?
I guess not.
And stop scratching.
But I itch.
I said stop scratching and get going.
I told them we ought to polish the car. Now I gotta make like a beaver.
You want me to go someplace, Mr. Anderson?
Well...
Leads with his chin every time, doesn't he?
Billy, we have a slight problem.
Oh?
We are faced with the task of providing heat without fuel.
Well, you don't say. You know, we had the same thing once in a physics exam, and it's a cinch. Friction. That's how you do it. Now, you take two bodies...
Billy, shut up and get some wood.
What?
I said get some wood.
Oh, okay. But I thought Mr. Anderson said...
Wood!
Hector, stop raising your voice.
Wood.
Fine, nobody has to get excited about it. I'll get all the wood you want.
Jim.
Margaret, as soon as the boys get back with the wood...
Are those your things Kathy's playing with?
Where?
On the edge of the dock.
Holy smoke, my tackle!
Of all the rattlebrains...
Jim, don't frighten her.
Kathy!
Oh, Jim! Father!
Kathy, grab the dock. We'll be right there.
Hector!
Take it easy, Kathy.
What's going on?
Hector, do something!
We're coming, Kathy. We'll have you out in 2 seconds.
Daddy! Daddy!
Now, Kathy, give me your hand. Come on, honey. Hold your hand out. That's a good girl.
You got her, Jim?
That's my girl. Now we're all right.
Oh, Kathy.
Daddy! I fell in!
I know, honey. But you're all right now. You're all right.
Hector, get the blanket out of the car. The poor child's wringing wet.
I'll get him, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, go ahead, Bud. Hurry.
Okay.
Is she okay, Mother?
Yes, dear, she's fine.
Daddy scared me, and that's why I fell in.
Jim, look at my stuff. It's gone.
Jumping Jehoshaphat.
I was trying to catch a fish, and you scared me.
It's all right, baby.
Margaret, take that child up to the car immediately. She's got to get out of those wet clothes.
Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. I can't even think straight. Of course, her father is much more concerned about that smelly old fishing tackle.
Men. I don't know why they ever invented them anyway.
Gosh, I'm awfully sorry, Heck.
My whole kit down at the bottom of the lake. Look at it.
You mean you can see it? Where?
Down there. Must be 30 feet. Hey, where are you going?
I've got an idea, Heck. Don't go away.
Father's Day. Isn't bad enough having children, you have to have Father's Day.
Can you still see it, Heck?
Yeah. Practically smiling at me.
Well, don't worry about it. We'll get it out all right.
What are you going to do?
What would you say was the right bait for your fishing tackle?
For my... Oh, you mean...
First, we'll fish for tackle, then we'll fish for fish.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You think you can do it?
Of course we can. Let's see now. That's about the biggest hook I have.
You got any sinkers?
Of course I have sinkers. Stop worrying, Heck. I'll get down there all right.
Is that the heaviest line you got?
Well, I didn't expect to catch any whales today.
I know, Jim, but that stuff weighs a ton.
Heck, I give you my personal guarantee. If I hook it, I'll land it. Now, let me have a little room, will you?
Allow for a little drift into the shore, Jim.
I'll put it right on the button. Okay, low bridge. Nice casting, huh?
What'd you have to put away out there for?
So I can drag it across. Now, leave me alone, Heck. I know what I'm doing.
Well, morning, man. Having any luck?
Sure, all bad. Can you see it, Heck?
I think you're too far to the left.
Maybe I can pull it over.
Doing a little bottom fishing, huh?
Look, fella, we're busy right now. We got troubles. Come back some other time, huh?
Okay.
Just a minute.
Come on, Jim. We haven't got all day.
Take it easy, Heck. He might be a game warden or something. You wouldn't happen to be a game warden or anything, would you?
Me? Oh, no. I'm not a game warden.
Because if you are, we've got our licenses and permits and things like that.
Yeah. We don't worry about those things up here.
Oh. This wouldn't be a private lake, would it?
Oh, no. It's not a private lake at all.
You know, for a minute you had me worried.
No, it's nothing like that. This is a government fish hatchery.
Oh, no.
Poor father. If it isn't one thing, it's another. That long trip all for nothing. Just goes to show it always pays to look before you leap. On that score, when it comes to buying a pound of coffee, it always pays to look for flavor. Yes, you want to be sure you get the most in flavor for every penny you spend. And that's just what you do get in every pound of our Maxwell House coffee. An extra measure of flavor. That wonderful, good to the last drop flavor no coffee but Maxwell House gives you. We're proud as can be of that famous flavor. It's the big reason why more people buy and enjoy our Maxwell House than any other brand. And today, as always, you can count on it every cup you pour. Because we'll never compromise on the quality of one single pound. That's why now, more than ever, your coffee buy is Maxwell House. Every pound, every cup, you can be sure it's always good to the last drop.
Once again, it's breakfast time in the White Frame House on Maple Street. But it's a lonely sort of breakfast, with none of the children at the table. Just Margaret and Jim, two lonely parents, discussing the disastrous effects of Father's Day, like this.
There's no sense being upset about it, Jim. Dr. Simmons said it was nothing serious.
I know, but you'd certainly think Betty'd have enough sense to recognize goldenrod after all these years.
She didn't see it, Jim, and she still says it wasn't goldenrod.
Well, it was something. She's puffed up like a frog.
Well, Bud's the one I'm worried about. He says it itches terribly.
There's a giant brain for you. Goes to sleep in a patch of poison ivy. Wallows in the stuff. How's Kathy?
Oh, she'll be all right in a few days. It's just a little cold. Jim, I don't understand. How can you laugh at a time like this?
I don't know, Margaret. The whole thing is hysterical. It was quite a fishing trip.
Wasn't it?
Hay fever, poison ivy, a cold. This family caught everything except fish.
The instant coffee with a famous flavor. That's Instant Maxwell House, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. So easy, no pot, no grounds. So thrifty, saves you real money compared to ordinary coffee. So truly good, pure roaster fresh flavor. Try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop. Bob, I have a duty to perform right now which gives me a great deal of pleasure. we were all quite thrilled when the National Father's Day Committee named you Screen Father of the Year. Well, this is the committee's medal, and they've asked me to present it to you with their blessings and warmest wishes.
Thank you very much, Bill. Ladies and gentlemen, naturally, I'm very proud of this honor, but not for myself alone. As the father of 4 girls, I've spent a lot of time and gnawed a lot of nails in the waiting rooms of various hospitals in Southern California. Now, to prospective fathers who are wearing themselves to a frazzle, pacing endlessly up and down in hospital corridors all over the country, I have a most reassuring message. Fellas, you see, they do give medals to fathers. Thanks again, Bill, and good night.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, next on NBC.
Father Damien. It was the year 1863 in Paris. The lights of a monastery gleamed through the rain of a stormy night. Behind one window, in a room lit by a single candle and a flickering fire, sat the Superior General of the Order of Sacred Hearts. His secretary, Father Pierre, stood before him.
There's a young man outside to see you.
On a night like this?
Yes, he seems very, very insistent.
And what is his name, Pierre?
Oh, I can tell you that from his letter. I have it right here. Joseph Vester, called Damien.
Let me see the letter.
I didn't want to bother you with it. It's a very poorly written letter.
Let me see. 25 years old. Born on a farm outside Tremlou, a village in Belgium.
But did you ever see such atrocious Latin?
Well, perhaps we should talk with this lad, Pierre. He's come a long way in such a stormy night.
Oh, all right. But you're much too busy with important matters to waste your time on every student who comes along. Very well, young man. You may come in.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well?
I'm sorry to bother Your Grace, but I want very much to serve in Hawaii as a missionary.
Oh, why didn't you take this up with your superior at the Pickford's house?
Oh, I tried, but, well, he didn't seem to understand.
I'm afraid I'll have to take this up with your superior.
Of course. Something must be done.
I'm going to suggest a penalty for this lack of discipline. You'll be sentenced to exile, to loneliness, and to years of hard labor as a missionary in Hawaii.
Soon a little group of nuns and priests, cooped up in close quarters, sailed from Bremerhaven on a voyage that kept them at sea for 5 months and took them more than halfway around the world. Then one day, the welcome peaks of Hawaii rose out of the blue Pacific, and they landed in a strange new world.
There are a few things that puzzle me, Father Damien. Perhaps, first of all, should I call you Father?
Well, Your Excellency, I haven't been ordained, but in our order we're allowed to use the title.
Your superior understood that I needed missionaries who could perform all the duties of priest.
Oh, but I shall become a priest, Your Excellency.
Well, I can't send you back, I'm afraid. And perhaps, as you say, you shall become a priest.
A few months later, Damien stood before the altar of the cathedral to celebrate Mass for the first time as a priest.
Well, Father Damien, no one can dispute your right to the title now.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
I have a parish that needs a missionary right away.
Oh, I'll go at once.
It's not an easy job. There's been no priest in Puno for a number of years. There are many good Christians there, but you'll find many others who hold to the old heathen ways.
They need the fear of God for their own salvation.
Yes, but we must tell them of the rewards of God's will as well as the punishments. But I think you'll learn, Damien. I'm sure you'll be a good priest, my son. An excellent priest.
Father Damien's parish was a large, remote area of mountains and jungles and steaming craters of smoking volcanoes. By day and night he traveled from one end to the other, sometimes alone, sometimes with native guides. In every town of any size, Damien dreamed of building a church or chapel. He wrote letter after letter to Bishop Maigret, pleading for lumber. And then one day...
Come on, men. Let's see how many of these planks we can get up before dark. All together now, let's slip this one in place. Ready? 1, 2, 3. There. Huh. How's the rock splitting coming, Matolo?
It is plenty hard, Father. Rock no split like you say. Me no so strong like you.
Oh, I'm not so strong, Matolo, just stubborn. Now, let me have that hammer on... Say, what was that? Well, what's the matter? Why has everyone stopped working?
Listen, Father. You hear something?
Yes. Sounds like a drum.
A drum of wind god. They are feast to wind god up in hill.
I see. Well, you tell everyone in the village that when our church is finished, we'll have the greatest feast they've ever seen. Even if we have to use every bit of my supplies.
Oh, good. We tell everyone.
And as for that drum, give me that hammer, and I'll show you how to drown it out.
Slowly through the years, Damien built his churches and won the people away from ignorance and superstition. He was happy in his work and in his new home. A year later, at the time of the consecration of a new church, Bishop Maigret called priests from all over the islands to attend. At the end of the day's celebration, the bishop spoke.
God has been good to us in our work, and this is a great day of happiness. But there is one sorrow in my heart as I think of our island, and that is the sorrow of Molokai and its leper colony. Its pitiful people are as dear to God as any others. I don't know what to say. I can't find words.
Your Excellency, I would like to go to Molokai.
Did you know, Father Damien, that priests have visited Molokai before from time to time, and the government has made new rules? From now on, anyone who becomes a resident of Molokai must stay there, perhaps for the rest of his life.
I know that, Your Excellency.
Even your church does not command such a sacrifice.
Your Excellency, please, let me be the one to go.
Within an hour, Damien and his bishop sailed for Honolulu. In the harbor there, they found a leper ship ready to cast off for Molokai.
I'll go at once, Your Excellency.
But, Damien, you don't have your belongings.
I have my breviary, Your Excellency.
Well, perhaps it's best to decide quickly. Let's be off. I'll see you on your way to your new parish.
Damien and Bishop Maigret sailed on the ship of despair, listened to the heartbreaking cries of farewell as the doomed ones on board called out for the last time to loved ones ashore. Then came the silence of misery. One of the passengers aboard was a health official on an inspection trip.
So you think you've seen leprosy, do you, Father?
Yes, some of the people in my parish were lepers.
But I warn you, you've never seen anything like Molokai. Hundreds of them all rotting away. They'd all be better off dead.
That's not for their fellow men to say, Lieutenant.
It's not as if you could do anything for them.
I can bring them the comfort of faith.
Even police and soldiers can't do much with lepers. All they have to do is reach out and touch you, and it's worse than facing a man with a gun.
Well, how do they keep any kind of order there?
Oh, they make one of the lepers a kind of temporary superintendent. But no one lasts long on Molokai. About 3 or 4 years on the average.
Well, I expect to be there for a good long time.
You're foolish to bother yourself, Father. Better to leave things as they are. The government wants no trouble from the church or from anyone else.
I know. As long as the lepers are kept out of sight and it doesn't cost too much, the government will be satisfied.
Now, be reasonable, Father. It's always been this way. Why, back in the Middle Ages, as soon as anyone got leprosy, he was declared officially dead. They even read the funeral service. Lepers weren't allowed on the streets. And wherever they went, they had to carry a ratchet to warn people away from them.
Yes, that's true, but don't forget the monks established leper homes for them.
Yes, and just kept their misery alive for a little longer. I tell you, there's nothing you can do.
Perhaps we can.
On Molokai? You just wait and see.
Never dreamed there was a place on earth like this.
The houses aren't even fit for pigsties.
And the people, poor souls. So far gone, they cursed and jeered us.
I told you all they want is to be left alone.
Damien, I feel weak. I feel faint.
Well, you shouldn't have come ashore with me, Your Excellency. You're ill.
Come on, we've got to get back to the ship.
Go ahead, Your Excellency.
Wait. Under these conditions, there's nothing you can accomplish here, Damien. It's hopeless.
What do you mean?
You may as well come back with us. There's nothing anyone can do here.
We'll have to get aboard in a hurry. The ship's ready to sail.
Come along, Damien. Perhaps some other time.
Do you command me to go, Your Excellency?
Command you? No, but you're free to change your mind.
Then I'll stay. I came here to help.
We've got to hurry. Now, come on. I'm leaving.
There's not even a place for you to stay, Damien. You can't sleep in one of those leper huts.
There's a tree on the hill there, Your Excellency. Its branches will give me a roof. I'll find some way to manage.
You'll find nothing but a grave, Father. That's all Molokai is, a graveyard.
Well, a man finds but one grave. If this is mine, so be it.
Well, have it your own way, then. But we've got to go.
You'd better hurry, Your Excellency.
Very well, my son. Only the will of God could command you to stay here. His will be done.
Remember me in your prayers.
I'll remember you every day, morning and night. God bless you, Damien.
Father Damien stood on the shore and looked out over the gray and dreary sea. In a glance behind him, he saw the twisted forms of 2 lepers feebly digging a shallow trench in the graveyard. Ahead of him, he saw the ship fading off from the harbor, leaving him behind, alone, on Molokai. Father Damien turned and looked over the island, which was now his home, his prison. Then he went to the little wooden chapel. He soon discovered he was being watched by a few timid lepers.
Welcome, my children. No, don't go away.
What is it you do, Father?
Why, I'm cleaning out our church. It needs it, doesn't it?
You going to stay, Father?
Why, yes. I'm going to be your priest.
Others have come, but they no stay.
Well, I expect to stay. So we must get our church fixed up. Would you like to help me?
What I do, Father?
Well, I'll need a hammer and some nails. Do you think you could get them for me?
This I can do.
What do you have there?
We bring fruit, Father. Fruit to leave for you to eat.
Well, I am hungry. Come, let's sit down and eat together.
You no can eat with us, Father.
When the danger you catch, we go. We come back.
Oh, no. No, stay right there.
Some peoples here no like white man, Father. No like priest.
Well, maybe we can change that. Here, let's divide this. Don't turn away.
But my face, all the time, people turn away.
We're going to be together for a long time. So we'd better get used to the way we look.
The ringing of the church bells from the little chapel soon became a familiar sound over the island of Molokai. And so did the sound of hammering, as Damien made coffins for the funerals that took place almost daily on Molokai.
Since you come, Father, we have flowers in church, prayers to God. It no seems so sad to die in Molokai.
No, it should not be sad, Milani. It's the end of all our suffering and misery. It's only going home.
Going home. Yes. It is so long since I see my home.
Well, let's get to work. Hand me some more boards, Kalea.
But, Father, why here you work building coffins? Why you no build house to live in?
Oh, there's plenty of time for that, Kalea. I have the place all picked out. Right over there under the hill.
Well, that right by graveyard, Father. Must be more better place.
No, that's the right place, Kalea. Between the church and the graveyard. I won't have to travel far to be near all my friends. But you must listen to me. We must have lumber. I didn't come all the way back to Honolulu for nothing.
Well, Father, if you just make out a report.
A report?
A written report. Then I'll see that it comes to the attention of the proper authority.
Very well. If you want a written report, I'll write it here and now.
No, you can bring it tomorrow.
I can't wait until tomorrow.
But, Father, these matters must be handled in an orderly fashion.
I'm sorry, sir, but if necessary, I'm prepared to handle this in a disorderly fashion. I've been sent from one clerk to another for days.
Your attitude is hardly worthy of your calling, Father.
Any other attitude would be unworthy, sir.
I trust I won't have to call your conduct to the attention of your bishop.
You may do what you like. Unless something is done, I certainly intend to call your conduct to his attention.
Really, Father Damien, are you threatening me?
With every power at my command, yes.
Well, perhaps I'll take your suggestion and call the police. I think you might spare your church the notoriety of a disgraceful scene.
My church would be more disgraced if I stood by while you buried my lepers under reports and then pronounced their funeral service with the words, "Come back tomorrow." And if something isn't done, I intend to go to the newspapers with every sordid detail about Molokai.
The newspapers? Oh, so it's publicity you want, is it?
You know better than that, sir. But I'll use any weapon God gives me.
Now, we'd better reach an understanding right now, Father Damien. We permitted you to go to Molokai to look after the spiritual welfare of the people. The rest of it is none of your affair.
I tell you, it's every man's affair.
You seem to forget, Father Damien. There's a law forbidding anyone from the leper colony to leave its boundaries. You're here against that law.
I'm here to serve a higher law than yours, sir.
Well, that won't stop me from having you thrown in jail. Now, will you leave my office, or shall I have you put out?
Not until you take care of my people. We've got to have lumber to build houses, pipes for a new water supply, and we've got to have food.
Beggars. Why don't you grow your own food?
You sit here in your cool, comfortable office with your fat belly full. And you ask why men with half-rotted bodies, men with lifeless hands, men too weak to bathe their wretched sores can't raise their own food.
I've heard all I want to hear.
Yes, you want to get rid of me. Well, here's my report. Approve it and I'll go. Otherwise, there'll be a scandal that will put you out of office.
Well, I don't suppose it'll cost too much. Very well, I'll approve it. There. And now I expect you to be on the first ship back to Molokai.
I'll be on it, all right.
And you're not to set your foot off Molokai again.
If you keep your bargain, I'll have no need to leave Molokai. If you don't, I'll be back again. Well, I think our business is over. Let's shake hands on it.
Shake hands. Don't touch me. Get back to Molokai.
With the necessary supplies furnished at last, Father Damien set to work again with hammer and saw, and he helped to build 300 houses on Molokai with his own hands. Day after day, he visited the sick, held religious services, and buried the dead. 2 more years passed, and Bishop Migray eagerly read his priest's reports.
Well, he seems to be making splendid progress out there by himself, but this last letter seems strange. Brother Paul, he asks for more musical instruments.
More musical instruments? What does he want with musical instruments at a leper colony?
It does seem odd. But we must try and help him.
But you'd think he'd want something more practical.
You know, I believe I'll visit Father Damien at Molokai.
Oh, but you can't, Your Excellency. The law forbids you to visit the leper colony.
I believe now that they've heard so much of Damien's work, they'll relax the law. Surely, if he can stay there year after year, I can make a brief visit to encourage him. Let's arrange for it at once.
Yes. Do you want me to go with you, Your Excellency?
Why, yes. You are not afraid, are you, Brother Paul?
Well, no, of course not. I guess leprosy can't be so contagious after all. He hasn't caught it yet?
Make the arrangements and we'll go as quickly as possible. How long have you been in Hawaii now, Damien?
Let me see. 11 years, I believe. 2 years on Molokai.
Do you hear from home?
Yes, my mother is not so well lately, they tell me. Of course, she's getting along in years.
How old is your mother?
71. 71 this year.
She's my age, Damien. When you write, give her my greeting.
6 years passed, from 1875 to 1881, and slowly the work of the priest was recognized, until one day the lepers at Molokai received a remarkable visit.
Princess Liliuokalani. Princess, I can't tell you what it means for us to have you visit Molokai.
All of Hawaii thanks you for what you've done, Father Damien. After all, I'm only making a very brief visit. You've chosen to stay here through the years.
It's an easy choice, Your Highness. This is my work. These unfortunate ones you see, they are my parishioners.
Your parishioners and my people. I know there's no reward you desire, Father, but I ask you to accept the Royal Order of Kalakaua, the highest honor that Hawaii can give you.
Thank you, Your Highness.
If there's anything else I can do, Father Damien...
Perhaps I wonder if you could arrange to have a doctor sent to Molokai.
I will do everything I can, Father. I promise you things will be different now that I've seen Molokai and seen your work. You shall have all the help I can give you.
I have asked my bishop to send some sisters to help us here. Perhaps they could come if we had a hospital and doctor.
You shall have them, Father. I promise you. I will never forget Molokai. Never forget you, Father. But now, I must say aloha.
Aloha. Aloha, Your Highness.
It was 3 years before a doctor finally came to stay at the leper colony. As soon as he arrived, he was taken to Damien's cottage.
Welcome to Molokai, Doctor.
I'm glad to be here, Father Damien. Glad to have a chance to help.
I'm sorry I didn't meet you at the boat, Doctor. And, sorry. You'll pardon me if I don't shake hands.
Well, yes, of course,
You
but
see, a few weeks ago I had a little accident.
An accident?
It was a strange accident. I was shaving one morning, and I spilled some boiling water on my bare feet.
Oh. That must have been very painful.
No, Doctor. There was no pain at all.
No pain? But surely you must know...
Yes, Doctor. And now that you're here, I suppose we'd better make sure.
But, Father, there's no need to make sure. That copper color of your skin, those swellings.
I know, Doctor.
When Bishop Maigret heard of Father Damien's condition, he ordered him back to Honolulu to be given special treatments in the hospital there. But after only 2 weeks had passed.
I tell you, I must go back to Molokai, Your Excellency.
But you haven't given the treatments a chance, Damien.
There's nothing for me to do here, and there's so much to be done on Molokai. So much to be done and so little time.
If you insist, I can't deny your wish.
Thank you. Then I'll go back to Molokai at once.
Well, for years you've been asking me for help at Molokai. Now, because of your illness, I finally managed to arrange it. And we thought we'd have to replace you. I allowed 3 priests and 3 sisters to volunteer to take your place. They'll go back to Molokai with you.
Thank God, Your Excellency. Now they can carry on my work.
Father Damien sailed once more to Molokai. For 2 more years he lived in the cottage between his church and his graveyard. There in the evenings, his friends, the lepers, came to visit him. But month by month he grew weaker. And one night, a coffin was made for him, and the burial associations he had formed accompanied him to a grave in the shadow of the old tree on the hill where he had first found refuge when he came to Molokai. His favorite hymn echoed across the island once more. When, oh when, shall it be given to me to behold my God? How long shall I be captive in this strange land? And the bell he placed with his own hands on the little chapel echoed around the world. It echoes yet across the years, echoes the words that were spoken of him.
Aloha, oi, Damien, valiant soldier, honor of Belgium, glory of the church, radiance of God. Aloha, oi.
The Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with Family Theater Incorporated, presents transcribed A Daddy for Christmas, starring Pat O'Brien, Linda Johnson, and Bobby Driscoll. Shirley Temple is your hostess.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. When I was a little girl, I once received a doll for Christmas. It wasn't very expensive, nor even the prettiest doll in my collection. But I kept that doll and cherished it long after my other Christmas toys had disappeared. It came from someone I loved, someone who loved me, too. No matter how high the gifts are piled, any Christmas tree is bare which doesn't have love around it. That's why it's so important for us to make our homes places of love. Not just Christmas Day, but every day of the year. And one thing is certain. Love is always present in the home, where daily family prayer is a practice. Family prayer will bring love and goodness and understanding, the best Christmas gifts any family can receive.
Shirley Temple will speak again following our Family Theater play, A Daddy for Christmas, starring Pat O'Brien, Bobby Driscoll, and Linda Johnson.
Most people look on Christmas as a special occasion. With me,
Well, I guess it's what my little Stevie would call extra special. As long as I live, Christmas will be extra special for me now. But in early December last year, when I took Stevie to the toy department of Weber's department store, I had no idea, to quote Stevie again, how extra, extra special that Christmas was going to be.
Look, Mommy, look! That glass ball's got real snow in it. And look, there's a reindeer. And there's Santa Claus. Mommy, do you think Santa will talk to me?
But you just talked to the Santa when he was across the street.
I forgot to tell him something.
I think you asked for everything in the store. But okay, this is your picnic. As soon as that little girl gets through. Now,
Santa Claus.
Well, what a nice little boy. Come here and tell Santa what you want for Christmas.
You know.
Huh?
I'm Stephen Hunt. You know what I want.
Santa, you took his list when you were across the street in Wilson's department store?
Oh, yes, that's right. I remember.